A Team USA fought all the way to the bitter end. It took overtime for Canada to knock them out of the Four Nations final. As heard on Sportsnet, 3-2 the final. The Americans settle for silver after their impressive run. Dylan Larkin didn't register a point in the championship. He did miss a breakaway attempt early in the game just by a slight amount. Michigan native Connor Hellebuyck had a 93% save percentage during his 3 games in the crease. Larkin is expected to rejoin the Wings tomorrow morning ahead of their game versus Minnesota. Rivalry day for the Spartans and Wolverines. They'll have their first of 2 matchups on the hardwood. Michigan hosts tonight, as the winner will be at the top of the Big Ten. U of M has won 6 straight games by 4 or less points and are currently ranked 12th in the country. MSU is 14th and have won 3 of 4. And the Tigers tested out the new Robo-Ump challenge system on the mound yesterday during their workouts. Jackson Jobe made the first challenge. He did lose it. The ABS tech will be in use during Tigers home games down in Lakeland over the next month. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris Villar, along with the Governor Tom Milliken. He is Greg Hargrave. She is Heather Park. Jim Costa's in the Cayman Islands. He is John Jansen, and I am Stoney sitting in for Jim Costa. And congratulations, you've made it to Friday.
Good morning. Yes, this has it's been an exhausting week. It's been a sprint, but it's been a hell of a lot of fun having you here, so we appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
It's been a hell of a lot of fun, but yeah, it is Friday. There's a bit of a warm up coming our way for the weekend into next week, so things are looking up, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
A little nicer weather.
Yeah.
You might get the sticks out, take a couple swings in the driveway, eh?
No.
No?
No, I'll be doing that in Florida in a week.
Okay. Well, yeah. Are you got your clubs here or are they down there?
I have a
You got
spare
2
set
sets
down there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I wouldn't imagine
No,
somebody
but
of your
it's-
stature would have to travel with their clubs.
Well, it's an old set, the one down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not buying another set of clubs or schlepping them back and forth.
All you got to do is check them.
I
So
know.
You get a roller bag.
I know. I have a roller bag. I just
Rather not.
rather not.
Yeah. Do you travel your putter? Is that one that I've got to have?
No.
Got to have the same putter.
No.
Or else it throws your game off.
No, because I am one of those, and I know this is not where we wanted to start the show with. We're avoiding the inevitable. Our fans in Windsor, we'll get to that in a second.
Yes.
I am one of those in golf that I'm wrong about this, I know, but I don't care. There are people, good golfers, not so good golfers, they'll spend $300, $400 on a putter. I'm convinced
Yeah.
if you can putt with a putter, and it won't make that much of a difference.
A putter.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
mini golf.
Yeah. I 100% agree.
I mean,
So I got Jack a set of clubs for Christmas. Or sorry, Santa got Jack a set of clubs.
Jack's old enough. He knows.
Well, he's still sleeping anyway.
Oh, okay.
But Santa Claus got Jack a set of clubs for Christmas, and the only thing it didn't come with was a putter. And so we have been looking around for the right putter, and he is starting to get into golf, watching golf, and he watches highlights, all this stuff. So he's trying to decipher what he wants for a putter. And I told him, I'm like, dude, any stick will do.
Yes.
And
I
he's
agree.
like, he's no, Tiger Woods uses this one, and the such and such uses this one. I'm like, dude, let's go somewhere indoor putt and just swipe one of their putters. Like that is not that we would actually do that, but
No,
that was what I was telling
Well,
him. Like
you
you don't need a special putter.
You can go to Carl's Golfland, right? And
Can you get a used one?
probably, but I mean, they have like little,
The putting green set up.
Yeah, so he could actually try.
Trust me, we've been there.
You've been there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm very opinionated about this, and my golfing days are very few and far between now.
Same here.
But other than, John, you went to an extreme there of using the miniature golf putt. I would get something that has some sort of line on it that Jack is comfortable with that kind of lines up where you hit the ball.
Yeah.
And
Sure, most of those have that black mark
then,
on top.
And then virtually all of them. And then the grip has to be comfortable for the person's hands. And beyond that, overpaying for some tricked out Tiger Woods
Yes,
thing is
exactly.
one of the biggest wastes of money in sports equipment. Period.
Yeah.
Putting is about feel on
Yeah.
the green. And so many people buy this super nice putter and then they whack the ball 100 miles per hour.
Right.
If you can putt, you can putt. Well, like I said, I think basically with anything. And if you can't putt, I don't care if Scotty Cameron's actually putting for you.
Yeah.
The Scotty Cameron putter of $400 is ridiculous.
Well, yeah. And in terms of the grip, I told him let's treat this like your baseball bat. Like we're going to regrip it. We could put another one on there if you want it to be a little bit. You want it to have. How do I say this without creating a drop?
The
You want it thicker?
grip.
Yeah, if you want it thicker, just add more.
Yeah.
Who's Scotty Cameron, by the way? It's like Jamie's bit about Pete Dye.
Yeah.
Donald Ross.
Donald Ross designed golf courses. Seriously, you snooty people?
Yeah.
Why don't they talk about who designed
Right there.
the big house stadium or field? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
But it's a-
designed field turf.
Well, for the Scotty Cameron, I guess it's the brand. Just like
Who is
would
it?
This is an
I have no
Astro.
idea, and I don't care.
This is an Astro Plus surface.
be, like
This is an Astro Plus extra surface.
it's like for baseball. Joe Rawlings. I don't know whoever had the Rawlings. Frank Wilson. I
That'd
don't
be
know.
Joe Rawlings the second.
Oh, okay.
Get it right.
I don't know. Well, speaking of equipment, I remember when I used to play, Gov played ice hockey. I played street hockey, and you'd get ice hockey sticks and play in the street, like the old Northland and Coho and the wooden sticks. And they were like $8.
Right.
Well, again, look, those days are way behind
there's
me.
inflation, but it's
Yeah.
still.
Well, I
it's
mean,
like,
you had to whittle your own, right?
yeah. 'Cause- oh, this is going to be a good 3 hours and 51 minutes of get it all.
I want
Get it out of your system, boys.
I get all my Stonyisms out.
That's right.
Speaking of that, when do we get to talk about your sister? It's been a whole week.
This guy.
Have we put this off long enough?
Yeah. Yes.
U.S. lost.
Yeah, I know. Let's go. Let's move on to something. Now,
Yes.
Canada 3, United States 2 in overtime. It was a great game.
It was.
Canadian fans, you have a right to gloat. It was
Brag.
you won the championship.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Which is why I do your trash talking now. That's why I don't like, after Saturday's game, we own you. No, well, not really. Let's see. Wait till this is over. Then we can say if we own them or not, and we don't. And
They happen to have the best player in the world right now.
yes, he scored the winning goal, but he didn't do much of anything other than that.
Other than win the game.
Well, I understand that, but he was.
So
but he didn't
I don't
play
really care what happened in any other minute of the game when
Really?
it mattered most. Yeah, really.
Okay, I don't know. You judge a guy's performance by how he
Did
plays.
he win the game? Greg, did he win the game for him?
Yes, he did. And I
Yes.
believe the statement was the best player in the world, which Stoney hemmed and hawed about, which, I don't think you're arguing about that.
No, I'm not.
Which
Conor
your
McDavid.
reaction made you sound like you did.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get into a debate as to who the best player in the world is.
No, he is the best player in the world who finally won something. Yes, exactly. You're right.
The old-
He is the
I
best
tell you
player
what,
in the world.
Okay.
Conor McDavid is great. He's a great player.
the-
But in fact, I was watching the interview with him last night because I'm an idiot and didn't go to sleep. And he said, up until that, I played like crap, which he did.
Okay.
That's all. And it also helped when Team USA's captain, Austin Matthews, decided to go skate the other way and leave the
Leave him
best
alone.
player in the world wide open. Come on.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Yes. We knew we weren't going to get what we got Saturday. I was.
Okay, we didn't get the fights,
Right.
but we got
Yeah.
the great game we wanted.
Yes, we
Just
got,
didn't end the way we wanted it to.
It was a little bit more closer to the vest than I think the average sports fan would have liked because they were playing at some parts of the game they were playing not to lose, rather playing to win. Because when you have a tight game, those things happen.
Yeah.
It was a terrific game.
The Stoney reverse jinx was in full effect last night
Yes, it
because
was.
we got a text that says, looks like the Kachuk brothers are out. And literally 30 seconds later, Brady Kachuk scores a goal.
Right, I know. I said it looked like the Kachucks are hampered. Well, I was right about one of them
Yes.
because Matthew hardly played.
Yeah.
And Chris Kreider playing instead of Kyle Connor was a ridiculous coaching decision by the United States, unless we find out that this guy was
Dinged up.
The Connor was yes, hurt a little bit. But yeah, well, what's interesting about the game is everybody in unison, and especially in Canada, they were worried about their goaltending, and we all thought that the United States had the advantage. And Commerce Township, Michigan.
Yeah, they said that a couple of times.
Yes.
That was awesome.
Yes, Connor Hallebuck. He was good.
Suburbs of Detroit.
Yes, he was very good. So it's nothing against him, but Bennington was unbelievable in overtime. And you could sit there and say, well, if Matthews would have lifted the puck, but that save he made with the glove, I mean, that's, if he was a normal goalie, that's a goal, and the United States wins. And then Matthews doesn't have the defensive lapse on the best player in the world, who had a great shot.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did have a great shot. But yeah,
Yes.
it was good.
Tip of the cap to our Canadian listeners.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. And there were a lot of things that came out of it. I think if you're a Red Wing fan of the whole,
All four teams.
tournament, yeah. Raymond played very well for Sweden in most of the games, and Dylan Larkin, he was really good last night. He did have a breakaway that he didn't score on, but he was all over the ice. He got more ice time as the tournament ensued, and he was terrific. He showed that he belonged.
Yeah. That was my takeaway for him as well. Like it's especially in that, the last game against Canada, last Saturday night, to see that he got that much ice time, obviously scored the second goal, which ended up being the winner, and just the way that he played with all of that talent on there on the ice.
Yeah.
I thought it was very encouraging, and is it maybe one of those moments where it triggered something in him that we could capitalize on,
Hopefully,
for the Wings.
I don't know how they play Minnesota tomorrow, right? So Boldy and Faber are all going to be playing the game tomorrow, or you think they sit out?
No, they'll play.
I hope they play. Wings need them. Them. So anyway, all right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll take your text. You can want to gloat your thoughts on the game. Also, the Pistons back in action tonight, and they will not be facing somebody who some people are saying could be the face of the league right now. 97 won the ticket. Yes, in overtime. And I love the fact that they played real overtime, although it went a little later than I would have liked. The fact that the game went, it was a terrific game. And Canada wins 3-2. They were the favorites going in. They won. And we got some reaction, 248-539-9797. That's the phone number if you'd like to call. And if you're Canadian, you're allowed to gloat, laugh in people's faces. I mean, because as a texter points out, he's probably right, or she. Listen to all the butthurt Americans, including you. First of all, hold on. I'll read the whole text first. We all know if U.S. won, you would have been gargling their marbles right now. LOL. Go Canada. Go cry in your corner under a rainbow holding your binky, you losers. Laugh my ass off. Go Canada. Go Canada.
Yeah, okay. I think I did say tip of the cap to Canada, and
yeah,
it was a great game. We lost.
Yeah,
I repeat, we lost, but it was I don't know that it lived up to the expectations, only because I was kind of hoping for a couple of more fights.
Right.
Didn't necessarily think we would have what we had last Saturday night, but there was that tension.
Oh yeah,
there was that anxiety. There was the anticipation. And throughout the entire game, I was on the edge of my seat. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, it was a great
Sucks
game.
that we lost.
I love Canadian hockey. My favorite players, a lot of them are Canadian. They have been my whole life.
I know. The only disappointing part is we don't get Canada this morning.
Well, yeah, I would have, done that, and probably will by request in May when all the Canadian teams are eliminated from the Stanley Cup again.
Oh, you're calling your shot? No, it's going to stay south of the border.
Yeah, I don't know. Although Toronto looks, but Toronto looks pretty good as long as Matt.
The Jets.
I know. So does Edmonton. Yeah, this could be the year.
Could be.
This could be the year.
How many times have we said
that? But yeah, we have fun with it, and I'm sure the texters having fun with it too. But it's a bigger deal. It would be fun if we would have won. Okay, but if we would have won and meaning Canada would have lost. It's a bigger blow to you than it is a bigger, celebration for us because that's your game.
I thought the game went exactly like I thought it would. I thought it would be contested. It would, like one team wouldn't win by more than one goal.
Right.
I did not expect the fights because too much was on the line. There's usually not fighting in hockey when there's too much at risk.
Did you expect only one penalty to be called?
That played out like a game 7.
Yeah.
And I thought that's what to expect. Some big tension. And the thing is, a ticket texter hit on it. I felt the same way, that it was the gold medal game all over again.
Oh, yes.
And it's just this generation's Crosby. And obviously McDavid, I think, is a better player than Crosby ever was. But, it's just that the golden boy from Canada scored the game winner in OT. And that stinks.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. History does have a chance.
The torch was passed,
repeating itself. Yep.
But he checked that superstar, generational, Hall of Fame lock player checkbox. And he just needs to win some cups.
Exactly. Here's some more ticket texts. What's up with the refs not calling too many men on the ice in overtime? Is Patrick Mahomes secretly Canadian? That's John and Lake are in. It was close. It was close, but. They didn't. Somebody says 2010 2.0. Correct. Can you guys please tell me why Larkin was wearing number 21 in the tournament instead of 71?
I was actually going to ask that too.
My daughter asked me the same question, and I have no idea. I didn't investigate. Maybe 21 is what he wore, and he played other international games. I don't know. I know he wasn't 21 at Michigan. I don't believe so. Guys, quietly, a huge weekend for the Wings here. 2 home games, one very winnable, the other against a tough team. That is correct. It all starts tomorrow afternoon on national television. Wings and the Wild.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, because we were talking about this briefly, the feel of a putter is everything. You can get an Odyssey weighted. It's heavy. You get a Scotty Cameron in your hand, and you will make that putt. Okay. And finally, let's see. One more text here. I hear the reason the U.S. lost last night was because the player's father made him buy the cheapest generic hockey sticks.
It's always a possibility. Yep.
Absolutely.
If you're good, you should win with anything.
All right. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a popular sledding hill in Wayne County has been shut down indefinitely after a child was seriously injured. And I was just reading this article from the child's mother's perspective. This child suffered traumatic brain injury.
Oh, no.
Had to have emergency surgery at the hospital. Also suffered a stroke from this accident. Very, very serious. So there was a notice posted on social media that said Middle Belt Hill at Hines Park in Westland is closed until further notice. And this hill where it happened is nicknamed Dead Man's Hill. Like it must have this reputation of being very
Dangerous.
fast, dangerous,
Yeah.
right?
Somebody make a jump at the end, or
Yeah, so this girl, 10 years old. Also, 2 adults were injured as well. One being, it sounds like this girl's mother, who is still hospitalized as well.
oh no.
So the sheriff's department is very serious. They say, hey, this hill is closed, and if we see that you're sledding on it, you're going to get ticketed. Like we're serious. Don't go on it. So there are other hills nearby that you
Right.
can go sledding on. That's fine. But this one in particular is off limits. A 24-year-old woman was killed on Thursday after losing control on I-75. Police say that this woman from Texas spun into the path of a gravel hauler.
Oh, I know. Did you
Was
see
hit by that.
the ending pictures of this?
I did not, but I can only
Yeah.
imagine because she was then pushed about 750 feet.
Yeah.
She was pronounced dead at the scene. The gravel hauler driver was not injured. I remember hearing about it yesterday. I mean, the roads were not great yesterday, and I
No.
think it was unexpected a little bit more than other snowy days. But I remember hearing about it, that the highway was closed down.
Yeah.
It was closed down,
And I've always
Yep.
thought that the snows of, an inch and a half, those are always a little bit trickier to drive on than if we get 6-7 inches, because it's just a matter of awareness and how
Yep.
it acts on the roads.
So bond was set at $250 million for that Pontiac woman who abandoned her children. Kelly Bryant was arraigned on Thursday on 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, faces life in prison if convicted. The Oakland County Prosecutor's Office also indicated that it does intend to seek the ending of her parental rights for her children. The judge ordered her to have no contact with her 3 children and any children under the age of 18. So she can't have contact with anyone if she is able to post bond. Basically, they said they don't want her out and they don't want her to communicate at all with those children because they believe that she could instruct them to not cooperate with authorities, that she has. Obviously, they were terrified
Some
to leave this
control
building,
over
right,
them,
of that
yes.
home. They didn't even step outside. The girls didn't even step outside for that 5-year period. So they don't want her to have any communication with them.
Have you seen any of the video that they have taken of the home since then as well?
Yes, of all of the trash being,
Yeah, in every room, piled up high.
I was watching them fill the garbage truck filled with, and there was like hundreds of pizza boxes coming
Right.
out of there. And
Yeah.
you look at that and you're like, nobody could smell anything. You have neighboring walls. Nobody suspected anything. It's so hard for me to wrap my brain around that these kids were left for 5 years.
It's like the neighbors are almost negligent.
Oh, I think the whole community failed those children. I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's not their responsibility. That's not their kids. It just seems crazy to me that nobody noticed anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopcat is opening its first downriver location this summer. The new Southgate location will make this the 11th Michigan Hopcat. The most recent location to open was last May in Clinton Township at Partridge Creek. Oh, nice. So,
Cool.
yeah. Oh, I got time for one more. So Super Bowl, all done, but now we're already thinking about next year's Super
yes,
Bowl,
of
right?
course we
So
are.
online betting sites are already giving odds for who will headline the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. Yeah, so Miley
really?
Cyrus, Chappell Roan are favorites. So they're tied for first with a probability of 16.7%.
Together, or
No, I think
they would be,
individually.
who's chaperone?
Chappell Roan.
Chaperone. You don't want to know.
Oh, really?
Why?
Trust me. No, she's a fine entertainer. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll leave it at that.
Really?
Oh, I like her music. Your daughters might know Chappell Roan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would I not want to know?
Well, we'll discuss later.
We'll discuss later.
I'm
Okay,
curious
I'm
too, to be
intrigued.
quite honest.
Yeah.
Oasis follows with 14.3% probability, and then there's a tie between Christina Aguilera and Sabrina Carpenter at 11.8%. But there is just one little note. So these odds are from the online betting guide, which is UK based,
Oh.
which
What do they know about American football?
First of all,
This is maybe why Oasis is up there.
will probably cancel. Or the brothers will fight the Gallagher brothers. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
all right.
There you have it.
Thank you very much. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Later in the program, we'll get into a little bit of a big event tonight in Ann Arbor, Michigan State. 97 won the ticket. That's Connor McDavid. Scored the winning goal. Canada wins the Four Nations 3-2. Now, will there be another Four Nations? I don't know. We have the Olympics next year, and then in 2 years after that, it's the World Cup, and it looks like the World Cup's going to be, and the Olympics are going to be every 2 years, obviously.
Yeah, they'll be alternating.
Yeah, which is going to be great. I mean, this was amazing. It really was, and I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams thought that this tournament would take off and turn into what it did. And a lot of that was because of what happened in the first game Saturday night with the United States, the Canada game with the fights and how great that game was.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so if we're going to call it an all-star break, you had all of the best, not all of them, because I know Russia wasn't in. There's other countries, and when you get to 8 teams, right, in that tournament, you're going to have more of the best players in the world.
Mm-hmm.
A vast majority of them playing in that tournament, and they're playing with such an energy that it makes it interesting. Whereas whether it's the NBA and the NFL, kudos to them, they at least realized there's no energy in this game.
No.
There's nothing in this game, so let's just get rid of it. And you could debate about the whole flag football thing. They've at least gone a completely different direction. And the only other one that's similar to a regular season game would be Major League Baseball's All-Star game.
Right, and that's even changed a little bit. Not the actual game. The game is still the basic game, but as far as participation, it used to be, the pitchers for the All-Star game would pitch 3 innings, the starters.
Right.
Not everybody. Now the rosters are expanded. They want to try to get everybody to play and all that, which that's fine. But as long as you're not screwing with the game. Right.
And when those pitchers are out there, they're pitching with some juice.
Right. The NBA, as we saw, they tried something different this year. It didn't work. They tried something the year before. It hasn't worked, and it's the player's responsibility, basically, if you're going to have an All-Star game, to make it palatable to your audience. And the NBA All-Star game, really, to use the cliche, jumped the shark. And I think when Kobe left, when Kobe retired, because Kobe wanted to win.
Right.
You had guys who wanted to win. Even before Michael wanted to win, Isaiah, those guys, they wanted to win the game. Yeah, there wasn't much defense played early in the game, but the fourth quarter, especially was close, it was almost like must-see TV in the fourth quarter of NBA All-Star games back in the day. Now it's a joke.
Right.
And the players have to defend themselves, and they can't because they realize it. So the thing about the 4 nations, as how good it was, and how many eyeballs, it's going to be interesting to see when the ratings come out, because Saturday night's game got really good ratings.
Oh, yeah.
So this will too, you would assume. I wonder, because the NBA on TNT was on at the same time, I wonder what had better numbers.
I'll tell you it was hockey.
I hope so.
Oh, I would almost guarantee it was the hockey game versus, most people didn't even know the NBA was back yet.
Yeah, that's true.
And some of that's locally here, right? Because the Pistons don't play until tonight.
Right.
So, and we knew that. But I would guarantee that most sports fans, because of the way the NBA has marketed itself and the way the NBA game is trending in terms of popularity, that most people were watching the hockey game last night. Even, fans that aren't hockey fans, they're just sports fans. They wanted to see at least, the beginning of the game. Yeah. And watch a little bit of the intensity to start things off.
They wanted to see if the anthems were going to get booed and all that
sure.
stuff.
But there was drama. It was compelling TV. And what was compelling about the NBA last night? That's why nobody knew. There was nothing that compelled you to turn on an NBA game.
No, it was cool. I turned on TNT for a second during a commercial. It was before the hockey game started, because they started, and Barkley was on the desk wearing a USA hockey jersey.
Yeah. So, and honestly, that's what's compelling about watching anything about the NBA on national TV, is watching Kenny, Shaq, and Charles.
More people. It's funny. I think Kevin Durant might have even alluded to it, or somebody else did. People are more entertained or interested in people talking about the NBA and the off season and free agents and the trades
than they are
watching the NBA, especially the regular season. The playoffs is a different story. I get that, but that's sad.
Oh,
the
it is.
NBA soap operas that take place, during the off season with trades and all that. People are fascinated by that. Once the ball goes up, nobody cares.
Right,
Stoney, I think that there's fatigue to that off-season stuff. That there's been too much of it.
Maybe, but
I think it's wearing on people. hopping around, the trying to put together super teams. I think people are tired of it. I think it was, it started with LeBron and the Heat, really.
Yeah.
And I think people are just like the Suns. It didn't work, and I just think. I think the NBA has credibility issues. I think that's the broad problem.
When you, especially the first couple of days of free agency, right? And then somebody comes out and says, well, the NBA dished out, $2.1 billion in the first 48 hours of free agency. Most everybody is looking at going, that's billions with a B, and we don't even care to watch these players. Like, how can they afford... where's the money coming from? We all know what it is. It's all TV money, and it's advertising and all that, and it's an international game. It's a global game, so you're getting money more than just in the States. But everybody's looking at it, going, okay, we can't relate to that, and we can't relate to these players who aren't going to play all the time. How many times have we seen, the Joel Embiid? How much money he has made by sitting on the bench.
Oh, I know.
It's over $120 million in games that he's never played in.
And you have guys even less than that, different reasons, like Ben Simmons. I mean, he still gets. I mean, the guys. It's a joke.
No, but I just think when you start combining all these things, the fatigue from the off-season soap operas,
right?
The fatigue from load management. I think that around the same time that the LeBron put the Heat together and all that was when salaries just went ridiculous. And average players are making $20 million a year. And I think there's a boiling point for people where it's just kind of like, well, and then they go out there and they're not competitive every night. Like
right.
I think the reason the Four Nations was a success because a lot of people criticize it, including myself ahead of time. Why are you doing this and taking a 2-week absence? Well, guess what? They tried something new and it was a huge success. Bravo to them.
Yeah.
But they compete. To me, the essence of sports is competition. And there doesn't seem to be very much genuine competition in the NBA anymore. It's kind of like, we'll turn it on, we'll turn it off. I need to rest this guy. Michael Jordan played 82 games, 3 straight seasons, I think.
Yeah.
That tenacity is gone. That Kobe killer instinct is gone. And these guys, again, another fatigue for me is these guys are friends. That's okay. Like last night, you had teammates going against each other for countries,
Right.
and they would have fought each other.
No doubt.
They would have checked each other. And you know what? I think in sports in general, this whole little friendliness stuff, it's not for me. I don't like you right now. I might be your friend in the offseason, and I think it's, in general, gone way too far in the NBA. Stoney, you used to rip it.
Oh, yes.
Jermaine O'Neal
And
the Pistons would
Rasheed.
go out to eat before the Palace and
Right.
the Malice at the Palace.
Yeah.
It's like that stuff has grown and grown and grown.
I know. And then that, if you want to get deep in the woods, when did that start? That started as far as basketball with all the AAU and then the travel things, because where these guys from all over the country get together in the summer and they play, and they become friends, which is great.
Right.
But it shouldn't affect the competition.
No, it shouldn't. And, when I was listening to a lot of the talking heads yesterday, PK Subban was unbelievable. I thought he hit the nail on the head. And here's what he had to say yesterday about the exact same topic we're talking about.
Yeah, and competition, he's absolutely right. And you look at the two sports where he talks about, playing hurt and playing injured are two different things.
Yeah.
Where guys we know play hurt more than others is football and hockey. I mean, baseball, how many times would guys say, Now, granted, it's 162 games. I get it. Sometimes guys do need a break, maybe. But back in the day, unless you were really hurt, everybody played 162 or pretty damn close to it.
Right. And but it's also the way the sport is designed.
Right.
Right. It's when he talks about their basketball players going through the motions. If you walk onto a football field, or if you go out there on the ice and you're going through the motions, you are going to get hurt.
Yes.
And it's the same. Like we were always told, you either get in the pile or you get away from it. If you're standing around, somebody's going to fall on the back of your legs. They're going to hit you on the side. You're going to get hurt. You can't go out there on a football field or on the ice and just go through the motions because you're going to get your head knocked off.
248-539-9797. With the NBA taking a hit, the Four Nations. Do you think if you're like a marginal hockey fan or just a sports fan, do you think what we saw, these Four Nations face-off, is going to turn people on to the great sport of ice hockey? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, Planet Fitness is a place where everyone can go work out, especially right now where it's so cold. Maybe you can't go for a run. Maybe you can't work out in the garage because it's just simply too cold. You can go over to Planet Fitness. It's $1 down. It's $15 a month. When you walk through the door, they're always happy to see you. They're welcoming. It's a clean facility, and they're always updating their machines. They've got plenty. If you want a strength workout, they've got everything you need. They got a great variety. If you want cardio, they've got everything that you need. Again, a great variety. And it's $1 down, $15 a month, get you in the door. Every single level of membership that they have offers free fitness training. Where can you get that for $15 a month? If you want a little bit more, you can get the Black Card membership, over 2,600 clubs nationwide. So if you travel or if you just move around the state of Michigan, there's 50 clubs in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. There's somewhere where you can always get your workout in. And with that Black Card membership as well, you have access to all of those locations, plus the Black Card Spa. You also have unlimited guest privileges. So if you don't like working out alone like me, you can always take somebody with you. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Stoney in for Jim Costa, who will be back on Monday, 248-539-9797. We have some ticket text talking, the bump that people might get, hockey might get from, the Four Nations face-off, which Canada won last night in overtime 3-2. And the NBA, which is really getting hammered, not just because of what happened last weekend in the All-Star game, how 30 minutes of basketball was played in a 3-hour television program. Just a lot of the lack of competition in a lot of the NBA games. Now, it's one thing about the Pistons. They fight, they scratch, they claw. They don't fall into this category right now.
Right. It's about the intensity that you play with.
Yeah.
It's got to be compelling. It's got to be something that you're interested in seeing, not just a bunch of big dudes running up and down the floor shooting threes.
Yep.
They compete.
Right.
I have enjoyed watching them this year, especially since January 1st. It's entertainment. That's what this is, but it's entertainment through competition, and most teams aren't playing the way. I made this point, John, before the season. I said the Pistons will probably win more games this year if they do what Bickerstaff does, which is actually just come out and try every night, because every team doesn't try every night in the NBA. Think about that. I mean,
well, and when we had JB on before the All-Star break, one of the things that he talked about, we asked him, how do you, with a young team, an inexperienced team, a lot of these guys, your young core players, have never been in the postseason. How do you ensure that they make it from here, being at the 6th spot? Could they possibly get to 5 or 4 and stay in a playoff position? And he talked about, he even mentioned this a day or two ago. It's about focusing on every possession, not just the games, but every single possession. And when you do that, it does create an intensity, and it creates the fact that there's a sense of urgency. When you watch a lot of these NBA teams play, there's no sense of urgency. And maybe they get to the fourth quarter and it's the final 2 minutes of the game, and they're like, oh, okay, now we're going to try.
That's happened to the Pistons 2 times recently, where they had humongous leads, and then all of a sudden it looked like the other team was like, oh, crap, we're way down, and they try to come back, and they were so big in a hole, like 25-plus points, that they couldn't.
Right. But my point is, okay, for the Pistons, I'm going to be watching the entire game because I want to watch the Pistons. And there is something intriguing. For a regular NBA game, if I turn it on, I've turned it off before they even get to that fourth quarter because it's just boring.
Right. I can tell, though, for feedback, though, ticket text, it's just universal. Like, nobody ever texts us and says, let's talk about the Pistons. Nobody ever texts us and says, what they text us is, I'm not watching the NBA, I'm not watching the Pistons unless they get to the Eastern Finals or something like that. So I think what's happened, this team has been such in a rut that people have forgot about them.
They almost lost a generation, basically, since then they were good till where they are now.
Yeah. They're apathetic towards the team.
Yes, which is worse.
But then the city definitely right now has an NBA problem. Like, there is a tone towards the NBA that people are just very turned off in Detroit by it.
But I also don't think it's just unique to Detroit. We know what our issues are here.
Right.
It's been a team that has been unwatchable. It hasn't been compelling. It hasn't been something that people want to invest in. But even in cities where the teams have been playoff teams, it's not like it's unique to Detroit or Southeast Michigan or the state of Michigan. Like, there's an NBA problem across the league.
Right. The teams that are good, the historic, the Celtics, the Knicks, they're always going to, be very popular or whatever in their towns. And those teams like the Knicks, they play their asses off usually. All right, here's some ticket text. The Pistons would have to be in the Eastern Conference Finals in order for me to watch the NBA. I just can't do it. NBA these days is really bad viewing. I'll watch about 10 Red Wings games a year. If they make the playoffs, I'd for sure watch because playoff hockey is must-see. With that being said, I watched USA-Canada last night. Mm-hmm. That's good. They got some eyes that they usually don't get. As soon as Rieger picked the United States, I knew we were done. He was gloating too a lot on Saturday night. International basketball peaked when Kobe ran through his best friend Paul Gasol on the first play of USA-Spain to set the tone and let people know he wasn't there to be friends. He was there to compete and win for our country.
Yeah.
Look, that's what we talked about this the other day. Say what you want about Kevin Durant. He won the Olympics for them.
Right.
Not this past Olympics? Or
the 2020, which was paid in 21.
Right. What the NHL did was basically the Olympics. Of course it was competitive. the men's basketball team for the U.S. is expected to win, so no one cares if it's competitive. Well, it's been
It's
really
changing.
competitive. I mean, the Serbia game when they had to come back, that was one of the. I was going crazy. It was amazing. The gold medal game was really good. The NBA at All-Star Week is the world against the USA. That would solve the intensity problem. Hopefully, I don't know if it would, because
It's a player issue.
It's an all-star game.
Well, it's a player issue, and I thought it was real rich when you had guys after the All-Star experience talking about they were mad at, the commissioner, or they were mad at the format. Like, the reason that they're trying all of these things is because originally as players, they weren't putting out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All I saw was crap talking about the U.S. You have to say that, don't you?
Well,
All
no, they weren't playing hard.
Okay.
I thought that was the problem with NBA players.
Yes. All I saw was crap talking about the USA to Canada about winning on Saturday. Then they lose last night. No wonder everybody hates us. Reminds me of a certain college team around here a lot of people don't like. I understand the comparison, the big brother, little brother deal with
Fire up chips.
Michigan and all that stuff. But I don't think people are here. There were people who were crap talking Canada. Yes, obviously. I think
It's
a lot of
sports.
it was, yes,
Are we not allowed to trash talk?
a lot of it was in good
And-
fun
and-
too.
It was. And then when you lose, all right, you allow the other side to trash talk a little bit.
I can't remember who it was last night, but one of the broadcasters mentioned that these players were treating that game like it was bigger than Game 7 of the Stanley Cup, and that some of them who are playing hurt tonight will not be playing when they return to the regular season. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cameron and Monroe. Yeah, well, even Matthew Tkachuk said that this game was like more important than when he won the Stanley Cup games. I don't know about that, but
So those players that hurt are going to be load managing their next game.
yeah.
Could be.
Biggest takeaway from Four Nations was how great Larkin looked. He did. The second half of that game, he looked like the best forward on the ice for either team. I gained a lot of respect for him for the tournament. This is Mike from Lake Orion. Did I just hear that commercial right? Piston legend, Grant Long. Well, there's obviously different definitions of what legend. I was going to ask who's a bigger legend, Grant Long or Hooper. Hey, let's talk about the Pistons. Okay. And finally, I stopped going to the massage parlor because they weren't putting out. That's Justin in Baltimore.
You stopped going about 8 years ago.
All right. Michigan State tonight. We'll get into that coming up next. Here's Chris.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery, a 3-2 loss for Team USA Hockey in overtime last night. Connor McDavid got the game winner, and the Canadians celebrated on American soil. They earned the Four Nations title as the NHL prepares to be back in the Olympics in future years. Now, after the game, Brad Marchand, of course, had to throw some shouts at a couple of U.S. players. Well, the U.S. players believe they've shown that they can be a powerhouse in international play after a game that could have gone either way at the end. Jaden Ivey out of his walking boot during Pistons practice yesterday. Still a long way to go for the team's second leading scorer after breaking his leg, but he is progressing. Detroit will resume their regular season tonight in San Antonio, where star Victor Wembanyama will be out for the rest of the season with deep vein thrombosis. And ESPN and Major League Baseball mutually agreeing to end their relationship after over 3 decades of games. The four-letter network wanted a discount from their past deal, and Rob Manfred didn't like the minimal coverage lately on the channel. They could still come up with a solution, but as of now, 2025 will be their final season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris Villar. By the way, Earth to Rob Manfred. You need ESPN more than ESPN needs you. So you might have to take a little less money.
Yeah, this is the last year, so to speak, that Major League Baseball will be on the 4-letter network.
Correct.
We'll see. I think they'll find a way, but it probably will be, like you said, for less money.
Yeah. I mean, look, ESPN's sitting there and said, wait, we pay what, $500 million a year or something like that?
Yeah, 550, yeah.
Yeah, $550 million a year, and you're putting games on Roku for 11 o'clock in the morning for $10 million or whatever they're doing. I mean, seriously.
Same with Apple TV.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797. Tonight at Chrysler Center, Michigan will be hosting Michigan State. First time these teams have met in the Dusty May era.
Yes. The first year of the Dusty May era.
I know.
Yes.
Hope
yes.
Michigan
That's
fans
Dusty,
hope,
not Dustin.
yes. Michigan fans hope it's an era. Not an
yes.
error, an era.
Yes, an era. Yes, and we hope that the era lasts more than 1 year because, we heard about the Indiana job opening up. Mm-hmm. We know his roots in the Hoosier State. But, yeah, we hope that there is an era here in Ann Arbor.
Yes. And what you have here, besides the obvious, rivalry between the two schools and the two fan bases, is something different because of what Michigan had to do to basically get a team together. It's the portals versus the non-portals. And I'm not blaming. That's just the way college basketball, college all sports are right now. Michigan State has refrained from going into the portal a lot. They have had,
It's not like there's nobody from another team on.
Right. Frankie Fiddler, but they don't go really deep sea fishing into the portal like other schools do.
Right.
I mean, they had, what's his name from? The guard from last year was really, really good. What the heck's his name? Tyson
Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine went blank. I mean, because
Right.
he was a transfer. They've had like Bryn Forbes in the past. I think kid Brandon Wood. They've had others. Michigan, because of the coaching situation, and they had guys leave too. Basically, the majority of the team guys who play a lot are portal guys.
Yeah.
I mean, even the ones who stayed from last year was Burnett is a portal player. Obviously, the two big guys, Danny Wolf and Golden, are
Area
portal
51.
players. They even got a guy from the portal from Ohio State, and Roddy Gale.
Yep.
Donaldson's a portal guy, right? I mean, they got tons of them, and that's just the way it is. And they had no choice if they wanted to be competitive.
It's the modern era of college athletics. It's not unique to basketball.
No, I know.
It is football. It's every sport.
Yes. That's what the NIL and the portal has done. Some might like it, some might not like it. Sometimes, in basketball, where you're really good players, because of one and done and things like that, you're used to, losing players. Now it's you lose players, you get them back, you get different players. I mean, it's more free agency like in basketball right now than even football.
Right. Yeah. So there's more portal players for Michigan than there are Michigan State. That's the point of this. Yes.
Exactly.
And I mean, you could look at it both ways where, it's hard to figure out a team. By this time of the year, I think everybody's figured out who's on your team.
Yes.
But on the other side, too, it is the modern way to construct your roster.
Mm-hmm.
And it is Coach Izzo, his reluctance to hit the portal. And I understand it. I trust me, I get it. I would lean more towards Coach Izzo and the way that he does things because of his decades of experience in the way college athletics were built previously versus now. He's kind of handling it like Dabo Sweeney does on the college football side of things. Like he hasn't gone to the portal. In fact, Greg, is it 0 that they've taken out of the portal?
I believe the number is 0, and that's what's different. I mean, Izzo has gotten transfers to supplement their roster, which I've always said, like, you want the transfer portal to supplement your roster.
Exactly.
Football perspective, you don't want to be Clemson, but you don't want to be Florida State.
Right.
Correct. Yeah, and we see what's Clemson been in the last 5 years.
Nothing. Well, not nothing. They were in the playoff this year, right?
No. Were they in the playoff this year?
Yeah, they won the ACC.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
They've been less than. Yes. They're not the plums of the crop, as Stoney would say, in college football anymore.
That's a beauty. Yeah, but it's how teams are constructed right now, and that brings us to tonight's matchup.
Right. Now, like we discussed this briefly a couple of days ago, Michigan's biggest rival in basketball is Michigan State. There's no doubt about it.
Correct.
It's not Ohio State.
No, and I know that after they played Ohio State, both programs said that they would like to play twice a year. I understand that. I don't know if it's feasible by the Big Ten in terms of their scheduling. The one that should face every year is Michigan State.
Do you remember there was a couple years, I know at least one, maybe others, where Michigan and Michigan State were only scheduled to have one Big Ten game, and they played a second game anyway that didn't count in the Big Ten standings? You don't remember that? I do, and it was so weird.
Yeah, here I'm curious though, because obviously that's the way I think of it. Because Michigan State has been the team that has been the more of the gold standard.
Yes.
In basketball than Michigan has. Mm-hmm. So we want to play Michigan State. I'm curious, Michigan State, is the feeling the same? I
think Michigan State, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, 248-539-9797. Michigan State's main rival in everything is Michigan. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, academics, they always feel disrespected. We don't think our school's that good. I mean, that'll always be, Michigan will always be their biggest rival. I do think, though, that there was a time when Michigan had a few down years where it was Michigan. I always thought Wisconsin became Michigan State's biggest rival for a few years on
in basketball.
Yeah, because of the Bo Ryan effect.
Oh, sure.
Dracula.
Yeah. It hasn't really, the Greg Gard era hasn't really carried on as much. Early in a first couple of years, they had
unless you're Juwan Howard.
Never miss an opportunity, do you?
No.
I mentioned it earlier. But yeah, I am curious from Spartan fans, do you see this one as we want to play Michigan twice a year? And maybe you do, because for a long time you had the upper hand, right? And it was 2 wins.
Oh, Michigan would be playing Michigan State at Chrysler, and it was like Breslin, East, so to speak.
Yeah. The Spartan fans traveled.
Yes.
To that team down the road. I know you love how rivals talk about each other.
That's why I love the fact Izzo says Michigan, right? Dusty May was saying Ohio State. He says Michigan State. It's more the jackholes in Columbus more than anybody else. Although Mel Tucker used to say, the team down the road.
Right, that's why. That's why I referenced that. Yeah. Yes. It's coming from the woodshed.
Yes. Hey, they're just a phone call away, aren't they, Mel?
It's not even a long distance call. You can spend as long a time as you want on that phone call.
I know.
Not going to cost you any extra.
That could be one of my underrated all-time Morse takes. I like the way Michigan State was building their program. I love the way Tucker's doing it. The modern football, the way they're
transfer portal,
the transfer portal, all this stuff. Relating to the players, hanging out with a cigar,
posting
dogs. Yeah, they're doing it the right way. Harbaugh needs to be more like Mel Tucker. Okay. All right. Well, 3-2-1 on your text. Well, at least Mel Tucker didn't cheat. Cheated on his wife, though.
I don't even need to go there. I know Stoney will.
So tonight's game, does it mean as much to is this a bigger game for Michigan or Michigan State, John?
So, I mean, I know in terms of the rankings, rankings don't really mean anything right now. But Michigan is 12, Michigan State's 14. You look at the power rankings that I think it was CBS Sports. Michigan was 5, and I don't think Michigan State was in the top 10. None of that really matters. It's about the perception of the programs. And I think the perception is still that Michigan State with Izzo, and we all know you start with a hard schedule, and, he talks about scheduling hard and that this team is, all the Izzo's things that we talk about. And then by the end of the year, they're playing high-level basketball. I think this one is bigger for Michigan because beating Michigan State in basketball really means something. And the fact that they are a team right now atop the Big Ten, if you ask most people outside of Ann Arbor or East Lansing, and really outside of Big Ten country, and you said, who do you think is the top of the Big Ten? Most people would say Michigan State.
Right.
Not knowing what the actual records or Purdue. Yeah, they wouldn't say Michigan. So for the perception of how your program is perceived, what that is, this is a bigger opportunity for Michigan than it is Michigan State.
248-539-9797. And it's also going to be interesting to see how this game breaks down to a certain extent with, Michigan with, their bigs, but Michigan State has a lot of them.
Yes.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, we're talking college basketball, and we know that March is right around the corner, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from, hey, maybe it's the conference tournaments at the end of the year. Maybe it's a tournament upset. Even who's going to be cutting down the nets at the end of the season. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's absolutely no better time to do it than right now. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. So all you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March gets here. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That gave the United States a 2-1 lead. Canada tied it on a beautiful shot by Sam Bennett. What a great shot that was. He had a little bit of room up top, and he beat Hallebeck, and then in overtime. As we know, Connor McDavid with the game winner as he was left all alone. Austin Matthews turned the wrong way, and McDavid in the slot. Really nice play by Marner. And Canada wins it 3-2. Well-deserved. Great game, great tournament. And everybody who's a hockey fan, and even those who were watching, from afar, not big hockey fans, really should have enjoyed the entertainment of it and the competition of it. And kudos to our Canadian friends. They won.
Yep. And
we lost. All right. Michigan State tonight. We'll take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Do want to get a little football news for you, and concerning a former Detroit Lion who most people really like, but there are some people who can't stand them. But anyway, and his name is Matthew Stafford. And, sportsbetting.ag has come out with odds for Stafford's next team in case the Rams and he do not come to an agreement on a new contract. Because the rumor is that they want to get rid of him, trade him. So here are the odds. The Detroit Lions, by the way, 50-1.
Okay.
The only way that would happen is if Goff got hurt during the off season. That would
right. It would have to happen pretty much now.
Yes. All right. So the leading team, as far as odds goes, the Minnesota Vikings at 3-1.
Okay.
Giants at 4-1. Raiders 5-1. Colts 6-1. Jets at 8-1. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 9-1, and then there's a bunch of others as well.
So let's just talk about him being in division with the Vikings. I know that there's a lot of people that, can Matthew Stafford just go away? I have no problem with that. We've beaten Matthew Stafford. We will beat Matthew Stafford again. We've beaten the Vikings. We will beat the Vikings again. I don't care.
Mine has nothing to do with Matthew Stafford going away, the stories and all that. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just looking talent. I would rather face the Minnesota Vikings with Sam Darnold or J.J. McCarthy or whoever else they're going to put in there than Matthew Stafford, because I think Matthew Stafford is better than all of them. So that's why.
Oh, there's no question.
That's my reason.
Right. I'm just not afraid of it.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
No, but if you listen to some talk show host, it's oh my gosh, if he goes there, they're a lock to win the Super Bowl, the division. The Lions will never actually make the playoffs again. And is it possible that he unlocks more of Justin Jefferson and Atkins and Hockenson? Absolutely, he's a better quarterback. Or Addison, yeah, sorry. But again, I'm not as concerned as most people. I like the great competition that the Vikings were.
I know you're never been one of those guys who said, I hope we play this team because they're easier.
No, I want to play the best, which is what I love about this upcoming schedule. Is you are playing, and especially on the road, the best quarterbacks and some of the best teams in all of the NFL, and it's a chance to prove that you are the best. If you're going to be Super Bowl champs, if we keep talking about a Super Bowl championship, then you have to be the best of 32.
Right.
So playing any one of the other 31 should not scare you. And I don't care who it is. But there is another scenario for where Matthew Stafford may end up. It was reported yesterday, I think I saw it on ESPN, that they have begun conversations about trading Matthew Stafford, and we know that they've already went public, and Cooper Kupp went public with that they want to trade Cooper Kupp, that they would both be traded as a package deal.
Oh, the Stafford Kupp package?
Yes. To the Pittsburgh Steelers, who need a quarterback.
Yeah.
They also need somebody like Cooper Kupp, and this was the advantage of throwing Cooper Kupp into the deal, not that he's a throw-in, that George Pickens needs a little veteran leadership to get his head on straight, to play a little bit more consistent, to not be such of a drama queen. And I think this would be a great addition for the Pittsburgh Steelers. First of all, quarterback, huge upgrade.
Yes.
Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, it's a huge upgrade. And George Pickens is a really good receiver. You put Matthew Stafford with a really good receiver, and you're going to get better results. And you put Cooper Kupp, and you have two weapons. Now you're going to get better results. Now, I don't know if they re-sign Najee Harris or not, what they're going to do with the offensive line, because they're going to have to upgrade the offensive line if Matthew Stafford's going to be you're going to make that investment. You got to make the counter investment in offensive line.
So what does your sources or the ESPN see? What would the compensation be?
Well, the Rams want draft capital. It didn't say what it would be, so it's not going to be Kupp for Pickens and Stafford for Justin Fields. That's not. It's not player for player. It's that it would include picks and likely at least a first round pick, and then other compensation to be determined later. But
that's interesting. He would definitely help them. Both of them would help them there. It'd be good. Mike Tomlin, Arthur Smith's their offensive coordinator.
Yep, their offensive coordinator.
I think it makes them better, obviously. But the Rams, what would they do? Aaron Rodgers.
That would be so entertaining.
I know.
I'd be so happy to see that relationship.
Aaron Rodgers and Sean McVay.
Yeah.
2 peas in a pod. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
There's an employee at a Macomb County donut shop that shot and killed an alleged armed robber on Thursday afternoon. Apparently, there was a man in his mid-30s walked into Golden Donuts with what appeared to be a gun while demanding cash. Well, an employee there also took out a gun during this robbery, shot the suspect. The suspect was able to leave, drove away from the scene, was found a short distance away in his vehicle, transported to a local hospital where he later died from his injuries. The employee was interviewed by police and released. Man. A popular sledding hill in Westland is closed after multiple serious injuries have been reported. The hill, which is known as Dead Man's Hill, is closed indefinitely after a 10-year-old girl was injured on Wednesday. Officials say the girl and her friend were there sledding when they slid into water near the hill. The girl was seriously hurt, along with 2 adults as well who were hurt during this sledding incident. Now, earlier this morning, I talked about this, and I think I got it a little wrong. I read the article a little backwards. It wasn't the child, 10-year-old, seriously injured, but I don't know her injuries. It was an adult who got seriously injured, a traumatic brain injury. I read it as it was the mom of the daughter.
Oh, okay.
However, it was the mom of the adult who was talking. So this woman, I guess, went into the woods while she was sledding, hit her head on a tree. Ooh. She remains in critical condition after suffering a traumatic brain injury. The mother also says she suffered a stroke during the incident. So I read that as it was the 10-year-old.
Yeah.
10-year-old was seriously hurt, but I don't know her injuries.
Yes, so when you said a stroke for a 10-year-old, I never heard of a child.
I hadn't either.
Having a stroke.
Well, I mean, when you have internal injuries, a lot of things can happen.
So,
I know.
I had I read and took the article the wrong way. So fixing that. But they do say anyone who goes sledding on this hill now will be issued a citation. So stay away. The woman accused of abandoning her, well, not accused, she did, abandoned her 3 children for several years, had her bond set at $250 million. On Thursday, Kelly Bryant was formally charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. The judge said the bond was necessary because she deemed Bryant a flight risk and also a danger to the community, to any children under the age of 18. The judge said, you know what, if she could have had it her way, she would have said no bond, but she said legally she had to issue a bond. But she did note that she has concerns that this woman could try to contact those 3 children.
Yeah.
And tell
try
them.
And coerce them.
Yeah. And to not communicating or, with the authority. So if you've got little ones at home, you got to listen up. There's some changes coming to Michigan's car seat laws for this year. It goes into effect April 2nd. It's interesting because I thought this already was the law. So I didn't realize it's changing.
There's just some adjustments.
Yes, some. So let's see. Children must remain in a rear-facing car seat until at least 2 years old or until they outgrow the height and weight requirements. Yeah. I thought that always was the law. But previously it was under 1 should remain rear facing. Additionally, children must use a car seat rear or front facing until at least 5 years old or until they outgrow
the seat. Yeah.
The seat, right? And previously the law required children under the age of 4 in a car seat. And then there's no changes to the booster seat requirements. It says there remains that children under the age of 8 or less than 4 feet 9 inches tall need to use a booster.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Ted will be on his car seat next week.
How tall is he?
You know what? Actually, so Jack went through a growth spurt recently. So this weekend we're going to do the remeasurement, and I'll have that answer for you on Monday.
All right.
By the way, you want to feel old, especially Gov, because he's been there from the beginning. Monday, my daughter's turned 25.
Oh, how exciting.
25 years old. Oh, my Lord. That's incredible. All right. Coming up next, the Tigers. Baseball, spring training, Grapefruit League action tomorrow. What do you think? Was last year a fluke or a mirage? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. I know a lot of people slept a little later today because they went to bed a little later because they stayed up for overtime last night.
Yep.
Canada defeated the United States 3-2 to win the Four Nations face-off. A tremendous game. Congratulations to Canada. Connor McDavid with the winning goal. Dylan Larkin was really good last night. Dylan Larkin was really good the whole tournament and showed that he definitely belonged. The Pistons back in action tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. And Wemby is done for the year. That's kind of sucks for the league, sucks for the Spurs. But knowing the Spurs, although they did win last night, they'll somehow, be in the lottery, and just like Tim Duncan and like Wemby, you watch, they'll get Cooper Flag. Yeah. It's just the way it works for some strange reason. Wings back in action tomorrow afternoon. Back-to-back games at LCA. It's the Minnesota Wild tomorrow afternoon. And then Sunday at 6, it's the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. All right. Also tomorrow, Tigers spring training. The Grapefruit League begins. There were some games yesterday, but the Tigers don't start until tomorrow when they take on the Philadelphia Phillies. And Kenta Maeda is going to make his debut.
Yep. A lot of guys will make their debut.
Yeah, first game, yes.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, okay, first, their debut for the season,
well,
but
because
yes.
That's Maeda, obviously, was on the team last year.
Really excited to see these guys, and we probably won't be able to see them. I don't know if it's actually going to be broadcast anywhere we'll be able to watch. If anybody knows, I tried to look yesterday if it's MLB, if it's Tigers website. I don't know that you'll be able to actually see it, but you'll be able to hear it over on our sister station, 1270.
That's right.
It will be broadcast, so you get a chance to hear. Gov, is Dan doing the game? That we get the A team? There's no.
Dan will be on it. I'm not sure about color yet.
Okay,
that changes a lot in the.
In
spring training.
Yeah, but this is a moment that I will be turning my radio on, no matter what I'm doing, to listen and hear Dan's voice. It is, to me, the start of spring, and it doesn't look like it out here, but it starts to feel a little bit more like summer, spring, Tiger season. All of that is right around the corner, and it's the excitement. What is this team going to be this year? It's our first opportunity to hear anything about live baseball.
Yeah, no, and it's actually a little bit early this year. The regular season opener is March 27th against the Dodgers, so
yeah.
It just seems like it came on really quick, and it's kind of interesting. I know you mentioned this very early in the show, but the weather is actually supposed to start warming up around here a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And it just feels like, yes, we're at the end of the marathon, and with that is baseball. I mean, there's nothing like just hearing the first games and
the crack of the bat.
Getting jealous of the weather down there.
Yeah.
But then it's also starting to turn here. But, yeah, I think I'm very curious about where Tiger fans are at. This team made the playoffs last year.
They were 6 outs away, basically, from going to the ALCS.
They won a round.
Yes.
Their general manager gets quite a bit of heat around here, it seems like, for not spending and ownership. This team made the playoffs last year, people. And I'm getting the feeling that people think it was a fluke. And that my expectation is that they will make the playoffs.
Yes. That's my expectation as well, that they take a step forward.
So is it a failure if they don't?
It's weird. To answer you, I do think last year was a fluke, but I still think they're going to make the playoffs this year. I don't think the two have anything to do with each other.
Oh, no?
No.
The development of the young players didn't mean anything?
Well, no. I mean, it's fine. Yeah,
building on that for this year?
No, they'll get better. But I'm saying the whole chaos and all that kind of stuff, that I don't think that is sustainable. That's all I'm saying.
No. And
Right.
I think most people think it is, but
Right.
you can use it still when you need it.
Yes.
But they do have pretty good pitching.
Yes, they do.
You know, and
Pretty
if
good. They got great pitching.
If Job comes on and contributes at some point during the season, which I think he will in the latter half, and the hitting, I think, gets a little bit better.
Right.
I don't see why people would think they wouldn't. I would equate last year's Tiger season maybe to the Lions 9-8 year where they missed out on the tiebreaker.
That's
and
possible.
what was it, Seattle that got in?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Tigers just lost, or the Tigers benefited from, a a slim margin against their competition to get in the playoffs. But I do think the Tigers are on the path, and there seems to be like this feeling to me like, it was just a cute little thing last year, and I don't sense like an excitement towards the season.
A belief.
Yeah.
There's no belief. And Stoney, like you, I don't think they do it the same way. I think this year it's more of a traditional path where you got starting pitchers more than just one, and then chaos for the next 4 days. You're going to have Tarik Skubal. You're going to have Jack Flaherty. You're going to have Reese Olson. Where the chaos may come in is
if there's injuries.
Well, but even to start the season, injuries aside, because Cobb won't be there.
Right.
So it is, what is Casey Mize going to be? Is he, is this the year where he finally makes that recovery from Tommy John and he's what we had hoped, even a measure of what we hoped he would be? Is he going to be number 4? Is it going to be Maeda? Will Jackson Joe be in the starting rotation at the beginning of the season?
Will Matt Manning make the team this year? I don't know. Everybody's, he's got a new number. I know all this stuff that you read about spring training. I don't know. I'm looking at the over-unders. Okay. So the Tigers and I believe it's the Minnesota Twins are co-favorites, 83.5. That's from the Action Network. Cleveland, who won the division last year, 82.5. Kansas City also at 82.5, and the White Sox at 52.5.
How many divisions have 4 teams over 500 on over-unders?
I don't know.
I think that's why they're all maybe a little low.
Yeah,
they don't
probably.
have a clue who's going to. They're protecting themselves against any of them.
Probably, yeah. So 248-539-9797. Is it a failure, do you think, if the Tigers don't make the playoffs? Because I agree with you. I do think it's a failure because the division is not that strong. I do expect them to get better. And look, they did make it last year, whether it was a fluke or whatever. That's irrelevant to me right now. I just think they're going to be better, and I think they should make the playoffs. And if they don't, it's going to be because of a catastrophic injury or something like that.
So let me ask you this. Not that I want to go position by position, but Colt Keith in his second year, moving to first, Gleyber Torres at second. Is that going to be better offensively, those two guys, than they were last year? I think Colt Keith will probably take a step forward.
Yes, hopefully,
and Gleyber Torres, I think he'll do better because it was Spencer Torkelson at first last year for a large part of the season.
So Torres will do better than the second baseman last year, who was Keith, who'll probably do better than the first baseman there last year.
Right, so the combo, I think, will be an upgrade. Now, you think about the other side of the field. Now, here's the big question. Defensively, who's going to be the third baseman? We talked about that ad nauseum. And whether it's Vierling, Jace Young, or if it's Hao Yu Lee, he capitalizes on the momentum that he has going into spring training. And Trey Sweeney at shortstop. Dare I say?
Yeah,
Javi.
Who knows? Yeah,
do we expect that will have more production? Whatever combination it might be, will be better than the combination that they had last year.
I think it's probably the same or a little better. Yeah.
A little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit better. I'll take a little bit better.
Yes.
All right, and the pitching situation, Tarik Skubal.
I don't know if you can expect him to be better than he was last year, but he'll be hopefully. I don't know if he's going to win another Cy Young, but he'll be really, really good.
We only had Flaherty up until the trade deadline,
correct.
So we get a whole season with him.
Hopefully he won't have to do back injections and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. That's something to worry about.
Reese Olson.
Hopefully he won't get hurt. Yes.
Jackson Jobe. Casey Mize.
Casey Mize, I don't know, man.
But I'm talking about in terms of
better than he was last year. I don't know. He might not even make the team.
No, I agree. But will the starting five, and some of it is with the idea that they don't have to go to the pitching chaos as much early in the season, but they'll have at least 3 in the rotation that you could count on to start the season.
Yes, you would think so. So, yeah, I mean.
Jake Rogers behind the plate. No, I mean, offensively, you're not going to get a whole lot.
No.
I mean, maybe some key hits here and there. But
Dingler will be the backup the entire season, so that might be an upgrade. I don't know.
Yeah. And we didn't even talk about the outfield with Riley Green and Parker Meadows.
Carpenter, DH.
Right.
Or outfield.
I have higher expectations going into this year than I certainly did last year. And part of that is the excitement coming out of a playoff run. Mm-hmm. I think if they don't make the playoffs this year with this roster, do I expect them to make the World Series and win the World Series? No. I do expect them to be a postseason team.
Yeah, I do too. I think they should, at least get one of the wild cards. You would think. I mean, they're good enough to win the division. I still think Cleveland might be a little bit better, but other than that, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it would be a failure if you go from where they were last year, where they got to the second round, they got to the ALDS, almost got to the ALCS, and not make the playoffs. Yeah, step down. That would be a failure. 97 won the ticket.
A personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Great game, great tournament. Canada wins it 3-2. McDavid with the goal. 248-539-9797. Open lines if you want to talk about that. That's fine as well. We were talking a little Tiger baseball here, and we checked the over-unders, and the Tigers and the Minnesota Twins are both 83.5. Cleveland's at 82.5, along with Kansas City. And Chicago's at 52.5. And Gov, yes, your answer is correct. Tigers are the AL Central is the only division with 4 teams with 81 or more wins as their over/under totals. However, they're the only division with nobody over 90 either. So there's no great team in there.
It's going to be tight.
Yes, it is. All right, here's some ticket texts. If anyone's criticism of Scott Harris is, quote, he didn't spend, they've absolutely zero ball knowledge and just follow the crowd. They're like now middle of the pack, right? Isn't that what everybody wanted? Middle of the pack? They're like 17th or 18th?
Well, the people that will point out, though, that some of that's Javi, and they'd be bottom tier team
without him.
that.
Well, that's not Scott Harris. He didn't sign him to that contract.
Listen, my belief here is I was really fascinated by what they've done last year, and me and Jim especially have sparred in terms of the way the Tigers are doing this, and I have been patient with it because I think it requires patience in baseball. I think what the Tigers are going to end up doing here is blend and spend. That's what this is going to be. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a blend of Moneyball, and they're going to spend strategically. And I think Bregman, they didn't do it recklessly.
No.
And you have to understand that this team has to operate with a budget at all times.
Although
the market that they're in. But they do. I'm not being a defender here completely. They better spend eventually.
Although I would say offering that guy 6 years is kind of reckless.
Yes, well,
which is fine. I mean,
yeah, but
whatever.
Hey, here's the deal with the Tigers. This is that I believe in baseball right now. If you have 2 guys playing third base, one's a righty and one's a lefty, and you match them up correctly against the opposing pitcher with using analytics, that they can perform above average collectively. I think that's what the Tigers are doing, and people might not like that. The Tigers are taking an approach that our lineup's not going to look the same every day. They're playing matchups. That's what they did last year. They exposed matchups. I mean, who in the playoffs changes their leadoff hitter based on matchups? Malloy was against the lefty, Boyd.
Right.
And Meadows led off. Now, Meadows needs to prove that I think he needs to become an everyday leadoff hitter this year. He needs to be, when he's facing the lefties, be able to lead off and handle it because of his speed.
Yep. This offense is going to hold them back. They didn't improve offensively enough. Gleyber Torres isn't enough. That's fair. However, you are not allowing the natural progression of people like Riley Green, even Kerry Carpenter, and others, Colt Keith, to get better.
Well, and so Kerry Carpenter, it's just a matter of staying healthy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, he missed a large chunk of last year. Mm-hmm. When he came back, it also coincided with them going on their run.
Drew in Woodhaven texts, no spending or anything longer than a 1-year deal equals no excitement. The owner and GM do not seem to believe that there's any reason to be encouraged enough in this team to invest in it, so why should I? That's from Drew in Woodhaven. Well, they tried with Bregman. And
they ultimately didn't get the deal done, but it's not for lack of money or years.
Right. They definitely do need another right-handed bat, and whether it's through trade or whatever, there's still a couple of people hanging around who don't have jobs yet. What the Tigers did to finish out the season was once-in-a-lifetime thing we haven't seen in like 50 years. I don't think they're that much stronger. I think their offense is going to be better.
I think the biggest yes, I think their offense is going to be better. I'm curious as to how much better, but this is also a pitching staff that at the end of last year, part of that, what made that so unique was the chaos and the ability to pull the strings at the right time that A.J. Hinch did. I don't think he's going to be forced to be pulling all of those strings early on in the season.
The Tigers need to be patient with Job. I see what you did there. No belief. I think we win the division. Okay, good.
Yes.
Worst defensive infield in all of baseball, no right-handed hitting, and 2 catchers who can't hit their weight. Oh, and 2 garbage cans by the name of Maeda and Cobb. Last year was a facade. 4th place is the most likely finish. That's Damon and Fraser. Well, a lot of baseball, obviously, especially if you don't have a great team, is based on hope and ifs. And I'm sitting there. Cobb, to me, I wasn't a big fan of that signing.
Yeah.
And Maeda, look, he struggled last year, but the flip side is he probably can't do worse. So if he at least can, do what they thought he would get last year.
Not a great sell.
I know
it can't be worse.
It's not a great sell, but
but okay. So if he isn't, was he not better as a middle reliever?
Yeah,
a long reliever.
He was better.
Okay, so maybe that's where he is in his career, and I try. Here's where I think they continue to be better than a lot of people think. It's A.J. Hinch. Mm-hmm. I think he is one of the best managers in all of baseball. We saw it last year, how he was able to manufacture wins. How many of those wins, obviously players have to go out and perform, but were manufactured by A.J. Hinch?
Quite a few. Guys, we have to judge Keith different, too, now that he's a first baseman who isn't a great fielder. He has to be able to rake for him to be worth it. He's going to be a 800 OPS guy. Good point.
I agree with that.
Yes. The Tigers overachieved to me coming that close to the ALCS, and usually when you overachieve one year, the next year balances out and we don't make the playoffs or get bounced wild card. To me, if they don't make the playoffs, it's a failure.
With Meadows and Keith, think about if they just avoid the long slumps.
Yeah, the prolonged
Think about the difference that will make on the win total just with those two.
And Torres is a proven hitter. I mean, he's not going to be
and he's on a
all-star.
contract year. He's going. I mean, this is humongous for him to make money in the future.
To me, it's simple as if Skubal starts 35 games and we miss the playoffs, it's a failure because we have the weapon. We don't have the weapon. We have the weapon to win you a World Series. He's like an average team having an elite goalie in the playoffs. If he continues to be what he's doing, yes, absolutely. This is the year the young development has to take its toll for them. Job needs to contribute. Meadows needs to show last year wasn't a fluke. Young needs to show signs. If we win 85 and miss the playoffs, it's not a failure to me. That would be interesting. Win 85. Well, 86 has always been your number, but 85 would be a good season.
Yeah.
I would assume they'd make the playoffs with that, or at least win the division. The Tigers have what it takes to win in the playoffs, an elite starter and then a great bullpen. It's about getting there and being healthy.
Well, and we're also hoping that, the development. And we know that the risk, we saw the risk last year with Parker Meadows. Mm-hmm. We thought that he was going to come and light things on fire, and it took him a long time. It took him a trip down to AAA to come back and be productive. Spencer Torkelson, we have no idea what we probably have an idea. We have a hunch that maybe that's not going to work out, but it could. There's a lot of things that could be better this year than weren't, and I think there's a lot of fans that are looking at it going, they can't possibly do that again, and they're not going to take enough steps forward.
I agree, but in fairness, there's a lot of things that could be worse than they were last year, too. That's the whole thing with baseball, if. All right, coming up next, speaking of ifs, we have 4 teams that have a really good chance of being in the postseason. Definitely, they all have a chance. Who's going to have the best and who's going to have the worst? 97 won the ticket.
You can call it a silver medal for Dylan Larkin. He and Team USA come up just short of their best on best and the first win for USA in that category in over 30 years. Canada defeated the Americans 3-2 in overtime. Connor McDavid finding the back of the net about 8 minutes into the extra period. And of course, U.S. players were pretty down about it. That's Austin Matthews after the loss. Commerce Township's Connor Hellebuck stopped 69 of 74 shots in the tournament. The wing season, that's going to resume tomorrow here in Detroit. Flint's Clarissa Shields, undisputed women's boxing champion in 3 weight classes, confirmed that she has been temporarily suspended for testing positive for marijuana during her last fight earlier this month. The MUCC is investigating. The 29-year-old reiterated it's temporary until she goes to trial for a very small amount of substance and is not stripped of her titles. It's been 734 days since Michigan has beaten MSU in basketball. The two sides will square off tonight in Ann Arbor with first place on the line in the Big Ten. It'll be Dusty May's first time coaching in the rivalry. He has the Wolverines 12-2 in conference play. And Tigers rookie Jackson Jobe throwing his first live bullpen in spring camp. Spencer Torkelson is set to play first base during tomorrow's open exhibition. And then Colt Keith will be at first for Sunday's competition. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris Villar. Great to hear from Austin Matthews. How come we didn't talk about leaving Connor McDavid wide open? I'm not bitter. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. I got one other ticket text I want to read. A healthy Javi is our ticket to winning the whole thing. That's from Jamar in Westland.
A healthy Javi?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt.
Breaking news. A ruling on the show has been made. Jamar is simply fake and a troll. There's no way the same Jamar could believe that Hendon Hooker should always replace Goff and that Javi can help.
Javi's
that person is fake. We always wondered, didn't we, John, on if Jamar and Westland, people have taken a love to him, kind of like a ticket text thing out there where people comment on him all the time. Yeah, and I've always been puzzled if he's real or not.
He's certainly, well, he may be real. Somebody has to be doing it, but it's
AI.
Definitely, yeah.
It's a sports radio AI app that's been created to just go to the contrary every time.
It's a troll that's doing it.
Yeah, and I would have guessed he was a troll because it just happened to. It was always Hooker was the answer no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, Jared Goff could have 5 touchdown passes and he'd still text in Hooker. And I was getting pretty, I just couldn't quite nail it whether he was real or like it was a real take or just trying to get a reaction take.
Yeah, no.
We know your bit's up.
Asked, answered.
TTT, troll ticket text. All right. Tonight, Michigan takes on Michigan State at Chrysler. Michigan is leading the Big Ten. Both Michigan and Michigan State will make the NCAA tournament. The Pistons return to action tonight against the San Antonio Spurs without Wemby, who's out for the season with it's kind of like a blood clot, so to speak. And that sucks for basketball. I mean, he's one of the guys that people do want to watch, either in person or on television.
Yeah.
And the Red Wings return to action tomorrow against the Minnesota Wild. So right now, obviously, like I said, Michigan and Michigan State are going to be in the NCAA tournament. Right now, the Wings, I believe, are the second wild card, correct? And the Pistons are going into yesterday, they were the 6th seed. So Milwaukee won, so they're still the 6th seed. All right. Out of those 4 teams, 248-539-9797, who will have the best postseason and who will have the worst? John, you can start us off.
All right. I think, so if you're going to determine best postseason for Michigan, Michigan State, obviously we think both of them will be dancing. Mm-hmm. And is it simply getting from the field of 64 to 32, or is it getting to the Sweet 16?
Or is it winning the Big Ten championship tournament, which is also part of the postseason?
Okay.
I'm just asking.
All right. Yeah. If that's the best that one of the teams does is win a conference postseason tournament, then it's been a very disappointing postseason. Okay. And so that's the question. Which one of those teams ends up going a little bit further? Wings, do they have enough points to actually get in? And what does that mean for them moving forward? And the Pistons, I think that the Pistons would absolutely, there'd have to be catastrophic injuries or maybe a catastrophic injury for them not to make the postseason. I think they are the most, in terms of the 2 professional teams, the biggest lock to get into the postseason, which seems amazing. But in terms of my comparison, is it for one of our college teams to get to the second weekend? Or is it the Pistons or the Wings to win a postseason series.
Right.
What's more likely? I think it's more likely that Michigan State makes it to the field of 16 than it is the Pistons or the Wings win a postseason series or that Michigan makes it. I just don't think Michigan, there's been too many times, and I know they are top of the Big Ten right now. Some big-time matchups coming up. Number one of them's tonight. I just don't know that how much I trust them right now. I trust them to get a lead. Just not sure I trust them to hold on to that lead when it matters most in the postseason. And so I think it's Michigan State that ends up making the Sweet 16. They may go further, but that's them getting to the Sweet 16 to me seems much more of a quote-unquote lock than the Pistons winning a series, whoever that matchup might be, the Wings getting into the playoffs but winning a series. So I'd say Michigan State.
John, I'm going to agree with you.
Oh, wow.
Which I don't like to do, but I have to. And
a symbiotic show.
Yes, part of that is they do have at least more NCAA tournament experience than Michigan, although it's not been great, obviously, except for the head coach. And then again, which coach most recently went to a Final Four? It was Dusty May.
Yeah, but just not in Ann Arbor.
Right, in Boca Raton.
Yeah, Dusty May. He also may not.
Exactly. The other thing, and you mentioned, the fact that Michigan with the leads. Look, let's be honest, and look, we're just, basically just making not ridiculous, but predictions. We have no idea who they're going to play. Everything, especially in the college basketball tournament, it's about matchups. So if like Michigan is bracketed up against the teams that are smaller team, size wise, Golden Wolf could have a field day. Same thing with Michigan State. Michigan State, they don't shoot the three really well. That's their biggest problem. Michigan turns the ball over too much, and they blow big leads. I think it's close, as we'll find out tonight, but I think Michigan State has they're a deeper team as well, so I think that's the one. And as far as the Wings, I still don't, even though they're in there today, I hate playing schedule game, but I will. They play Carolina 3 times. They play Vegas twice. They play at Washington twice. Their schedule is much harder than some of the other teams they're battling for that last wild card spot. So I'm going to say the Wings will be the most disappointing. The Pistons, because they are in the 6th seed right now, and let's say they end up 6th, they're going to play the Knicks in the first round. I'd be happy if they won a game and get the experience of playing a playoff game at the Garden. And that would be great. Yeah. That's all that's for.
Well, experience for either team.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's the Wings, and I think it's this. Jack and I were talking last night, and I came up with the whole the Tigers, Lions. They've all made the postseason in the last calendar year. It'd be the first time in my lifetime, probably in your lifetime too, Stoney, where all 4 teams within a calendar year could make the postseason.
Right.
And so the Wings are the likely candidate to be the one that would not come through.
Correct.
So certainly we're not going to pick them to have the postseason run at this point.
Right.
And some of it
Although, John, in hockey, once you get in, you never know.
So that's the wild card.
Right.
Is anything can happen. You just need a seat at the table.
Right.
But I don't trust them, even though I know Todd McClellan, it's been great. How do they come out tomorrow? Do they hit the ground running with these 2 games at home? And Dylan Larkin, is he quote unquote tired? Mm-hmm. Is he rejuvenated because he's actually was playing for something? We saw the way that he played. Does that carry over? Does there a little bit of momentum that he brings as captain that takes this team to the next level?
Mm-hmm.
Is kind of it's the great mystery.
Minnesota has 2 guys, so they'll have 2 more. They'll have 2 tired players. They got what?
Yeah, but the way
Boldy
that
and Faber, and Boldy played a lot with Larkin actually.
Right, but one of the things that we all recognized is that Dylan Larkin not only belonged but excelled.
Yes.
Absolutely. And so, is there something that clicked for him in terms of how motivated he is to bring that? And you would think that this Wings roster, with the guys that, Kane, DeBrincat, all of those guys that have experienced playoffs before, that this would be a major push. There's only 27 games left for either the Wings or the Pistons. 27 games. And so it's a sprint to the finish. Don't fall apart like you did last year. There's obviously not the big lead that they had last year, 9 points above the cut line last year, and it just dissipated.
248-539-9797. Who will have the best postseason out of Michigan State basketball, Wings and Pistons, and who will have the worst? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Wings, Pistons, Michigan State, their basketball teams. Who will have the best postseason? Who will have the worst? We got some texts. I'm an MSU fan. I think they're one and done. They're such a bad team, they can't shoot the ball at all. Yeah, the three is a weakness. However, like I said before, it's all about matchups. If they, let's say, they're a 3 seed or a 4 seed, okay? Let's say they're a 4 seed, and they're playing, the 13 seed is a team who's a fast-breaking team or whatever. Michigan State will kill them because they're great in transition. Now, if they play a half-court team where they have to, pass the ball around and shoot threes, yeah, they will have trouble.
I agree with you on that. Because the thing is that Izzo is one of the best coaches in the country in terms of preparing for a tournament. So all you got to do is get the right matchup round one. His record speaks for itself in the second game, round 2, and then all of a sudden you're sitting in the Sweet 16, and it makes no sense. And you still haven't shot threes well.
Right.
I would say the thing with Michigan State is the threes will get them eventually.
Yes.
It's not fixable. I believe the same thing with Michigan. The turnovers and the lulls of letting teams back into games will bite them against a great team.
If you don't address those early on in the season, and the turnover issue has been a turnover issue now through almost every game, if they're not fixed or addressed, and I'm not saying Dusty May hasn't tried to address it, but they're characteristics of players. And if they don't fix it, it's going to be something that holds you back when it matters most.
Now, the wild card, I think, with Michigan is I think somebody like Gale is a potential candidate to blossom here. He might be blossoming, and having what happened down in Columbus on Sunday could be a trigger for that to all of a sudden you get this, wild card March contributor. Well, then that's something that could propel you maybe to a Final Four. But I think both these teams' flaws are so significant that you might get a cute Sweet 16, and then they'll show what they really are.
This could be the first year in a long time that all 4 of our professional sports franchises make the playoffs the same year. Throw in Michigan State and Michigan basketball, and it's a great time to be a sports fan in the state of Michigan. And I know we're not talking about college hockey, but Michigan State, number 1 team in the country, they have a really good chance to win it. Michigan is going to be on the bubble whether they get in the tournament or not.
Yeah, and both their baseball teams are good.
Jamar is actually Valenti messing with you guys. That's from Larry in Brooklyn. Nah. Breaking news: Jamar equals Rieger equals trolls. That's from Scott in Waterford. Jamar would be more like Rieger than Valenti.
But I don't even think Rieger's that big of a troll. Like he's probably the biggest troll that we have. But I think Jamar is taking it to another level, especially with the Hendon Hooker stuff.
I say this way. It could be Rieger just because, first off, it is a 734 area code. No.
the only mind that would work that way would be his.
It's a take that he knows even he couldn't get away with on the radio.
Yeah.
Because he did do a golf topic the other night.
That's why he's going with the ghost account.
Yeah. He could be doing things that he just knows in the end, he'd lose credibility.
The Wings and the Tigers will not make the playoffs. Okay. Hey, Stoney, eat a bag of Richards.
Oh, wow. Going full AB, right?
Hey.
The gummies? Wasn't he throwing those at that was one of the things that he was arrested for. I think he was throwing he had a bag of gummy D's.
Let's go to Jeff. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys. I wanted to chime in there. I think out of the 4 teams, because of the log jam in the NHL between 7th seed and the 12th seed, they're all within like 5 points. So to get in, you got to be playing some really good hockey. So I think if the Wings can get in, the momentum that they would have had to end the season, I think you put them in a 7-game series. I think they have the potential to go the furthest rather than, the Pistons, all they have to do is play 500 ball the rest of the way, and they're still going to be most likely a 6th seed or a 7th seed. So, and then just based on how many rounds the college teams have to do to get to the end, I think the Wings can do the best out of the 4.
Wow. And also you have to realize, Jeff, there's still a trade deadline 2 weeks from today. Yeah. And I know...
Well, I know they have to be playing really good hockey to get in. And I understand. Good momentum going in, and, that all will play a part in the playoffs, but it's that logjam is right now, they're 4 back of Tampa Bay, who's in the 3rd position in the Atlantic Conference. I don't think that they end up getting there. I think they're going to be a wild card team. And right now, it's Ottawa at 62, the Wings at 61. There's 2 teams at 60, Columbus and Boston. Yes, it is a logjam, but they're right in the thick of it.
And Boston lost one of their best players, maybe for the whole season, in
Could
McAvoy.
Be. Yeah.
Michigan has Final Four potential. Wings and Pistons are on the edge and might not get in. Sparty will lose in the first round like usual. That's from Mike.
I would be shocked, and I think there'd have to be a catastrophic injury or injuries for the Pistons not to get in.
I agree. I don't think Michigan has Final Four potential, but in college basketball, there are a lot of teams lately that have made Final Fours. How the hell?
Greg, you got to get hot at the right time, right?
Yes, and I heard that about Wisconsin. They're getting hot now at the right time. Now's not the right time. It's February.
No, it's like the other team in the
March is the right time. A month from now is the right time.
The other team in the Big Ten that's getting hot right now is Maryland. They're playing really good basketball.
By the way, just one thing, like people talk about, it's about the matchups. Remember, not the death, but this is a single elimination basketball tournament with 18 to 20-year-olds. It is a random number generator more than anything else based on the potential that you have.
Right. There are some people, I have a friend of mine who thinks it's the worst way to decide a championship in sports because it's
what makes it unique.
I know.
I'll say this to Greg. I want to see if Greg agrees with this. Now is the time that you get yourself overseeded and then you get upset in the first round of the tournament. Meaning you're peaking too early. Or
right.
You're the trendy thing. I like this team. Look, watch out. They're my sneaky 3-seed Final Four team. And then they get bounced and you're sitting there and your bracket's on fire.
Yeah.
Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a man who tried to commit an armed robbery at a Macomb County donut shop was shot and killed by a store employee. Officials say a man in his 30s walked into Golden Donuts on Harper Avenue with a gun, demanding cash, and that's when an employee drew his own gun, fired one shot at the suspect, who was able to drive away from the scene, but then later passed away at the hospital from his injuries. Police say they interviewed the employee.
Self-defense.
He was released. Yeah.
Good for him.
Delta is offering $30,000 to passengers who were on that flight that crashed and then flipped upside down at the Toronto airport. A spokesperson for the company, for Delta, says that this is a gesture that has no strings attached and does not affect everyone's rights. All the passengers on board did survive, 76 passengers, 4 crew members, and they also say all 21 who were injured have been released from the hospital, which is great news. One passenger, Brian Erickson, talked to Good Morning America basically about the whole experience, the terrifying moments leading up to the impact, and then also about that $30,000 offer.
I'm sure, yeah.
It sounds
$30,000 to anybody would be extremely helpful.
Yes.
Everything surrounding that crash is still under investigation. San Antonio star Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the regular season after he was diagnosed with a blood clot in his right shoulder. He was actually diagnosed with deep vein thrombosis after returning from the All-Star game. Sources say he is beginning treatment immediately, and the Spurs are working under the expectation that he is going to make a full recovery, and they say it's even possible that he could play this summer for France in the European Championship if he chooses to.
Good.
And it sounds like treatment for this is blood thinning medication, and it's recommended that those in contact sports avoid playing while using this medication because there's a heightened chance of bleeding.
Right. Yes. So. And I think it's 6 months that he is out for sure. Like it's non-negotiable 6 months that you've got to be on this medication, and then it's a matter of being able to get off of it.
Yep. 3 very, very pricey vehicles belonging to new Miami quarterback Carson Beck and his girlfriend were stolen in South Florida on Wednesday. Police are currently looking for Beck's Mercedes and Lamborghini, but they do say
he's a college quarterback, right?
He is. Mm-hmm. He is 22 years old. They say an SUV belonging to his girlfriend has been recovered. The theft comes obviously about a month after he transferred to Miami following 5 seasons at Georgia. And it's unclear who stole them or why. I mean, besides the fact that they were very nice vehicles. But it does come at a time where other, and I don't know if you want to consider him a high-profile athlete, but other high-profile
He's a
athletes
well-compensated athlete.
Yes.
have been targeted.
So does his girlfriends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is.
Girlfriends.
Yeah.
You said S? Girlfriends?
Oh yeah,
His
I
girlfriend.
meant, well, they're twins. The Kevin. I know. I know.
Don't you think they switch?
I
Keep
know.
going, Stoney.
I
Keep
know,
talking.
I know he's only going out with one of them.
And
I forget-
twins.
Is his Holly? I believe is her name. I don't know.
Hannah.
Hannah.
Yes, maybe that Holly's the other one. I don't know what the twin
I know
sister's
it was
name
an
is.
Prestige.
I know it was an H.
An Amazon driver has turned himself in after he was caught on camera running over a pedestrian in Baltimore and then just taking off. It happened on Tuesday evening. There's video. You can see this Amazon driver waiting at a stoplight. Light turns green, pulls forward, doesn't see that there's a woman crossing the street right in front of him, hits the woman, drags her, and then drives over her. The driver did get out, checked on her for about 30 seconds, and then got back in the truck and took off. Several witnesses were there, made sure this woman was okay, which she is. She's going to be fine. But the driver no longer works for Amazon and is facing charges of negligent and reckless driving. Everything is still under investigation, though, because they do say that there was the crosswalk was not. There was no walk signal, so she was crossing at the wrong time as well. But that also says he was over the line at the stoplight. Anyway, he's out of a job facing charges.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, the Four Nations face-off. How much can the NHL get out of this? And is the NBA jealous? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And why can I tell you this? Is because it's exactly what they did for me. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. 248-539-9797. We've had a lot of discussion here on today's show regarding Michigan State, the Pistons, the Red Wings, as they come off of this break that they've had for the last 2 weeks. Obviously, the big matchup tonight, Michigan versus Michigan State. And it would be, obviously, we want to get a chance to talk about all of that. So if you want to get in the conversation, again, that number, 248-539-9797. But the Four Nations matchup, obviously, the U.S. lost last night in overtime. The best player in the world scored a goal in the first overtime to win it for Team Canada. So props to Team Canada, tip of the cap. They did what they had to do to win that tournament. Obviously, the U.S. won last Saturday night, and it was emotional. All those emotions carried over into people wanting to see and watch that game last night. But Stoney, let me ask you this question. There's a bump in regards to the amount of people that were watching that from Saturday to last night. Now, we don't know what the exact numbers are. We won't know that for a couple of days. But I got to believe with the hype going into it here in the United States and in Canada, there was more people watching that than they did Saturday night because of the way Saturday night played out.
Oh, yes. And you mentioned the hype. Everybody was talking about it for the, since Saturday night, really.
Right. Will there be a bump in regards to the amount of people that will now carry that over to the NHL season and be watching their respective teams?
I think, though, there might be a bump watching their respective teams as long as they're, in playoff contention or a good team. When it comes to like the average sports fan who really doesn't care that much about hockey, I don't think it'll be a significant bump. I think maybe in the playoffs, if you get some marquee players playing in the playoffs that are on national television, players that you mentioned, McDavid and obviously some others, McKinnon, those guys, on our team, Austin Matthews, and even, for a lesser extent, Hollebuck and things like that, names that became familiar to the non-hockey fans, they'll probably watch for the playoffs.
I think there was a risk, obviously, in doing this, and then the risk is injury and all of those different things.
Yes.
But in regards to the bump that they may get, it may not be as big as maybe NHL, the brass were hoping. But it was, I think the hit that the NBA is taking right now is probably greater than the bump hockey will get.
Probably. Where hockey gets an advantage as far as the bump up, there are people in the sport, particularly the Kachucks, that the average sports fan
didn't know the name.
Right, exactly. And I don't know how much of the pregame you watched. They did a great stuff with his dad, and all going out to pizza close to where they grew up, which was his father grew up in Boston. They grew up all over the country because of where Keith played. But yeah, there's a lot of those guys will become more mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good, and it's good for them. Endorsements and things like that.
Well, yeah, and then we heard. In the last couple of days, especially because of the uniqueness of it. It was national pride. Mm-hmm. How much this meant to those that were playing for Team USA, for Finland, for Sweden, but and obviously for Team Canada. But it is, I think there's a stark difference in what we just saw from the hockey world versus what we saw from the basketball world.
Oh, it's not even close. I mean, because they both were over the same period of time to a certain extent. They were both labeled as exhibitions.
Yes.
But, comparing, what the Four Nations to NBA All-Star Weekend, there's not even a comparison. It's like comparing like bowling balls to tennis balls.
Or, Stoney, it would be like comparing if the Summer Olympics were up against the NHL All-Star Weekend.
Right. Pretty much.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Or a
FIBA
World Tournament.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. The NBA, the ratings did come out for their All-Star Weekend.
They were horrible.
They were horrible. And we've talked about this, the waning interest in the NBA. And part of that is, here in Detroit, right, we haven't had a whole lot to cheer about. Now we do. And part of what makes this Pistons team unique and special is the turnaround from last year. but it's also the fact that they play every single game like it does matter.
Yeah.
You don't get that in the NBA.
No.
And the NBA All-Star game didn't matter. And they
Correct.
played as such.
Right.
These four-nation face-offs and matchups clearly mattered to all teams involved.
Look, I think everybody's got their favorite theory about why the NBA is less than it has been previously. My theory is that the NBA is actually having a bit of a problem that the NHL once had, maybe still does have, is that the parity in the NBA, especially in the playoffs, is greater than it's ever been, meaning the regular season is maybe not as meaningful. And you can do damage in the NBA playoffs as a lower seed. Maybe not as much as the just get in factor as the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Not even close.
But I think there's more parity in the playoffs. And just like the NHL, the Stanley Cup playoffs, there is a noticeable uptick in intensity in the playoffs.
Correct. Look,
the NBA playoffs are great, but that does come at a cost of the regular season.
Yes. Well, let's not kid ourselves. As much as we talk about hockey, and I love it, there are some regular season games where I don't say teams mail it in per se, where it's not that good of a product. I mean, we saw it here for the Red Wings for a while, where they would basically sleepwalk through games, and it was not very good. Now, obviously, it's different because it's more physical, but the NHL has some of that too. Not nearly, don't get me wrong, as much as the NBA does, but it's
well, the issue with the NBA for me is what I just mentioned about the Pistons. It feels like every possession matters. JB said that, coming out of the break, that every position was going to matter for a very young team, an inexperienced team for postseason play. They were going to have to concentrate and focus on every single possession to either stay in the playoff hunt, maybe better their odds at a better matchup, or going up the standings to get to the postseason. Whereas in the NBA, if you're watching an NBA game, why even tune in until there's maybe 3 minutes left in the game? Because it doesn't feel like across the NBA that every possession matters. In hockey, you can't go out there and possessions are a little bit harder to define, but there's intensity every time that puck is moving on the ice.
Well, part of that with basketball, to defend the NBA to a little bit, we've seen in college basketball too. Basketball has turned into a game of runs, where it used to be if a team was up, double digits, 15, and even in the first half, you pretty much knew who was going to win the game. Now it goes back and forth so much because of the three and that type of stuff.
Pace of play has increased.
Right.
Therefore, increased possessions.
Right.
Therefore, John, possessions, each one singular possession does lose value.
You're right. There are more possessions now. We have some ticket texts. I think you guys are forgetting when we were talking about who's going to go the furthest or the least far. I think you guys are forgetting the Red Wings have been the number one team in hockey since Todd McClellan has become the coach. It's a good point. And if they don't make it, who's going to take the blame?
If they don't make, who's going to take the blame? It's going to be Steve Yzerman.
Exactly, for not making
the coaching change earlier.
Well, right, or even before the season.
Right or wrong, but that's going to be the perception.
Yes.
Is that, hey, he waited until after the holiday to make that change. And if he had made it a week earlier, would they have 2 more points at this point?
Maybe.
If he had made it 2 weeks earlier, where would they be at this point?
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Paul in Clinton Township. What's happening, Paul?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Hey, how you been?
I'm really good. I think as I was talking with your call screener, the difference in the perception of the NBA to the NHL is effort, or in the case of the NBA, the perceived lack of effort.
Right.
And in a lot of cases, it's pointed out by their own people. Just go listen to the NBA crew with Barkley and them. They talk about it regularly. And when you compare it back to, as Pistons fans, when you compare the eras of the NBA that we've watched in the past, there is clearly a lack of defensive effort in today's game compared to what you had before, as opposed to hockey. Even in your average hockey game, I mean, if you go out there and mail it in, you can actually get hurt playing the sport if you're not playing it with the same intensity as the other team you're going against. I mean, you don't see very many nights where teams are just mailing it in the NHL. What you see is a lack of or a difference in talent level. Whereas in the NBA, and again, like I say, whether it's real or the perception, is you're watching them truly float up and down the court, and you don't see a lot of defensive effort throughout the majority of the game. And I think, I can't speak for everyone else. For someone that grew up during the Bad Boys and Going to Work Pistons and the other, how the league was at those times, to me, they've.
You are
lose it.
You're right about that as far as intensity and defense, but a lot of it is predicated on the style of play with the 3-pointers and things. Because I think the players are actually, for the most part, better than they were back in those days that you talked to, Paul. And the other thing is, let me ask you this, just philosophically, would you rather watch the way the NBA is now with all the threes and all that, forgetting about the effort part of it, or trying to take yourself away from the 04 team where you're watching the Pistons and other teams they're playing struggle to score 85, 88 points a game?
Well, okay, I'm trying to take the Pistons part out of it because, you know what I mean? I put it this way. I watched more NBA basketball in the past by far than I do now. And I don't know I can't tell you 100% if it's because the Pistons have been so bad.
Yes.
I've been lost. I can tell you for myself personally, I go back to the 06 playoffs, the finals, when Miami was playing Dallas. And if you go look at the free throws with Dwayne Wade, and you look at how that they kind of lost me David Stern right around that point in time with what they were doing with the NBA, and then it just progressively got worse. And in all honesty, my NBA watching came down to watching the Warriors and Steph Curry, and hate watching, hoping that LeBron, whatever team he was on, would lose. Other than that, I truly didn't care.
But LeBron is one of those guys, at least for the most part, maybe not defensively all the time, but he gives a lot of effort and he doesn't, just mail it in. All right, 248-539-9797. McJesus, they call him. And he was the savior for
he delivered.
Canada, yes. Resurrecting them from a possible embarrassment.
He was walking on water.
Actually, frozen water.
Skating on frozen water.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's get back to the phones and talk to Ken. You're 97 on the ticket. What's up, Kenny?
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
Well, the biggest thing I got out of the games this weekend was that the hockey players could have very easily mailed it in as well. And instead, they decided that they were going to take it upon themselves, and they wanted to be at this game. They wanted to be in this tournament. They weren't going to miss it. Where the NBA kind of took the weekend off, and whoever showed up.
Well, let's be fair. Let's be fair for a second. If the hockey was a typical all-star game, or the NBA was, I don't know, U.S. versus Canada versus Europe or whatever, I think the intensity levels would have evened out a little bit, if not a lot.
I don't disagree with that, but I do know that week, this last week, got me tuned up for watching hockey for the rest of the season. Versus the NBA is kind of like watching Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Well, you're right, Ken. You're right, because a lot of people have said that the NBA, soap opera, the off season is more interesting than the actual playing of the games.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for the regular season to start back and get ready for playoff hockey. That got me worked up.
Yeah,
and I agree with you.
Tomorrow.
And go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say, to the NHL's credit, they did what they did, and to the NBA's demerit, they did what they did.
Exactly.
Right, and it goes to one of the callers we had before the break talked about you can to put it in my terms, you can lollygag in an NBA game, and it's not going to matter. Now, it may matter in terms of scoring and defense. You could play, the Matador defense, and you can ole. You're not going to get hurt. If you do that in hockey and you just, lollygag up the ice, you're going to get your head knocked off.
Oh, especially if you have your head down.
You're going to get drilled. And that's part of it. You don't see it in football because there's a risk of getting your head knocked off. Hockey, there's a risk of physical harm. In basketball, I could jog down the court.
Yeah.
I don't have to play defense this time. I can save myself for the next possession or for the fourth quarter.
I mean, it was a brilliant idea what they did because, let's be honest, in the past, even before they went 3-on-3 with a mini tournament for the All-Star game the last few years, we went through a series of All-Star games, where the scores were like 12-10. I mean, there was no hitting. There was nothing. It wasn't hockey. So they did this instead, and it was absolutely fantastic.
A huge success.
Now, you mentioned we talked about the difference between the NBA players, the culture, and against, as opposed to the NHL. PK Subban, who does a lot of NHL work for ESPN, former defenseman for the Canadiens and the Predators, the Devils, a few other teams. He had this point of view on it.
Spot on.
And what's real is effort.
Yeah. And to that point that I was trying to make is you can't go through the motions in hockey. You can't go through the motions in football.
No.
You can go through the motions in basketball and still win a game.
Yeah.
And it's boring. and it's hard to watch. And a lot of people are turning the TV off.
I know. And I think a lot of it is that, and a lot of it's the style of play. People don't want to see – people are okay with three-pointers. They just don't want to see the average NBA team taking 45 to 50 of them a game. And, and I've seen, how can you change that? Do you make the three-point line further back? Or I've even seen somebody suggest you put a quota on how many three-pointers a team's allowed to take, which would be interesting. Each team's only allowed to take 30 three-pointers a game.
Yes. Oh, well, you've made that by halftime. Yeah. No more threes.
Would that be make a better product? I don't know. It would certainly have more post play.
Sure. Yeah, and there would be more.
Do you save
more of an offense that would be run versus just one-on-one, or trying to create your own shot and shoot a three?
Yeah, well, that's the worst part of it. I have no problem. Like when the Warriors, when all this stuff started, basketball was a beautiful game. I mean, play the right way, as Larry Brown used to say, because they'd pass the ball around and they'd hit the open guy and hit a three. Now, though, it seems maybe I'm exaggerating, it seems like every other three is a guy just dribbling up half court, goes to the top of the key, whatever, and then, takes a three whether he's contested or not.
Or shooting it from the logo.
Right. That is what we don't want to see. I have no problem with threes, but, work to get a three. And I know the pick and roll is very difficult to defend, and that's part of it as well. And I just wish that, the whole thing with the three-pointer, it's analytics. 3 is greater than 2. I understand that. But why don't they figure that out on defense? Why don't they defend the 3 better, like it's worth more? Drake, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, yeah. So I think if you reduce the amount of games in the NBA, it brings more. I know the league won't do it because they're taking money out of everybody's pocket. But if you reduce those games, they mean more. Like in college, I think they play 32 games. I'm not saying it's drastic as 32, but cut that down from 82, and I think that definitely would bring intensity, bring more passion, bring meaning to those games night in and night out. Guys won't take a night off, but like I said before, I don't think it'll ever happen because it will take too much money out of the pockets of the NBA itself. But you got to bring meaning back. These guys know that most of these games don't matter, especially like you say in the first half. They don't mean anything. So that's just my opinion on that.
I agree, but you could say that about baseball. You could say that about – look, people are bitching that some people that football now looks like they're going to go to 18 games. They think that's too much because of the injuries, not because of the style of play. Right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, a Javi Baez controversy. We'll explain. This is a little different. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. USA and Canada split their 2 games during the Four Nations face-off. However, the Canadians won the one that mattered last night in Boston. 3-2 in overtime. The Americans take runner-up in the 2-week best-on-best, and that team north of the border is enjoying their accomplishment. Head coach John Cooper of Canada there. U.S. coach Mike Sullivan thought they had 3 or 4 great looks to get it done late. They just could not find the back of the net. He still called it an incredible display of hockey. A pair of top 15 teams, Michigan and Michigan State, have an 8 o'clock start time tonight in Ann Arbor. It'll be Dusty May versus Tom Izzo for the first time. Coverage will begin over on WWJ at 7:30 with Brian Bush on the call. The Pistons, they'll be back on the court tonight, beginning their so-called second half in San Antonio, looking for a 5th straight win as they sit in a playoff spot currently. In the world of golf, leaders on the PGA Tour and LIV Tour met with President Trump in an effort to spark a path to reunification for the sport. Commissioner Jay Monahan released a statement that the ultimate goal is to have all of the best players in the world playing together more often. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Let's go to Pedro. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, so one of my thoughts for the NBA, and it literally would never happen, but I feel like the NBA is the only league where you have a professional athletes not trying, right? How many times do you watch a game and you feel like these guys aren't even putting their best effort forward? So imagine if you instead of fully guaranteeing contracts, it's like NFL-style contracts. It's half guaranteed or whatever it is. Guess what? You actually have to show up every night and try hard, or you'll get cut and you'll lose that contract.
Yeah, I get that. I think it's more of a perception that they're not trying. Do they give 100% every single possession? Probably not.
Well, then you're not trying.
Well, I mean,
you're still trying.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not trying as much. Okay, put it that way.
Then you're not trying.
Okay. Well, yeah, sit there and parse try. There's a try level, a compete level. Sometimes a compete
you
level.
Either compete and try to win, or you just try and get through things, which means to me you're not trying.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, imagine NFL. Imagine if a player like Jimmy Butler did that in the NFL. What would happen? He'd be cut instantly, right? You can't act that way in the NFL. You'll just get cut, right? You can't have. How many times you put an NBA guy and you watch guys walking back on defense, there's no help side rotation. The guy just watches the guy go to the basket untouched.
I know.
I mean, there's just a lot of that.
I agree.
It's hard to watch.
Thanks for the call, Pedro. 248-539-9797.
Stoney, in the preseason, one of the reasons I said the Pistons could make the playoffs or be better at least, not maybe, I didn't say playoffs, but be better, win double amount of games, was simply by trying.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't see it for what it is, you're just not seeing the truth. These guys are mailing it in some of the nights. Me and my friends jokingly have been using the word NBA mail-in for 10-plus years. I told you guys a little while ago off the air, I was like, maybe this is a product of David Stern no longer being the commissioner, because I have a tough time seeing David Stern put up with this kind of NBA. Anytime the integrity of the game was starting to get a little weird with the NBA, he would always step in and make the necessary changes. And maybe Adam Silver's just too much of a players commissioner. We had the opinion just a little while ago about the too many games. Mm-hmm. They've been playing this amount of games in the NBA since I can remember watching the game, 82. The amount of games isn't the problem.
No, it's not.
And if you take away the game total, it's not just the gate you're affecting the TV deal.
Right.
What's so funny? John's smiling because he's looking at a screen.
It's the voices in my head. It's best if I don't share. Trust me. We'll get there.
Is Portis talking to you again?
No, we'll get there. We'll get there. Come on, everybody has an internal voice.
Let's go to Tom. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey. So, hey, I'm thinking the shot clock, keep it the shot clock, but make a 3-point shot clock. You get the first half. You get 24 seconds. So you get the first 12 seconds, you got to put the 3-pointer up. That'll speed up, if you want to make it that 3-pointer, put it up. If not, now the ball's got to move around and, they got to play.
So you can shoot a 3 in the first 12 seconds. In the second 12 seconds, you can only shoot for 2.
You can shoot anywhere you want, but it's only going to count for 2.
Oh, so if they shoot behind the line, it only counts as 2.
But see,
that's intriguing.
No, but
it's crazy, but it's intriguing.
I disagree. I think it should be the other way around. I don't want guys shooting from 3 too early.
No, they'll hold it all. They'll play the same way they play now. They know they're going to do a 3-pointer. They'll dick around or mess around for the whole time, and then they'll get it to the guy that does their threes. If you do it in the first half, you're going to force them to put it up, and then if they miss, which 60% of the time you miss, it forces them to play basketball.
Thanks for the
It's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I've also heard somebody say, well, maybe you should make like the dunk worth 4 points. Then you'd have more people going.
Yeah, because 4 is worth more than 3.
Right, exactly. So you'd have more, action down low.
Could.
Like it used to be. Yeah.
That's an interesting idea. I think it's terrible.
I do too. It makes no sense.
Rushing shots already, and now how many rush shots are there going to be?
Oh, with his idea about
the first 12 seconds.
It made no sense to me. If you're going to do it like that, you do it later in the shot clock, right?
And then your idea would be like you get discrimination lawsuits because short people wouldn't be allowed to play in the game.
Yeah, they can't dunk.
Like Colin.
All right.
What springs in his shoes?
248-539-9797. All right. Well, let's get into important issues.
Yes.
Like the Detroit Tigers. There may be.
Yes. You mentioned the Javi Baez controversy. And no, it's not. Is he on the roster? Is he healthy? Can he swing at strikes? All of those things are great topics. But there was an issue that was brought up. I believe it was yesterday. And it was in the parking lot. And it was Gleyber Torres got to the ballpark first. And he parked his Lamborghini Huracan. I'm going to test your Italian.
Yeah.
Huracan. What do you think that stands for? Or what's the translation into English? Come on, Stoney. This one's on a tee for you.
Hurricane?
Thank you, Heather.
I'll fill in the blank, I'm guessing.
Okay. I was trying to think of some kind of car reference.
Huracan.
Okay.
Hurricane. I have no idea, but it kind of feels like it is.
Okay.
And so the next one, Javi Baez shows up in his Lamborghini Urus. I'm not sure. Stoney, please translate.
A horse. Horse.
I did not think that we were going to say horse.
But by the way,
this is why I was laughing a minute ago, because I knew I was going to ask that question.
Before Torres drove his Lamborghini into the parking lot, he got into an accident with his other Lamborghini.
Right. So anyway, we've got Lamborghini on Lamborghini crime, but it's the point is, the story I want to get to is when Gleyber Torres parked, he parked in the unofficial official spot of Javi Baez. So he was just there first. The only marked parking spots are for AJ Hinch and for Scott Harris. Now, I'm sure there's maybe one or two others.
I think Jeff Greenberg.
Yeah, maybe has a marked spot.
Chris Ilitch, when he's there, does he have a spot?
I would assume so, yeah. So they would be all of his.
Right.
So he could park wherever he wants.
Yes.
But the question is...
Now you said unofficial official.
Right. So no one else is marked. Like where I parked is not my official spot.
Right.
But it is my unofficial spot because it's where I park every damn day.
Yeah, because you're the first one who gets there. If you got here at 10 o'clock, that spot probably would be taken.
Well, there are times when I show up and somebody has left their car here overnight, or somebody who doesn't know any better parks in your spot.
Right.
And it really makes me mad.
Why would it make you mad?
Because it's my spot.
Who cares?
It's where I park every single day.
Okay, it's one thing if your spot was taken, your unofficial spot was taken, and you had to park like around behind the building or something. But if for some reason that spot is taken, you can park three spots away. What's the big
I will park
deal?
next to it, and if that spot is open where on the driver's side door, my truck will be parked inches from your door. Because just to send the message that you weren't supposed to park there. Park somewhere else. There's a number of other spots you could park. And so I'm curious, does anyone out there have the unofficial parking spot that you park in every single day? And they might as well put a sign on it that says Jansen parks here, or Stoney parks here, or this is parks here.
Yes.
And what do you do when somebody shows up and somebody's in your spot?
I kind of understand where you're coming from.
Thank you,
because
Heather.
I have a spot that I always park in, but lately, I mean, within the last year, somebody parks in my spot.
Oh,
and I don't know who it is. Obviously, they're here very early, right? Mm-hmm. But they're not always here. Or they're here, but they don't always park in that spot.
It must be a salesperson who's not here Monday or Friday.
So I don't know who it is, but at first I was like, how dare you park in my spot? That is my spot. But then I'm like, there's a spot literally right next to it. I'll just park in that spot.
Right, yeah.
And now
So
I
it's
don't
a
really
legitimate
care,
emotion, right?
But I do understand because I had that same feeling. Was like, wait a minute.
I appreciate you validating my emotions.
Well, I have an unofficial spot
You do?
too, but I don't care if somebody's in it.
No, I mean, and ultimately,
So you pull in the parking lot, right, and somebody's in your spot that you normally park in. It's not your spot, but you normally park there.
Yeah.
You don't sit there and go, damn it, somebody's in my spot.
No, I'll park in the next spot as long as I try not to park next to you because I know God forbid, if somebody parks too close to you, you'd be pissed.
No. If you park too close to me, I don't care.
Okay.
He's just going to door ding you. That's
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just park in another spot.
Yeah.
It's not
that brand new
Yeah.
shiny car you have.
That's
You
right.
park next to me. Yeah, you might have a ding in it.
Yeah. No, who cares? It's a parking spot.
I think it matters.
It's like the people who drive around malls for Christmas for like 20 minutes to find a spot close to the door. They
things
don't
can get
walk.
vicious out there during the holidays with parking.
Certainly
Woo!
can. Yes.
I've witnessed some.
Like I say, I would understand it if there was no other spots around, but especially when we're here, John. I mean, God, you got more spots. You open up a store called Spots Are Us. I mean, there's so many of them.
There are, but there's only one that's mine.
Why do you choose that spot? Like, why did that spot become the spot that you enjoy? Like, because it's not the closest spot to the door.
No.
It's like in the middle of a row, right? Like it's
right. It's 3 from the end.
Yes.
I park in the third spot.
But yeah, what
Why?
made you choose
What
that
made
one?
me?
Why?
I don't know. Before we had our windows frosted, I could see my truck.
Yes.
So I may get.
I do
keep
enjoy
an eye
that.
on it. Yeah.
Yep.
I can remote start it from here. So
That's
that
true.
This time of the year, it's
Right.
nice and warm. I don't know really why I picked that spot. It's just where I started parking, and I've parked there now for as many days as years as I've been here.
All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Do you get mad when your unofficial spot is taken? And coming up at 9:35, some breaking news about the New York Yankees. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Now, right now, FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes, you missed that tip-off, and you want to get in on the action, you can bet fourth quarter comebacks. You can make your picks for who's going to have the first whistle until the final buzzer. It's all open to you. Plus, you can even combine your bets, live bets, into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, here we go. 95.90, Jansen, FanDuel. We've got a big NBA game going on tonight, and listen up, FanDuel customers. They're giving everyone a 50% same-game parlay profit boost for tonight's matchup. That matchup, Mavs and Lakers. And playing for the first time since their blockbuster trade a few weeks ago, will Luka come out hot and show the world he's in shape and can get the job done? Perhaps consider an all-Luka same-game parlay, scoring over 25 points. record 6 or more assists, record 8 or more rebounds, mix and match with players on either team for an even bigger payout. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get your SGP profit boost for tonight's Mavs versus Lakers game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued is now in Double Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's Connor McDavid. Game-winning goal, tournament-winning goal, and he'll get in his own unofficial parking spot in Edmonton now. All right, let's go through the text quick before we go to the phones on this illuminating subject. Because what happened was, if you're just joining us, Javi Baez was a little miffed. I'm being sarcastic, that Gleyber Torres parked in Javi's official parking spot. Like it doesn't have his name. And John has a place here at the Odyssey compound where he always parks, but it's not his spot.
Right.
But he thinks it's his spot. And if somebody would park in that spot before he gets here, he gets pissed. All right, here we go. Here's a ticket text.
You park really close so they can't get into their car.
Mm-hmm. Most times.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, here we go. John, that's pretty petty. Such a white people problem. I'm so glad I'm not taking any shrapnel for this. This is really stupid.
I didn't say it was a great take. I'm just saying it's my take.
Gotta say, I didn't see John as a parking lot a-hole. Nobody should be taking Javi's spot. That's from Jamar in Westland. The sense of entitlement over a parking spot is what's wrong with our society. If your name is not on it, it's not yours. Get over it. That's from Kevin in Oxford. Wow, Jansen is a huge douche. LOL. John, I understand going, he's in my spot, but to be petty and park inches from their door? Come on, man. It's Chad in the car. First come, first serve. Don't be a baby. Park elsewhere. Bill and Celine.
I do. I do park elsewhere.
Nobody cares where you millionaires park. Move on. He might be talking about that.
I think he's talking about you too.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Hobby.
Serious.
Not talking about me.
Not talking about me.
Yeah. I wish.
Typical Michigan elitist attitude. Oh no, you parked in my spot now. I'm going to park where you can't. You can't even get into your own car. By the way, John does have his own official spot at Schembechler Hall.
I do.
Outside.
Yes,
you do.
Yes, it's a name spot.
I know.
Yes. And when I had somebody park in my spot there, and so I just park parallel to them in front.
Well, maybe their name is John Jansen.
That would be awesome. I've never met anybody with the exact same name. I would like to.
Well, somebody texted in yesterday when we were talking about they have
well, Jansen's.
Jansen's. Yeah. Steve from Adams, Madison Heights texts in, I would have figured that John would park in the 7th row, 7 spots to be in his spot for his 77.
You know what? Well, we don't have 7 rows. I'll actually have to count. Maybe subconsciously I parked in the 7th spot.
Guys, where does Costa park that toy car of his on the curb?
Sidewalk.
You all sound very pompous and entitled regarding parking spots. Not me. I park anywhere. Who gives a crap where you park?
I mean, I think we all will park anywhere, but I have had that thought too. Like, who is this?
Yes, thank you.
I mean, not serious. Like, jokingly, like,
yeah.
whose car is this?
How dare they?
Yeah, how dare they?
Yes.
Trust me, I know it's not a labeled spot.
All I know is if Lisa, Ruby, or what's your other daughter's name? Not Ellie.
Ruby, Lucy, Ellie. Ellie has a permit. She can start parking.
Yes. And Lisa.
Yeah, and Lisa, yeah.
If they
she gets to park in the garage.
If they happen to park in your spot, God.
Oh, well, trust me. I would not park in Lisa's spot.
Yeah. Mike, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So mine's kind of a reverse thing, and I forgot to tell the producer the one thing. So I inherited my dad's big red truck after he passed away, and it was a Silverado Z71, really nice. Okay. Anyway, my immediate supervisor, who never calls in, had called in, right? And I was the next person to show up. I knew he wasn't going to be there, so I parked in his spot. Anyway, this lady, who wasn't an English-speaking woman, she veered off the road in like snowy weather, happened to miss like trees, a double row of pine trees, and slammed into my pickup at about 45 miles an hour and punched a hole in our building because of how hard she hit it. And so that's what you get for parking in somebody's spot, I guess.
Yeah, you got your truck T-boned?
Jeez.
Oh, it got more than T-boned. It got like sent into the into the building, and they work in a warehouse.
Holy
and
cow.
we work in a cooler.
Wow.
So I think if it wasn't there, the lady would have cut right through because my car was stationary, punched a huge hole in the not the brick, but the
building. Yeah. So you sacrificed, for the good of the company. You actually saved them.
Yes. By the way, I don't think it was necessary to say the lady couldn't speak English.
No.
No. What the hell did that have to do with the story? All right, we'll take a few more of your calls coming up after Heather.
There's a Michigan man and a Lions fan that says a scratch-off lottery ticket helped him cope with the Lions' playoff loss because he bought this scratch-off ticket the day of the game, and he won $500,000.
Yeah.
So he's all depressed, right? Not doing well after the game.
Yeah.
Scanned the ticket, saw that he actually did win a nice chunk of money, and he says that it took some of the sting away.
Some of the sting, heck, a lot of the sting away.
Yeah. So congrats to him. Kim Kardashian tried to post a picture of a death row inmate that she's helping, but she posted a picture of another guy with the same name, and now he's suing her right? So according to the lawsuit, she's being sued by Ivan Cantu. He's a project manager from New York who she identified as this man awaiting the death penalty in a Texas prison cell. And after she posted his picture, he says he's been subject to, public embarrassment, shame, ridicule, disgrace. He's lost sleep. He's had nightmares, headaches. His reputation has been hurt, and he is suing her. And now he is going after her money. And I can understand why.
I can understand why,
because
but she made a mistake. I mean, it wasn't like a malicious thing.
No,
right?
it wasn't, but she has millions and millions of followers, and you post a picture of this guy's face saying
I get it.
Whatever he did, and he's in prison for this, even though she was trying to help this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, also, she's got a ton of money, so I get why he is doing this,
Oh,
right?
I know why. Yeah.
Another celebrity being sued, Nicolas Cage.
Oh.
He's being sued by his ex-girlfriend because their son, Weston, allegedly beat her up. So Weston is accused of brutally attacking his mother last April. She's suing him already for assault, battery, infliction of emotional distress, like all those things, right? But she's also suing Nick for enabling his son. Their son.
How old is the son?
34. Yeah. A grown adult, right?
Yeah.
A grown man.
How did he enable her?
So she says that instead of getting him help because he's had addiction problems, mental health issues, he bails him out of jail, goes and has drinks with him, has a house, bought him a house right next door to his, and is basically like, aiding in his reckless lifestyle. So she is seeking damages from both of them. Nicolas Cage's attorney is basically saying this is absurd and frivolous. But she's doing it anyway, so good luck to her. 3 very pricey vehicles that belong to Carson Beck, new Miami quarterback, and his girlfriend.
University.
Yes, quarterback.
Not the Dolphins.
And no. And his girlfriend were stolen in South Florida on Wednesday. When I say pricey, very pricey, right? So his Mercedes and his Lamborghini, both stolen. Her SUV, I don't know what kind she
probably
drove.
Parked in the wrong spot.
Yeah, maybe it was parked in an unofficial spot. Yeah. Her car has been recovered, but police are still searching for both of his vehicles and obviously who stole them and why they stole them. And is it connected to any of these gangs that have been targeting high-profile athletes? So.
No.
You never know.
Those guys have been arrested.
They have.
The Chileans, right?
Yes, they have been arrested. Yeah, then they posted selfies of themselves with all of the goods they stole. Like, criminals are dumb.
Yes, they are.
So there you go. A Delta is giving or offering $30,000 for every passenger who was on that flight that flipped over and crashed at the Toronto airport. They say this is just like a goodwill gesture. There's no strings attached to any of this. It won't affect any of the passengers' rights. And good for them. I don't know if they're just hoping this money will avoid lawsuits or whatever could come, but good for them. Also, good news is that everyone who was on that plane and anyone who was injured and hospitalized is home. So nobody remains in the hospital anymore, which is great. Finally, the next James Bond could be chosen maybe by Jeff Bezos. Yeah, so Amazon just made a deal to take over creative control of the James Bond franchise. And Bezos posted a screenshot of the story on Instagram along with the caption, "Who'd you pick as the next Bond?" And I mean, technically, it is his company. I mean, so he could choose.
Could choose, yeah.
He could have a big say in it. The next installment is probably years away. So we got some time to think about it, or he does.
He'll own it until Elon buys him out.
Maybe.
Yeah,
You never know.
maybe he'll make himself
Yes.
the next Bond.
He probably would.
Probably one of the villains because he looks like one.
Yeah. Have his kid put boogers on the desk of James Bond. Like
No, to get a new
Trump's
one.
desk.
Yeah.
Trump got rid of that desk.
Contamination. Don't want that.
All right. All right. Coming up next, we'll take more of your calls on John the PD. Not program director, the parking douche. And also some breaking news.
In my defense, a couple of these calls are calling in my defense. So hold on. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. And also some breaking news concerning the New York Yankees. 97 won the ticket. 97.1 The Ticket. Jim Costa will be back on Monday for the Costa and PD show. That'd be Costa and Parking Douche. All right, here we go. 248-539-9797. Let's go to a phone call before we go to the text. Aubrey in Farmington Hills. What's up, Aubrey?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I like this topic. It's really kind of fun. And, John, look, brother, I'm with you.
Thank you.
If having my own parking spot, whether it's official or unofficial, makes me pompous and arrogant and a Michigan guy, count me in. I'll take that all day long. Look, I just retired a couple of months ago, and I had a spot there. Everybody knew it was my spot. When someone would take it, I would get so irritated, kind of playfully, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
But in any event, a group of us had signs made that said reserved for Aubrey, reserved for Mike, reserved for whomever, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually put those stakes in the ground. My boss came out the next day and said, "Get that damn sign out of here." But we had a lot of fun with it. But yes, I did get irritated when someone took my spot because they all knew it was mine.
Right, and so it's a matter of respect in regards to if they knew it was yours. It's also, I mean, seniority too, right? You've been there long enough. You probably deserve your own spot.
I think so. It's an unofficial perk, John.
But, congratulations on your retirement.
Yes, indeed. But if everybody knows, that's one thing. But everybody in this building doesn't know.
Correct. Yes, but I mean, Gator has commented on before. I mean, he's talked about me backing in all the time, so he obviously sees that, and he knows where I park every time. He's never going to be here at 5:30 in the morning.
No. He's barely here at 9:30.
9:30 might be a bit of a stretch, yeah.
Here's some ticket text. Stoney doesn't have to worry about parking. Jeeves drops him off and opens the limo door for him. Love that old bit. Parking spot Nazi is a white people thing. White people love to get flabbergasted over little things. I didn't think we were going to go play the racial card here, but hey, whatever.
Since they're talking about me, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. John is going to be in Heather's dream for the wrong reason. Can car spot envy?
I don't think so. Yeah,
I don't think so.
I haven't risen to that level
No.
yet. Yes.
If they take up all the spots, Harvey, meaning Javi, can just drive around the lot all season.
Looking for a place to park. Missed the first pitch.
John, I drive a beater. Park real close to me. You'll have the dents. I'll have the smile. Mike from South Carolina.
All right.
If your name is not on the parking spot, it's open to the public, so it's not your spot, John.
Well, we don't have a whole lot of public showing up.
That's true. I am in sales. I park in a terrible spot every day because it was always open. A new guy started parking there. My sales dropped, told him to stop, and I need the terrible spot back. Sales are back on track. That's from Jordan.
Kind of does affect your day, a little bit mindset. I mentioned it the last couple of days, right? I was driving Ruby's car because mine was in the shop getting serviced.
Yeah.
And it threw me off. Like, it's just, okay, I get it. It's a stupid reason, but I'm a very much a creature of habit. Mm-hmm. And trust me, I'm not picking the best parking spot. If I was taking the best parking spot that there is in this lot, which I don't even know what that one would be, then I could say, yeah, fine, park there. I don't care. But it's not. It's just a random spot far away from the door.
It amazes me, though, that if that truck out there right now was one spot over, that your day could be affected.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, well, it doesn't affect it completely. Like, I will still move on.
Eventually,
yes.
Being
Stoney,
professional,
famous words of a former sports media personality in this town. There's a little bit of Denny McClain in all of us. We have finally found the one with John Jansen.
Yes.
You have universally been shredded on ticket text for this. I've never seen such a one-sided against your opinion on something.
Because there's no, it's indefensible.
We all have our triggers. We all have our things about us.
But, so in my defense, all right, in my previous life as an NFL player, we all had our unofficial spots on the team that we would park. And mine was always the very back spot of the parking lot because I just knew nobody would park there and I didn't care to walk, whatever. I also, when I came to the Lions, they give you a little key fob to get back there in the parking lot. Nothing was marked. It wasn't official. When I parked, I actually went in and I said, hey, if I'm parked in anybody's spot, let me know. I'll move. Because I do know that guys are a creature of habit for whatever reason. And I didn't park in, I parked in no one's spot. But there are individuals that have spots that they traditionally and historically and out of habit park in.
You didn't park in Jim Schwartz's spot?
No, I believe the coaches had labeled spots.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I get it.
I would park in Spurrier's spot every once in a while just because it was so much fun. I ever tell you about the hotel keys?
I don't think so.
Okay. So we would go to the hotel the night before the game.
Right.
Completely off topic. But when we would arrive, there was always, and they still do this, when you arrive at the hotel, your keys are in an envelope with your name on it, and there's a table that you put them on. And so what we would do, me and some of my buddies, would go in and we would take all the rookies' keys, right? So they would, okay, stupid, I get it. It was funny to us, still kind of funny to me, so that they would have to then go to the front desk every single time. It was an inconvenience for them, a minor inconvenience, but still there. And so we would do it for Spurrier. And what was funny about doing it for Spurrier is he would walk in and he would be shocked every time that his key wasn't there. So we would be hiding around the corner as 4-year-olds would do. And we would listen to him go through this rant every time. Why do they take my key? I just don't see why it's that funny. And his assistant would be standing there and he would be holding back laughs too. And he would be like, Coach, when you react like this, this is why they think it's funny. Right. I just don't understand. Why did they take my key? Spurrier was a dork. So yes, that all of those give you a little bit of background as to why I do some of the things I do.
All right, that's not an option. Who would you rather be stuck in an elevator with, Steve Spurrier or Clinton Portis?
As long as there's a break on the elevator, Clinton Portis.
Okay.
I can have my time.
I mentioned there's some breaking news about the New York Yankees, and they're a very traditional franchise, and they're breaking away from their tradition. This is a statement from Yankees managing general partner Hal Steinbrenner, and I'm just going to read what it says. In recent weeks, I have spoken to a large number of former and current Yankees spanning several eras to elicit their perspectives on our longstanding facial hair and grooming policy, and I appreciate their earnest and varied feedback. These most recent conversations are an extension of ongoing internal dialogue that dates back several years. Ultimately, the final decision rests with me. And after great consideration, we will be amending our expectations to allow our players and uniformed personnel to have well-groomed beards moving forward. It is the appropriate time to move beyond the familiar comfort of our former policy.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help them get some more free agents. I don't know.
They don't get enough of them?
I know, because like their last free agent they signed this year, the reliever Williams from Milwaukee, who had a beard, he shaved. I've never heard of anybody saying, I'm not going to go to the Yankees because of this.
No.
Or you never heard of anybody like putting up a major public stink about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is really antiquated. And I'm an old school guy, so like, would it be cool? It's like, it's ridiculous, their policy. I'm glad,
Well, you think it's ridiculous. They didn't at the time.
I understand that. They're more successful than I am, so I understand that. I still think it's.
I understood why they had it.
Why?
Well, I mean, if that's how they want their employees to represent the pinstripes, the logo, their brand. So, and they could make that decision however they want.
They can. I'm surprised.
We want them to be well groomed. We don't want to have long hair. All of those different things are
they're allowed. I know.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised actually, especially that union, the most powerful union, the most powerful union in sports,
going up against the Yankees.
Yeah, go against that policy. I mean, how can you tell our union members what they can if they can have beards or not?
Well, it's part of their policy. You know that before you sign your contract. You don't have to sign that contract.
I understand that. Anyway, all right. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Speaking of baseball.
Thanks for the clap.
I'm glad you said that, not someone else. 97 won the ticket. Congratulations to the Canadians, all their fans. 3-2 thrilling overtime victory to win the inaugural, maybe the last, we don't know, the Four Nations face-off. Obviously, the Olympics will take place next year in Italy, and it'll be a little different type of hockey because they will be playing on a bigger size rink.
International rules.
So you'll probably have less hitting because the officiating is a little tighter than it is in the NHL. That's number one. Number two, like I said, with extra room, that means more speed is needed, and that should be Olympic hockey. Now that the NHL players are now in it is awesome. There's a lot of great things about what we saw over the last few days. Obviously, the fights in Saturday's win over Canada and last night's game was just great. From Gretzky being introduced to be the Canadian honorary captain, Michael Ruzioni wearing a Johnny Gaudreau jersey.
Yeah,
the
lead up was awesome.
It was great, and our area was well represented. Dylan Larkin played terrific. Hollebuck, Commerce Township, Michigan. They kept saying
suburb north of Detroit.
Yes, so that was really good, and there were other players as well. So yeah, it was a.
That's one of the cooler things that they did. I think they did a really nice job on both sides. But they would talk about they would mention the NHL team they were on. They would also mention the hometown.
Mm-hmm.
I thought was really cool, and so many guys from the Boston area.
Yes,
they mentioned were playing, near home or playing, they played at Boston, University or UMass, whatever. I thought it was just really cool to hear the hometowns of all the players.
Yeah, and I was looking like Hollebuck, but people don't realize, he went to Walled Lake Northern. He really didn't develop till later, and he got a scholarship after playing some sort of sub junior or whatever it was. I forget exactly where it was, but he ended up getting a scholarship to University of Massachusetts Lowell, not their main campus.
Right.
They have a pretty good hockey program, and he really started to blossom. And he was drafted by Winnipeg in the 5th round, and he'll probably win. He probably win the Vezina Trophy again this year. He's incredible.
How about that first goal scored on him though? He had no chance to see that.
There was what a screen.
Well, I thought there were 4 people that moved.
First, I thought it deflected off. I forget if it was Brady or one of the Kachucks, but it didn't. It went straight in. And the other goal he gave up. What a shot by Bennett!
Yeah,
I mean that's going to be interesting because Bennett, is a feisty guy and he's a teammate of Tkachuk, Matthew Tkachuk, for the Florida Panthers. It's going to be interesting to see also what Matthew Tkachuk's injury was, whatever, because he didn't play after the second period.
Will he be out? How long will he be out?
Mm-hmm. So it was great. Tigers begin Grapefruit League play tomorrow against the Philadelphia Phillies. What do you think about this team, going into spring training, going into the Grapefruit League? Look, nobody thought they would do what they did last year once the season. I mean, a lot of people thought they were going to be better before the season, and then when we saw how that season progressed, it was awful, and then the amazing, comeback where they finished 33-11, I think it was, right?
Yeah. I think, honestly, if they don't have the big gaps in offense where, Jack Flaherty goes out there and he loses a 1-0 game, right? I mean, how many times did we see that? He pitched in front of his mom, right? And got the first 13 batters out. Right. And then all of a sudden, they lose 1-0. Mm-hmm. I really believe if there can be some – it doesn't have to be great offense. And I don't think they're going to take some huge step. It's not like Colt Keith is going to go from, what was he last year, 260, 265. It's not like he's going to be hitting 320. Mm-hmm. And same thing with Jace Young and Parker Meadows. I expect a lot of these guys to be better, but I'm hoping that there's not big gaps of, hey, it's a 10-game slump for Parker Meadows. And when does he come out of it? And it's at the same time as a slump by Colt Keith. And then there's an explosion for 2 weeks, but then there's a slump. That's where I want to just see some consistency in the bats.
Yeah. I mean, look, if the bats improve and the pitching just remains what it was last year for the most part before
and it could
the
actually
injuries,
be better.
Yeah, it could. Then they should make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs I feel going into the season, and they don't even have to win the division. If they don't make the playoffs,
disappointment.
It's a disappointment. Failure, yeah, maybe, but it's major disappointment. I would say failure, and I don't think last year has anything to do with how I feel, because I still believe they played great towards the end, but there were a lot of extenuating circumstances that
it was lightning in a bottle.
Everything went right and everything went wrong for Minnesota, which, some people say that doesn't matter because, but it did matter. If they would have played 500 ball, they would have won going away or, whatever. They would have made the playoffs ahead of the Tigers. But I think it's going to be a very fun season. And I don't think they're done yet. I think there's going to be a bat out there that they're going to acquire, whether it's, through trade or still somebody like, I don't know. I think J.D. Martinez is
J.D. Martinez is available. It's just a matter right now of can they add a bat. It doesn't have to. We focused so much on third base.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be a third baseman.
I'm more worried about shortstop than third base because I'm not convinced that Sweeney's going to be able to hit much better than he hit last year when he came up. His defense is going to be fine. And then there's the whole Javi thing. So we have no idea.
It'll be interesting. And our first experience will be tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Excited about that. Turning on Dan. He'll be on 1270. So we'll get a chance to hear, the sounds of summer. Spring has sprung in my book. And I know it doesn't look like it outside, but it's going to sound like it on the radio.
I know.
Can't wait to hear the crack of the bat, hear Dan's voice. And then some point here, hopefully in the next week, we'll get a chance to see one of them on TV and see what green grass looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Get a reminder.
Who are you looking forward to see the most, by the way?
This is a tough question because I kind of go back and forth. I want to see Javi and Torque. And I want to see if did they make adjustments? Are they going to be better? But I think I'm more intrigued by how you lead. And some of the things that we've heard, the anticipation that we might have a guy that, makes that jump from double A, doesn't even spend any time in Toledo, and makes the club. If he can be a right-handed bat, that might be the missing ingredient that nobody saw coming, and all of a sudden it's here.
I want to see how Colt Keith handles first base. That's what I'm looking for. And as far as you mentioned, Javi, don't expect to see him playing much Grapefruit League action for the next couple of weeks. He's just he's finishing base running drills right now.
Right.
So that's it. All right. Gator is here. How are you, sir?
All right.
Yeah. You got his Michigan State stuff on tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, Spartans play tonight against the Wolverines. Should be a great game. Two teams that are pretty damn good right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. We will see, won't we?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's on.
It's a matchup.
Yeah, 8:00.
Two teams don't like each other.
Nope, don't like you.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Michigan against the team effort from Michigan State, I guess.
So what do you think last night? It was a great game.
I thought the game was amazing.
Yeah.
I thought it absolutely lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
There's disappointment out of it with the result. There's disappointment out of it, with a couple of plays that don't go your way.
Right.
And then there's just absolute amazement with some other things that happened in the game. I mean, it was, for a midseason tournament, it was like postseason play.
It was great.
It was great.
Well, what was funny was the one thing that everybody said about Canada being their major weakness really won the game for them. That was Binnington. I mean, in overtime.
Yeah, no, he was great.
He was great.
He was. He had some real moments there. Was absolutely fantastic. And
just wish Austin Matthews could have lifted that puck a little
bit. Yeah, that would have been helpful.
Or he would have defended McDavid a little bit.
Maybe not stay in the corner.
Yeah.
Which is reminiscent, I guess, from the Sidney Crosby goal in overtime.
Yep.
It hurt so badly. But look, in the end, it was one of those games. It's funny because at some point I texted, I think right before the overtime, I texted out to the guys, ready, set, puke, because that's our thing about get ready. We're all nervous about it. And Kangan replied with, he's intent in watching. He goes, but he doesn't have that sick feeling in his stomach whatsoever. And I thought, okay, interesting. And I was curious how I was going to feel because I thought I was going to be nervous as heck. And I wasn't. I was just watching with a smile on my face saying, this is great hockey.
Yeah.
And then, of course, when the guy scored, I let loose an expletive that begins with F. But aside from that,
fun.
It was just great. It was you couldn't ask for more. It was awesome.
Before you guys take over, thanks, Greg, Heather,
thank you, Stoney.
John. It was a fun week.
It was a hell of a lot of fun.
Yes, I'll be here with Rico next week.
Okay.
So And then I don't know when after that, but eventually.
Eventually.
Well, eventually
Yes.
we'll be there together, and
yes.
maybe you'll park someplace and not be a PD. You know that John Jansen's a PD?
A what?
A parking douche.
Yeah, apparently.
Because he backs into everyone.
No, because if somebody parks in his spot, his unofficial spot, he gets pissed.
Well,
You claim you have a.
Who's there?
do you park in the same spot every time?
No.
Oh, really?
Zurich beats me to the spot some days.
Oh, to the spot.
Yeah, and he'll tell me about it too. Beat you to the spot.
Who gets here earlier than you?
It's a rare occasion, and a lot of times it's somebody that leaves a car here overnight.
Right. Well, at least you had the decency to park in a parking spot and not in the visitor parking spot when people do that.
We did address that off air.
That is one of my big pet peeves as well.
Major pet peeve.
There's spots right next to it, and you can't park there.
Right, and it's people that show up really early in the morning, and they get the top visiting spot. You park in a parking spot.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you a visitor?
Bothers
You're
me
not a
too.
visitor if you have a
job,
pass card to get into the building.
We got into it because of Javi Baez, Labor Torres.
Creating their own parking spots in Cleveland with their
little bit of fun,
ridiculous, almost $1 million worth of cars. There.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a great weekend, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
Happy Friday, everybody. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Welcome to this program. Glad to be here for the next 4 hours. After that, no promises.
No?
We know we're going to be here for the next 4 hours, but who knows? How are you?
I can't begin to convey my disappointment.
In?
So I'm driving home yesterday. I decided to stop off at the grocery store because I needed some groceries. And I said, you know what? Let's go down the aisle here where the Pop-Tarts are.
Oh, look for the banana bread Pop-Tarts.
Let's find those banana bread Pop-Tarts. Let's make something happen. I'd bring them in for the boys and we'd have a taste test on the air.
Yeah.
Nope. None.
No.
They had none of them. None. They had Pop-Tarts. They didn't have those Pop-Tarts.
The website said had a thing where you could find them, so maybe I'll look them up.
I mean, I looked at it when I Googled it, banana bread Pop-Tarts. They pop up, that literally popped up on the Google search, and the first thing it shows was a grocery store that I went to.
So they were supposed to be there?
I was led to believe that they had them there.
Yeah.
But maybe they have them there in Orlando or, Osceola or something like that. I don't know.
Road trip.
Yeah. But did not have them in Metro Detroit, at least where I went.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. It says, we're sorry, we can't find any sellers of this product, local sellers of this product near our studios.
So disappointed. So that really bums me out because, by the time I went there and then I was closer to home, the other option was going to be to go to Taco Bell and see if I could find that birthday cake churro.
Yeah. Hey,
but
man.
that was a non.
It's a man who sets goals, people. Sets goals.
And then I sit down, hunker down, and watch the game last night. And as much as I'd like to say, look, am I disappointed the United States didn't win? Yes, of course I'm disappointed with that. But because this mid-season tournament really doesn't mean anything, it was just awesome to watch.
Yep.
And incredible. Look, great for those teams that went out there and left it all out there on the ice. The Canadians should feel very proud of themselves and probably extraordinarily relieved at the same time. And then you're watching the Americans. I mean, the way they reacted was like a Stanley Cup playoff win, right?
Yeah, they put a lot into it.
And it was great. And that's what you want to see. You want to see the heart and determination and, a clean game. And it was a clean game. It was high paced. That was not the overtime I expected. With 5-on-5, those guys wanted to end the game.
Yeah.
Both sides are like, we're not screwing around. We're not waiting for the other team to make the mistake. We're going to take it to them. And both sides played that way. Both sides had their opportunities. And then you get the Connor McDavid goal and things end right before 11:30 last night. But it was such a great, great game and a great couple of games, United States and Canada.
You always, when events like this take place, there's always sort of in the wake of it, you wonder, does this sport get a boost? And we've done this so many times, and it typically really doesn't. There's small signs of it, and I'll give you an example. How big is this for women's soccer? We had a professional league, for a minute there, and there still is incarnations of that league. I hope this really does boost hockey, but I think you got a lot of people sampling the product and seeing it, I put in quotes, at its best. And you didn't have to be, there's different levels of hockey fan, right? There's hardcore hockey fan that watches whatever game he can find on TV, from the World Juniors through college puck straight to the NHL, and they don't care if it's Vegas or Carolina, they're watching. There's Red Wing fan that just sits down and watches every Red Wing game. There's casual fan, and then there's just non-hockey fan. And I think that's a game that all four levels of hockey fan, and there's probably nuances in between, but everybody can enjoy, whether you're a fan of the sport or not. And it is, it ended last night, and Kang sent out a text, and now for the fastest slap shot contest, which cracked me up because that's what normally, that's what all-star activities used to be. And they might have replaced the all-star format forever with let's do something different that can have a true impact and showcase of this sport. So there's a lot of good that came out of it. And I enjoyed the hell out of watching this thing, which wasn't, it's almost embarrassing the level of the delta between what it meant 9 days ago, 10 days ago, and what it meant last night as I watched it. Early last week we said, okay, so All-Star break, and what's that thing they're doing? That's where I was, okay? I mean, and I get hardcore hockey fan is like mad. You should have known, and I couldn't wait for this, and I knew it would be great. Got it, but
they shouldn't be mad. But I mean, I think even when we discussed, I'm like, well, yeah, I was looking forward to it. I wanted to see, Sweden because I'm Swedish. I wanted to see them get out there and take on the Canadians, which was the first game, and I was going to be into it, but I didn't realize how into it I was going to be. I mean, even if you're a hardcore hockey fan, you have to admit that your interest level amped up exponentially.
because of the way that the game, the style of game was played from the first game of the tournament to last Saturday night's game with USA and Canada to last night. And we just built up to this amazing crescendo. It was awesome.
And we all have our strengths and weaknesses in terms of like what we know about or care about, the level of interest that we have. Ours, I mean, believe me, when you do this job, it starts to get shaped by what you see the audience react to and what, the numbers show you that they want to hear the most. And that sort of dictates how you watch sports and how you talk about sports. But I guess on this day, I'd like to, there's a lot to get into, but I think the biggest thing is, why isn't hockey bigger? Because last night was a great showcase of the game. Saw how great the game can be. Every game's not like that, right? Got it. When Vegas does visit Carolina, it's not that good. It could be great, but it might not be as intense and as great as that was last night.
I think I have a couple answers here. The first thing I wanted to say before I address that is that, you asked the question about, where does it go from here? The benefit for the NHL was that this was mid-season. This wasn't at the end of the year, and then you got to wait 4 months before the season starts to really, are we going to see any ripple effect, whatever. The NHL is going to find out right away. In fact, on Saturday, when they carry a couple games on NBC, they're going to find, and one of them being the Red Wings, they're going to find out right away if they're getting a bump, if people are tuning into the NHL now because, haphazardly they decided to tune in to the four nations, face-off. As far as why isn't hockey popular?
I want you to sit on it and yeah. Well, we'll get to
Easy,
some of the
Fonzie.
people. We'll get to some of the people. Well, we don't need you emptying the clip just yet. 248-539-9797. I want to know from the audience, why isn't hockey bigger? It's such a showcase. This is a hockey town. There are people that sampled it and just checked it out. What do you think the biggest reason is? And maybe this springboards it to another level. How big of a springboard it is? It's probably not that big, but what is it about the sport that keeps it from being as embraced as the hardcore hockey fan wants it to be? 248-539-9797. Want to have a healthier New Year? Start by giving your family the best water available just by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on the Connecticut Premier Softener and get a free Connex salt monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off any water heater. We got one of those tankless water heaters. We love it. And we got it from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Okay, look, I mean, it was important for Austin Matthews to just go cover Nathan McKinnon in a non-dangerous spot behind the red line, but okay, whatever. It happens.
Jeez.
It happens. And I guess maybe you could make the
argument about him on the offensive side too.
McKinnon is dangerous no matter where he has the puck, but that's kind of an area that you don't worry as much down there in the corner below the red line. Oh, let's leave Connor McDavid wide open.
Is he good?
Yeah. Anyway, Gator, I know you have a long list.
Well, it's not a list. It was just one observation, one thing that I wanted to mention. You say why isn't hockey like more mainstream or more popular? And I think maybe it's because it's so freaking hard to do. Like if you get inspired and watch the NBA, right? What can I do? I can go find an outdoor hoop somewhere, grab a basketball, and I can shoot. I'm not going to shoot well. I'm not going to dunk, but at least I can work on the game like that. With hockey, you have to know how to skate, first of all.
Yeah.
You need the equipment, and then you need to have a net to shoot at and all types of things. Like, there's just so many more steps involved to get to that point. It's like growing up, there just weren't many kids that are in my neighborhood that were playing hockey. And in hindsight, man, I wish that I had when I was younger, because I do love the sport, but it was the first thing you got to do. You got to learn how to skate. You don't have to learn how to, by the time you're watching basketball, want to play basketball, you know how to run. It's the same thing with football and baseball. You've already got some of those skills. Now, baseball, I need a mitt. I need somebody to throw with, although I could throw a ball against a wall or whatever, I can hit off a tee. Football is a little bit different, but these are like the team sport aspects. But skating,
there's a lot.
It's difficult to do. It's something completely different that you have to learn.
You can dribble a basketball in your driveway. You can chip a golf ball in your front yard. You can play catch with baseball. You can throw a football around. It's definitely something that takes some effort. But 248-539-9797. Such a great
Big
showcase. And look, the hardcore hockey fan, and believe me, we see and hear from them all the time that want more Red Wing talk, and I understand if that's your thing. It's tough. You try to be all things to all people, but this sport, and that's such a great showcase. How could it get bigger? How could it get bigger where people can appreciate it for what it is? And I think exposing it to new fans over the last week and a half probably helped. And the USA and Canada putting on a show. Rob is in Kitchener, Ontario, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Gentlemen, how are you today?
All right.
Good. I think Gator's right about the barriers to entry, but there's no barrier to entry to watching. Well, nowadays with streaming, there's a few. I'll grant you that. But look at yourself, and I know Doug, you had it with a caller or texter last week, but you have an American player who's the captain of the Detroit Red Wings who's unbelievable.
Great.
And watching him in this tournament should show you, hey, obviously this isn't Team USA, but you have Captain USA on your team. I think this could be a huge thing, not for generally just for people playing hockey, but people watching hockey. It might be cooler now than it ever has been.
I got to tell you, and you brought up Dylan Larkin, and Dylan Larkin earning more ice time on this team was awesome. And look, injury played a role, but he was on the ice first shift in overtime. He had the third most shifts amongst forwards on the team. He had a lot of ice time. He was a plus player. Dylan Larkin earned greater standing on that team as that tournament went on, and I'm excited about it. I really am. I think the respect for Dylan Larkin and the way Mike Sullivan used him, I think it was great. And yeah, he comes home, and in my view, in the standing of the NHL, he gets bumped because of how he got used as this tournament went on. I mean, there was only one penalty kill, but he was on the ice for 1:20 of it. Nobody else was on there for more than a minute. He
was great last night.
Guys, imagine this, and this is a local thing, but imagine the Red Wings make the playoffs and they play the Leafs in round one. How good would that be for Metro Detroit / the area of Ontario, Essex County? You had somebody call. Yeah.
It'd be amazing.
That's a real possibility.
Yeah, and not just great locally. That's great for the NHL. NHL would love that. 2 original 6 teams going at it. You get a Canadian team and an American team going at it, let alone 2 that have the history they do. It'd be fantastic.
Let's go to Shane in Macomb. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Shane.
Good morning, boys. How are you guys?
We're good, thank you.
Good. Hey, that would be awesome if Detroit got to play Toronto. I think that would give a rivalry to our team again. But more importantly, I think it was Karsh that said something about the churros at Taco Bell. What did you actually think of them? Because I thought they were pretty good. They maybe could have used some caramel or another flavor.
Well, it was me that said it, and I didn't get a chance to get them because I was going to go after work yesterday, and I made my decision. I'll go to the grocery store and pick up the banana bread flavored Pop-Tarts, and the grocery store didn't have them. And, at that point, I'm already basically home. So I didn't go for the churro. I may have to go for the churros today after work, but the birthday cake churros look delicious.
Did you get the birthday cake one? Is that what you're saying?
I did, yes. Yeah. I thought they were delicious. They could have used a little more filling, but what would have been even cooler is if they took that caramel empanada and put it into the churro. That would have been amazing, too.
Caramel empanada is so good.
It's just you can also just mainline the sugar. Like you're
it's a caramel apple. There's apples in there, too, Doug. It's healthy. There's an apple in it.
Oh, good, yeah.
Have a great day, boys.
Thanks for the review, Shane. 248-539-9797. Ryan's in his car and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan. Ryan, are you there? No good. We go to Brian in Livonia. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
Hey, I'm chiming in on, first of all, I loved that game last night. Watch it to the end. It was very exciting. However, hockey is like chaos, changing ships full speed the whole game. I think what's missing for me, anyway, is a man on third, bottom of the ninth, tie score. Man, what's going to happen here? Or a 4th and 1 on the 10-yard line with time running out. Those special moments where it's so exciting and you're just on the edge of your seat. Okay, last night was exciting because of the overtime win. But a hockey game doesn't have moments like that for me.
Interesting. So, because I think some people would argue, and the moments you described, you anticipate them. There's a pause. There's buildup. There's it builds to a crescendo, and then that pitch is delivered or the ball is snapped.
Hockey doesn't slow down.
Hockey doesn't slow down, which some people, Brian, think is a strength.
So it makes it different.
It is a strength, but it's a different kind of strength, and I guess I'm not as interested in that.
I get it. I guess that's the difference. That's a big difference in the game, right? It's hockey doesn't really allow you time to catch your breath, and if you want to have that signature moment like he's talking about, it either only comes in overtime, or it comes on a penalty shot, or it comes on when a team commits a penalty, and you know that here comes the power play, right?
Yeah.
Those are awesome moments. I mean, it's
interesting that he doesn't find, because I think inherently last night's game fed directly into what he said. He for him, he didn't feel it the way I think hockey hits the way that he says it doesn't. It in overtime, when it's end-to-end stuff. I mean,
that was not an overtime period you expected to see.
No, they were kind of wide open.
It was almost like they said, "Look, guys, we don't want to play 3 overtimes tonight.
I think that might have been a little bit.
Get out there and end this game as quickly as we can." Both sides are like, "Yep, I got a game to play Saturday, man."
Yep.
And it's 12:30. Larkin's like, "Come on, man."
I think hockey has those moments. The problem is for the average fan, and I'm talking average sports fan or just average Joe watching, is sometimes in the biggest moments in hockey, and I think maybe far too often, you miss those moments. And then what the caller, I think, is trying to say is in football, in basketball, in baseball, you have time to see those moments happening. In hockey, there are many times when a goal, did someone just score? The game's over. You know what I mean? And everyone's celebrating. They didn't see the actual moment. They didn't see the goal being scored. They didn't see the puck. They didn't see who scored the goal. And that's part of the beauty of hockey, but also part of the reason why it doesn't have mass appeal to people that just dropped in.
Such a great showcase of the sport last night. Why isn't it bigger? 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of texts. We got a bunch of calls. We also have another opportunity, and I wonder if hockey will continue to capitalize off momentum. We will get to that today at 10:35 because it's right around the corner. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. This month, get a 2025 Chevy Trax LS for just $259 a month for 36 months with no money down. Pay only $259 a month with zero down and approved credit and your GM employee discount. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, and that means they have hundreds of inventory: Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Stay warm and say Sarah. These offers end March 3rd. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. It really was. That was Connor McDavid following the win. Canada wins 3-2 in overtime, and what a great event. Congrats to our Canadian friends. And I heard it from my cousins last night, some good-natured chirping.
Sure.
I got them literally from Victoria, British Columbia, all the way to Nova Scotia. And we had a good text thread going during that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think in the end there was a lot of goodwill. It starts off the national anthem, and you can hear a bunch of boos. And I said this to myself prior to one of the announcers making the point of it. I think it was Steve Levy at in the intermission. After maybe 15, 20 seconds on the anthem, the boos ended up changing to everyone singing the national anthem for Canada, because everybody knows the Canadian national anthem, and It was cool.
Yeah, Sean McDonough made the comment right afterwards. Yeah, Sean McDonough said, "Hey, they that changed. I went from booing to everybody singing. So bravo
to people in Boston.
Well done, Boston. Something I probably won't say a whole time.
Right. It seemed like for the most part, people were being respectful.
Yep. But
and hopefully staying safe.
Always key. And look, we're hockey fans here. Hockey's place in Detroit is kind of cemented. I think the hardcore hockey fan always wants more. And the question is, what will make it bigger? You always go through the inevitable questions get asked, how good, what kind of bump will a sport get? Well, I don't know what kind of bump this is going to lead to for hockey, but I mentioned it before the break. The Red Wings are playing Columbus in the shoe next week. On a nationally televised game. It's actually good timing. Coming out of this thing to have a spectacle.
Get 80,000 people there.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think the outdoor hockey games have lost the uniqueness where everybody doesn't make it appointment viewing. But I think people will check it out. Hopefully those two teams will go play a good game.
Hopefully the weather holds up.
Hopefully the weather holds up. And hopefully, just because of the venue, it taps into an undercurrent of Michigan, Ohio State, where we get a epic game, a game that has a little bit of edge to it. And we could see that. We could see that. Whether we do or we don't, I don't know. But it's another opportunity to showcase a great sport that maybe we'll get a little bit of a bump from that as well. We've got some ticket text coming in at 248-539-9797. Will writes in, as the game progressed and the cameras kept panning on this guy, I found myself becoming more and more mad at Matthew Tkachuk. You were clearly not right, and you should have given that spot up for a healthy guy. Those forwards were gassed.
Yep. I understand not wanting to come out in that situation. You're there. You're part of it. You had such a huge role a week ago of inspiring your teammates and stuff, and you want to be part of this thing. You want to celebrate in the end. But if you couldn't go, you shouldn't have gone. And he played 6 minutes. Some would say, well, courageous 6 minutes. Well, yeah, ish, because
you're not having
in the
any
end.
of it.
Well, no, I like Matthew. I'm maybe one of the few people here in town that like the Tkachuks is in terms of hockey players. I think they're awesome hockey players, and I think every fan base would embrace having those guys in your team because that's the type of player you need. And we saw in the tournament, these guys hit everything, and they have talent to score. So, but if you're not going to be able to do what you do, which is go out and hit guys and score, then step aside. And he didn't step aside. Did it end up hurting the team in the end? Only the team knows how gassed they were, or if it really affected them. Some of the benefits of that is that, hey, you know what? Dylan Larkin stepped up and played 20 minutes in the game last night that probably wouldn't get 20 minutes if Matthew Tkachuk was playing.
248-539-9797. More feedback via ticket text. I think hardcore Red Wing fans are excited about Larkin and Raymond's performances and how it can affect the rest of the season's push for the playoffs. That's from an unnamed texter. Next text, this is interesting. There were a lot of Wings fans annoyed with this tournament because we had all kinds of momentum and a long winning streak prior to the break.
Yeah, there is that. It came at a horrible time for the Red Wings. We'll see how it affects them tomorrow when they take the ice at an earlier game at 12:30.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't like that there was a kill of the momentum. But that's the break does that every year. It does it for all teams. Now some teams are like, thank God the break came here. Let's regroup and figure things out. And some teams like the Red Wings, like, damn, we were just getting going.
Well, the break usually isn't this long, right? I mean, this was a longer break. This is a longer break. And so if people want to be mad, I can get it. I've missed watching the Red Wings and the Pistons. So 248-539-9797. Matt's in St. Clair Shores, and he is next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Sterling. Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right.
Sterling.
So I think what was successful about this tournament is it was pushed on us and it was easily accessible to see on TV. I don't even know where the Red Wings are playing, what network they're playing on, what the name of the app is, or if it's going to be on Apple or wherever to watch them next. So it's the idea of it just completely loses its momentum. And then to your point about like equipment costs, I know you were just going on about rebates yesterday, but like if you're buying a kid some skates, like those should be like $10 because you know their parents are going to get skates to play with them, right? And you get them hooked young, then you can play. And honestly, if they wanted to really run up on this momentum, they should just slash ticket prices for the next 2 to 3 weeks, waive fees on Ticketmaster to get bodies into the stadium. The NHL just had such poor marketing. They've sold themselves out to these streaming services to make money.
Yeah.
And there's just been no give back to like make it accessible. Like use some of that money to like partner with like CCM or somebody, like buy an adult skate, get a kid skate for like $10 or something to get those kids who can't skate or they grow up to learn how to skate to actually be able to play the sport.
You know, it's interesting because like at ski hills, most kids are free. And we're going to get you into this. And golf, like I took my kids golfing when they were young, and kids were free in an effort, or really cheap in an effort to hook them young. And it's great marketing. Look, the NHL has a deal with ESPN and ABC right now. And the Red Wings play, I believe, Saturday on ABC. The weird thing is that game in Columbus in the Horseshoe next Saturday, a week from Saturday, is an ESPN game. It's not an over-the-air game. But the NHL apparently has something that America's pastime doesn't have, and that's a home on ESPN.
All right.
Because it was announced yesterday that baseball and ESPN, Major League Baseball and ESPN, are parting ways, which is kind of a bit of a surprising development. But, does hockey now have a better TV deal than baseball?
No, I don't think so. I think the reason that this is happening is because baseball probably has a better deal to move away from ESPN. That somebody saw. Yeah, that's my gut tells me that. I mean,
I think it's just the opposite.
I think baseball. The rumors that baseball wants to take over their own coverage anyway. And park it with, like, whether it's on Amazon or whatever, and they'll make money off that.
They might make money off it, but do you think that's a better TV deal if it's streamed?
Look, I hate streaming, but if it's going to make money for the sport, like the NFL is going to do it too, piece by piece.
I don't think it's good for the sport if they're taking it off more accessible air. But hey,
well, if more and more people are going streaming and cutting the cord, and then don't you have the same access to Amazon that you do to ESPN or whatever else, whatever service is going to be there.
I think accessibility is what hockey would want more so than money from a TV deal, which sounds weird, but I believe it. 248-539-9797. Why isn't hockey bigger? 2 words. Pierre Maguire. That guy has a way of ruining any broadcast. That's from an unknown texter.
Pierre Maguire.
That's why I talk to average sports guy. That's why he says he doesn't watch hockey.
Yeah, Pierre Maguire.
Yeah. That's the first 2 words that come out of his mouth.
He's one word. Edzo.
Here's a good one from Scott.
Don't say Edzo ever again.
Why isn't hockey bigger? One big reason. The NFL keeps going until February, and it eclipses what's going on the entire first half of the hockey season. I'll admit, I don't really start caring about hockey till the Super Bowl is over.
That's probably a very salient point.
It doesn't help, but basketball deals with the same problem. Basketball and hockey compete against the NFL every single year because all 3 are going on at the same time.
Nice counterpoint.
So the thing is, though, with hockey is I think 4 nations can definitely make hockey bigger. I just don't think it can make it big, and I'm not sure anything ever can make hockey big, and that's okay. I think continue to grow the sport, but also in the back of your mind know that it's probably always going to be number 4 in America. There's just too many fundamental things that they would have to change drastically that I don't think they should. Like, people can't see the puck. People don't know who's on the ice. People don't know who, when they're on the ice. Things like that where it's easily identifiable in the other 3 sports. When a guy's at bat. You know who's on the mound at all times. You know who's on the court at all times for basketball. You know who the quarterback is. You know where the running back is. In hockey, with the line changes, and I'm just talking for your average Joe, right? Trying to gain popularity here. He can't follow that.
You know what's interesting is I thought they dropped the ball a little bit. They had an uncumbersome graphic they put on the bottom with who was on the ice. And it's not like they do that in Red Wing games. I don't need it in Red Wing games. I kind of know who all the Red Wings are. I can tell who they are. Once you get familiar with them, you can almost tell by the way they skate and their body type who I'm watching, how tall they are. On this team, with everybody wearing new numbers, I couldn't. I had to really try to see when it was Larkin. And like Larkin, sometimes I go, it's the fast guy. Well, they're all fast in the Four Nations, right? And they're all many of them are wearing different numbers. I wish they left that graphic up the whole time. I think it would have helped even somebody who really, really likes hockey and typically doesn't need it.
Well, I think it would have been great when they introduced the players to start the game that you actually put the name of the player on the screen so that you can see it. If you can't understand what the announcer is saying in the background, the stadium announcer, and they're showing the player and the camera skates right up to him. You got the little kid next to him, then they come up to the player. They didn't show who it was.
Weird.
Like if you know hockey, you probably know who these guys are, but if you don't, hey, how about a little clue? Give me a heads up. How about who the player is? Maybe give me a position, height, weight, maybe some stats, maybe where he plays.
Min.
Something.
Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. And once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really, really matters. And it's why they have the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Old man Crosby, huh? When he took his helmet off and the gray hair was showing, I'm like, well.
Because he wasn't the prominent figure on that team.
Yeah, he
Is
wasn't.
it easier to take?
No.
I mean, he's still irritable because he's Sidney Crosby, but it's Connor McDavid, right? And McDavid needed that moment last night. I feel like his country is really pissed at him because he hasn't won the Stanley Cup yet, which would win one for Canada.
Yeah,
that they haven't won in forever. He's the best player in the world, and I think he needed that signature moment, and he got it last night.
248-539-9797. Michigan and Michigan State play tonight. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Back to your phone calls. Dave is in Waterford and next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Excellent.
Yeah, just outstanding tournament. You know what I mean? That's the best hockey I've seen in 10 years easily, I think. And we come from a big hockey family. Both my kids played college hockey, and
where do they play, Dave?
My son played club hockey at Michigan, but my daughter played D3 at, I don't know if you ever heard of Plattsburgh, New York.
Plattsburgh State?
Yeah. And at the time, it was the top D3 team, and only one of us that won a national championship. She did it as a freshman, second-line center. She was a core player, but nice. And then my son lives in Boston, and he was lucky enough. He's like, I think I got to go to this game. So he bought tickets. He and his girl bought tickets, I don't know, quite a few days ago, and for the championship game at the Garden there. And, he dropped like $400 a piece. But he was telling me, he's like, dude, this may be the last time Crosby ever puts on a national jersey. And, they just had a great time, and he probably could have sold them for $1,300 or $1,500, but they said, no, we got to see this. And then, as far as losing, that's a bummer. But how perfect for McDavid. If anyone needs to score that goal, it's him. And so I was happy for him. And my take on it, though, is I think they should do this every maybe 4 years, opposite the years of Olympic hockey, and leave Olympic hockey for D1 and junior players. You know what I mean? You'd have to expand this tournament to, at least 16s, the Russians and the Czechs and probably Switzerland and maybe Germany. But and where you fit it in around the NHL schedule, I don't know. But
I don't know. I kind of want to see I want to see the NHL players. I think you get the World Championships every year, or the World Junior Championships every year. That takes care of those other players, but I want to see the best on best.
I mean, seriously, the fact that next year we get to do this all over again and it's more important, I think it's freaking awesome. And the fact that they're bringing back the World Cup, like we might see this rotation where it's 4 nations, Olympics, old school all-star game, World Cup. 4 nations, Olympics, like this rotation, because it's just a marketing opportunity, right? I mean, and so whatever you can do, and maybe we don't ever do an all-star game ever again. Maybe they introduce something else, but there is something that you will never recapture. I don't know if he's trying to, by leaving it to the college kids, he's trying to tap into something that happened in 1980. Because I don't know if we can ever recreate that. Probably not. They only, because that was college kids against professionals. But
against the Russians were professionals. The Canadians were not.
No, but a lot of the
Swedes were not.
No, but there were professionals playing in that tournament. We were college kids.
Yeah, everybody was except for Russia, basically.
The Czechs weren't.
Maybe the Czechs were to an extent, but. Czechs had some players, I think, in the NHL at that time. They definitely had some NHL players at that time.
So I'm going to guess that they're not going to take this opportunity and say, let's turn the Olympics back over to college kids after what we just saw.
No, like I said, we've got the World Junior Championships. Those are great. You want to tune into that? It's awesome.
Yep. All right. So let's talk a little bit about Dylan Larkin. Dylan Larkin, when he got in on Binnington there, who, by the way, answered a lot of critics last night. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
When he got in on Binnington there, I certainly was hopeful he was going to score, and that was probably his best scoring chance last night. He was second on the team amongst forwards in time on the ice in the first period. He was again amongst the leaders after 2 periods. He was on ice for the first shift in overtime. He finished with the 5th most ice time amongst forwards. He was second amongst forwards in hits in that game. He was +1 last night. He killed the penalty. He was out there for a minute 20 of the penalty. These are the leaders in shifts last night. Brady Tkachuk, 34. Austin Matthews, 33. Dylan Larkin, 32. He clearly distinguished himself. Was he Connor McDavid? No. But he was like an elite glue guy that did a lot of different things for his team. I am excited about what we saw from Dylan Larkin. I think Dylan Larkin went into this series as thought of, and we got feedback that said as much, 3rd, 4th line guy, and his responsibility went up as this series went on. And I think it's awesome that he distinguished himself in that way.
Yeah, I think last night he was a catalyst. Every time he was on the ice, you saw his presence, whether he was hitting somebody or he was digging the puck out and clearing the zone, or he was creating a scoring opportunity for himself or for others. He was absolutely a catalyst last night, and he's been playing like that for a while now. Mm-hmm. Just absolutely revitalized since Todd McLellan took over with the Red Wings. There's no question that this entire Red Wing team has been that way, and Dylan Larkin continued to play like that in this tournament, which was great. But since McLellan came over, you got a bunch of guys that are like point-of-game guys again. Dylan Larkin, Lucas Raymond, Alex DeBrincat, Patrick Kane are all playing at a really high level, and so is Mo Seider on the back end. It's fun to see, and you hope that they can continue to do that. He's having himself a pretty good season. And it's not his best season that he's had statistically, but it feels like he's really kind of getting things together here, and he's on a run right now where he may end up having his best season statistically. 23 goals in 55 games. His career high in goal scoring was last year when he had 33 in 68 games. So knock on wood, he's been healthy. Is he going to be a 30-goal scorer again? Yeah, he should be. Can he approach 40? I think it was one of your bold-ass predictions, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it might have been.
So
recorded somewhere.
Yeah, this is a rewrite. A few weeks ago you said that. So I like where he's at. I think he is really establishing himself as being one of the true, really good players in this league. Absolutely one of the best American players out there. And then we had the guy that Ticket Texas last week was kind of, trolling a little bit and being down on Dylan Larkin, which is ridiculous after you watch this tournament, how he has played. He's been fantastic. And prior to the coaching change, the Red Wings were playing lethargic hockey. They looked like they were disinterested. They looked like they just going through the motions, don't even want to play hockey anymore, tired of answering questions afterwards, just like, put me out of my misery. And who knew what was going on behind the scenes? These guys even want to be here. It seems like they all want to be here now. There's a new energy about this team, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they come and hit the ice tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be good to have him back. And, I initially was not exactly stoked for Four Nations. I'm glad it happened. Couldn't have been more wrong about its impact. And
well, how about having him as the leader of this team? The way that he played in this tournament, and just look at the game last night. You mentioned he was second in hits. He had 4 hits, and Brady Tkachuk led the team with 5.
Yeah.
So it's not like he was a distant second. I mean, he had 1 less hit. He was really throwing his weight around. And if you've watched this team, like the way that he's played the last month and a half since McLellan took over, that's how he has played. He's been this complete player. We knew he was good defensively. We knew he was good offensively. But we're seeing a different, a little bit of a mean streak in Dylan Larkin too. He's sticking up for himself. He's willing to throw his body out there on the line, and I think it's contagious with the rest of his team.
ESPN put together the early look at the Olympic roster 1 year from now, and they have players who are mortal locks to be on the team. There are 7 forwards that are mortal locks to be on the team. Jack Eichel, Jake Gensel, Jack Hughes, Austin Matthews, Brady Tkachuk, Matthew Tkachuk, Dylan Larkin.
Yeah, he belongs there.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. Rivalry day for the Spartans and Wolverines. They'll have the first of two matchups on the hardwood, and Michigan will host the first one tonight. The team is calling for a maze out by their fans, at least as many as they can. Dusty May will get his first dose of the in-state battle, but knows plenty about Tom Izzo on the other side. Michigan players spoke all week about needing to stop the deep rotation of the Spartans. Whichever team ends up on top tonight will be the Big Ten leaders with 13 conference victories. The call is going to be over on WWJ with a 7:30 pregame from Chrysler Center. The notorious no facial hair policy is officially dead in the Yankees clubhouse. The team releasing a statement that well-groomed beards will now be permitted by the players and personnel moving forward. Hal Steinbrenner himself made the decision after speaking to a large number of current and former New York players. And with the Four Nations tournament done, the Red Wings will be the first team on the ice for the next part of the NHL season. Their 12:30 matinee tomorrow will be against the Wild. Although Detroit lost their final game 2 weeks ago, they had won 7 straight before that. This is a Saturday-Sunday back-to-back to get things going. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Did you see the breaking news in the world of restaurants?
No.
This is from Bloomberg. Hooters in talks to prepare a bankruptcy filing in the coming months.
Yeah. Hooters going bankrupt, huh?
As you say, they're going bust.
I was looking for the obvious joke.
I beat you to
it. And I just didn't really look that hard.
No.
You should be proud that you didn't look that hard.
I guess thank you.
Place is run by a bunch of boobs anyway.
He's got jokes, people.
Come on, Gator.
He's got jokes.
Oh, you can do better than that. I know you can. This is your wheelhouse.
No, I'm letting it go.
Are you?
I'm letting it go. I'm taking the higher road.
I'm not sure what else is
well,
there.
I mean, you called me a child because I enjoy Superman ice cream. And
I call you a child for a lot of reasons, but that's amongst
so true.
Yeah.
I'm not going down that path.
Aren't you? Is this a new and mature Gator?
I'm better than that.
Leave it up to me.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Not going to make a bone-in joke. Not going to do that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
When was the last time you were at a Hooters?
Oklahoma City and 19.
Wow, it's got a 19 in front of it. Yeah.
Last century?
Yeah. Yep.
I think last time I was there had a 19 in front of it too.
I can remember.
Like
I can remember the time I was with.
I know it didn't for a fact.
Oh, you know what? Absolutely not. I was there for my birthday one year.
Didn't you who judged the contest?
And we were there for Kang's bachelor party.
That's why I know for a fact that was in the 2000s.
Yeah, that's the last time I was there was your bachelor party.
What about that contest?
And by the way, for people before they start texting, my bachelor party was not at Hooters. We just met there before we went
that's
out.
the part I was part of.
Yeah,
then
because you were being lame.
Then they went to a brothel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't
get it wrong.
There was a lot. It was like Hangover 19. All right.
As I recall from that, I was hanging out there with your friends. And I'd let you know ahead of time that I wasn't going to be able to make it out for the rest of the night, but I was going to hang with you for the first part. Had some beers there. Got on the bus with you, and then I slammed a beer on the bus.
And then left.
So
I guess you did more than Doug, though, so I can't complain about that.
This is very true.
Okay, you know how you always talk about how you have kids and you can't do anything anymore? I was in the throes of that when you had
So you just forget about your friends when you have kids. Got it.
Kang?
I don't forget about my friends.
Yeah?
I may not hang out with them as much.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what it is.
Yeah. Doug, you know, he said to me, I'll be there for your next bachelor party.
I said I'd be there for the wedding.
Yeah.
Made the wedding.
You were there for the wedding.
Yes, I was.
Still had kids then, too.
Yeah. And I went to Hooters before the wedding. No, I didn't.
Spicy.
Yeah. That's
Hooters needs a Four Nations tournament to bring it back. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Hooters versus like Chick-fil-A versus Wingstop and Wing Snob.
Is it more Hooters versus Twin Peaks?
Yeah.
Look, we can have more than Four Nations.
We're open policy over here.
Tilted Kilt and whatever it is.
Yeah.
We got a whole bunch of them. Bring in Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah. All right. So Michigan State tonight. It's the first go around here for Dusty May, and I was looking at this Michigan roster and trying to find some research. All right, what are the comps that these guys have had in their careers? Because Michigan has all these transfers and they got a new coaching staff. And I think it was in the, I think it was Det News today. I had a story about it. You know, Dusty May and his staff came from Florida Atlantic, where at Florida Atlantic, Gator, everybody knows the big Florida Atlantic-Memphis rivalry.
That's huge.
Huge, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
huge.
Danny Wolf and the Athletic said, well, he was part of Princeton Yale.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I looked up Reuben Jones. Reuben Jones, who now starts for Michigan. His previous school was North Texas. For $5, who's North Texas's rival?
It's going to be another Texas school, I think. North Texas and Texas Abilene.
Okay. Kang, do you care to offer a guess? North Texas's rival for $5?
Can I change mine?
Go ahead, man.
Sam Houston State.
UTEP.
Okay.
Good call.
Bobby, you want to get in on this? $5? Who's North Texas's big rival?
I'm going to go with UTSA.
Okay.
Good call.
One of you got it right.
Wow, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Well, according to a Google search, whether Reuben Jones might say it's not this team, but according to a Google search, it is UTSA.
Nice job.
I owe Bobby $5.
Nice job, Bobby.
Bobby, can you break 100?
Yeah, just give it to him. We'll figure it out.
I owe Bobby $5. Well done. So first time for Dusty May and a lot of these Wolverines. I mean, basically, Will Cheddar and Damari Barnett have been in this before. But these are two top teams in the Big Ten. Gator, your early thoughts on this game. I guess it's not early games tonight. Your thoughts on this game tonight?
I like the matchup because it should be an exciting game. You got two teams that are, built differently here. Michigan's got big guys that they go to with Golden and Wolf, and Michigan State is just kind of more. I don't want to say it's more of a team effort, but it's more you don't know who's going to spring up and be the guy from game to game. And with Michigan, you kind of what you see is kind of what you get. They're a well-coached team. They shoot the ball well. And yet, statistically, these teams are pretty even when it comes to points per game and points you give up per game and all that. But this game's on the road, and I think always in the Big Ten, the home team has that advantage.
Always do. So the thing is, especially the old school Big Ten teams, I'm still getting a feel for what it's like to play
at Nebraska,
at Oregon. I mean, I think the travel's tough for those games. But anyway, look, if these two teams are their typical selves, okay, Michigan will turn it over too much, and Michigan State will miss a bunch of three-pointers. If they're their typical selves. If one of them goes atypical and Michigan takes care of the basketball, or the Spartans, have a higher percentage from three, I mean, it might be as simple as that. Is if you play your weakness isn't your weakness on this game in this day. I mean, for Michigan State, the matchup advantage might be the number of bigs they can throw at Michigan's bigs. Michigan presents a challenge with the 4-5 ball screen. Most teams don't have 7-footers that are really good. 2 7-footers that can run the pick and roll the way that Michigan can with Danny Wolf and Russian Loy Vaught. But the Spartans can, and I would suspect that Tom Izzo tonight will coach his guys to get very physical early in the game and figure out how this one's going to be whistled. And even if it is whistled tight, he's got a number of bigs he can throw at Michigan's guys and sure, get in foul trouble, whatever, but not let them run that pick and roll game is something I would expect to see tonight. I mean, Michigan's going to try and get open looks for Trey Donaldson. Michigan State, do they try to shoot the three? I think Michigan will probably zone them a little bit.
I think State's got to try with if the guy's got an open look. If Jace Richardson has an open look, if Holloman has an open look, if Fears has an open look, or Jaden Akins, these are guys you expect to shoot. And Fiddler certainly has it in him.
It's weird.
Doesn't have it this year, but he's got it in him throughout his career. He's been a guy who can gun it, but we haven't seen it with Michigan State. But if they're not going to knock that down, the way Michigan State can get at you is because they are physical. They will take it to the rack, and they'll get fouled. If they get fouled, that means free throws. And they can make up the difference for not hitting three-pointers by knocking down the charity stripe.
248-539-9797. If you want to get in on this, what do you think a key is for your team? Spartan fans, what do you think a key is for your team? Wolverine fans, we'll get to some of your reaction and previewing of that game. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down nets. Now, here's the thing about that $5 bet for new customers. Just find a money line and bet a team to win, a heavy favorite on the money line. You won't get a big return, but you get your $150 in bonus bets. So it's a great time for new customers. FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel.com/971Detroit, and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797, Michigan and Michigan State. Gator, one of the things that happens in basketball when you get to March, oftentimes it feels like a team will have an outlier step up. I use the term outlier because that's a term John Beilein used to use, but somebody who can give them more. For Michigan, I wonder if it's Reuben Jones, who's been put into the starting lineup, but it feels like he makes the winning plays. Like he does a lot of stuff that helps you win games, like get a big rebound, or he makes that one more pass to free up a teammate for a bucket. I bet his plus minus is really good. He was drawing, like when Michigan played Ohio State many times down the floor, he was drawing Thornton. And he frequently does have a tough defensive assignment, and he can shoot it a little. It's funny, you mentioned Frankie Fidler. Frankie Fidler shot it at Omaha and hasn't shot it at Michigan State. Reuben Jones shot it at North Texas, hasn't really shot it at Michigan. For Michigan State, I mean, is it Jackson Kohler, or who would you think is sort of the outlier that can give more if this team's going to go on a run?
I think it's a combination of I guess you're getting what you expect out of Akins, although it'd be nice to see more threes being hit. But Kohler and Jace Richardson have both had flare-ups recently, where they've scored over 20 points in a game. And then they'll back that up with a single-digit scoring game. So, again, it's just it feels like that's Michigan State. Every game, somebody else does something. But those are two guys, I think, in particular, that have enough talent where they can do something. In this game tonight, Michigan's got bigs. So am I expecting Michigan State's bigs to outplay Michigan's bigs? Not necessarily. So I'd look elsewhere. But maybe it is Jace Richardson. It'd be nice if they got somebody who was going to shoot. Frankie Fidler, I think, could be like, you're not going to be surprised if Fidler hits 6 3-pointers in a game. Because
6 is a lot.
It is a lot. But I mean, this is a guy who's been able to score over 30 points a game in his career. He's done that on a number of occasions, but he hasn't come anywhere close to being this shooter at Michigan State. So, like, at some point, I'm waiting to see it. I can't believe that he's just all of a sudden he's a terrible shooter, right? There's something to it. It's the rhythm of the game, buying into the system,
faster,
understanding the rotation. Yeah, the competition is bigger and better, but at some point, you can still shoot the basketball, kid. Come on.
Yeah, was it you that said he hasn't had a double-digit? He hasn't had more than 1 3-pointer in a game all year?
Yes.
I think it was. I don't know if that's still true, but it was at one point. Look, these things are an exercise in sort of.
It's still true.
It's still true.
Yeah.
These things are an exercise on where your team stands right now. Last week they came out with the snapshot in time first unveil of the brackets. Michigan was on the 4 line. Michigan State was outside of the top 16. Lenardi updated his bracketology. And both Michigan and Michigan State were on the 4 line. So looking to be 4 seeds. And not surprising because it's a requirement. Michigan State is in a regional that would match them up with Duke.
Oh, no way.
Yep. Which would put them against Duke in the Sweet 16.
Just stop doing it. Why?
Why what?
It feels like every year. Where's Duke? Well, they're the same place where Michigan State is. Oh, great. Yeah, whatever. I look, bracketology and
yeah, I mean, this is
really.
Well, I mean, as we're getting later, you have and more data comes in. It feels like you can get an idea of what line you're on, but the matchups are.
Yeah, but more it feels like that data is falls right in line with rankings too, because I think a lot of the times the rankings there's a lot of analytics go into that, which play a role into the bracketology. So when you see a 14th ranked team against a 12th ranked team, to see if they're both on the 4 line shouldn't be surprising.
From an unnamed texter, if Michigan State plays with the same consistency and intensity they did against Purdue, I think they roll out of Ann Arbor with a win. That's from an unnamed texter. John and Warren says State is number 2 in the NCAA in fast break points. Michigan can't run with them once the track meet starts. Michigan is toast. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Joe in Grosse Pointe. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
All right, Joe.
I'm a Michigan State guy, but I think the key to the game tonight is Michigan's defense. For the Spartans, they're an elite offensive team when they make shots, but when they don't, they struggle. This game's got to be high scoring.
Got to be high scoring for Michigan State to win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If Michigan can hold them into the mid to low 60s, Michigan State's going to have trouble. Their defense has traveled this year, but whenever that score gets down into the low 60s, it's a coin flip. So if Michigan can hold them down, kind of like the ticket texter said, with fast break points, or they're just not hitting shots, it's going to be tough for State to win tonight.
It's really weird because earlier in the year, I really thought that Michigan was playing and Dusty May was playing a style where they were switching every screen, and I started paying attention to that, and I feel like they've gotten away from that a little bit. They do like to change up and throw zones at you now and again, and so it'll be intriguing to see if what they do on the defensive end and what their primary focus is. Michigan State is, I believe, second in the Big Ten. Well, hold on. They're not second in the Big Ten. They're seventh in the Big Ten. They're averaging 79 points a game. So getting out of the 60s is something that they do with great regularity. Michigan is averaging 81.6. I mean, both these teams scored pretty high. Actually, the Big Ten is scoring pretty high now that I take a look at this. But
defensively, where are they on the Big Ten?
Defensively,
Both
I can't
teams?
figure. You know what? I wish I could figure it out, but the Big Ten's new website blows. And I can't figure out.
Wow.
I can't
It'll be easier because I was going to say I know that Michigan State gives up 67 points a game. Michigan gives up 71 points a game. So Michigan State, if they can hold Michigan, I mean, look, if they hold Michigan to 70 points, that's almost 12 points below their average. Then that probably gives them a really good chance to win the game.
Okay, I got it now. It's on a PDF file. Michigan State. When in doubt, go find the PDF. Michigan State's third in the Big Ten. Michigan is eighth in the Big Ten. It's so funny. Iowa is always the same. Near the top in scoring and near the bottom in defense. All Iowa games are like 90 to 89.
Yeah, just like their football team. Or the direct opposite.
Yeah, could they be more opposite? Izzo will muddy it up, then yell at the officials. The refs will even it up with cheap fouls on Wolf and Golden. I don't think Dusty works the refs at all. Here's an interesting one.
I think he's a hell of a coach.
He doesn't. Well, he's not a yeller screamer.
Don't have.
If that's what you mean by work the refs. Greg and Temperance says Booker has to be the X factor tonight and the rest of the season.
Do we have a Booker sighting?
I don't know. I can't figure that player out.
I thought he was going to be one of these guys that just progressively gets better, like we saw with everybody else has gone through. Draymond Green, Valentine, Cassius Winston. They just got better each year they were at Michigan State. And
were all
Booker
those guys, correct me if I'm wrong, were all those guys less highly recruited than Booker? Like, aren't they kind of examples of Tom Izzo making that
kind of? Well, I guess
I might be
Draymond
wrong
Green
on that,
Draymond Green wasn't he Mr. Basketball?
Yeah. I could be wrong on that. 248-539-9797.
Those are the three examples I threw out there. I could probably throw another 10 of other guys that were highly recruited.
I feel like the highly recruited guys, I think he does better with the less recruited guys that he just develops and molds in the image that he wants.
Well, the other guys leave.
That's true too. It's hard to see them develop when they're not there.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right. Interesting stuff out of Lakeland and Tigers camp. Who's getting the hype today? We'll get to that today at 11:31. Also, next hour, we'll revisit the hockey last night. Got a question for hockey fans of all different varieties following last night's final in the Four Nations Cup. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. underrated part of the Four Nations. Did you see the board's advertising for dude wipes?
No.
One was something like, your gear stinks, your rear shouldn't.
Oh.
Dude wipes.
Fair enough.
Another one was, keep your crease clean, dude wipes. I'm like,
sage advice, man.
It really, I was like, yes. And I'm like, look, I've never had dude wipes. Maybe I need to get dude wipes.
Have you ever used the flushable wipes? This is getting into territory I don't know if we want to go to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, when you have kids and they're small, there's a lot of various types of flushable wipes that are going around the house. But no, I've never had any sort of flushable wipe for grown-up Doug.
You haven't lived?
Well, do you have dude wipes, Gator?
I don't have dude wipes.
Kang, do you have dude wipes?
But I've used flushable wipes before.
Yeah, I'm with Gator on this one. I've not personally used dude wipes, but
got to keep your crease clean.
There's no 5-hole advertisement or anything like that. Well, I mean, I didn't see any of these. I'm just asking you. No? Okay.
People, he was on fire last night. Kang,
we're on fire.
During the Four Nations. There's the most hysterical one we can't use on the air, but it was you were absolutely on fire.
I like the one of them was LeBron James just tweeted out he wants in on the Four Nations next year.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was good.
He always teases that bull crap.
Right after that dunk contest was so good. I'll do it next year.
You tweeted out the NBA is going to have Mac McClung dunk over an American, Canadian, Swedish, and Finnish car next year.
Yeah, they're going to force him to. They actually own Mac McClung. I don't think he even wants to do it anymore.
I thought that was pretty funny. I like Charlie Baker wants to expand the Four Nations to 16 next year. Charlie Baker, NCAA, March Madness.
I didn't get all these.
Well, those two I just sent Doug.
Liv just bought Sweden and Finland. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, that was the other one.
Well, why are you hiding this stuff?
It was late. I don't know.
What, you got tired of including me on it? You had to go back to your iPhone? And what is that?
I need a blue screen.
I got to go iPhone to iPhone. I can't possibly continue on with this text thread with Gator because he's got an Android. Mm-hmm.
I love this. The game ends and Kang texts. And now it's time for the hardest slap shot competition. Next text, followed by a brand new NCIS.
Right.
Our Canadian friends will get something else.
Yeah. Oh, Diane, you are on fire. 248-539-9797. All right, so Gator, who's getting the hype today out of Lakeland?
Who is getting the hype today? Jackson Jobe got a lot of hype yesterday. They were doing some matches, some live pitching and live hitting stuff, and there's. I forget. Is that who I put on my show sheet? Because I'm struggling to remember what I had on my show sheet for that.
You did write Jackson Jobe.
Jackson
Jobe. Where did you see it? Is my question.
I saw it in the Free Press. Evan Petzold had some information about that. There were a lot of people that were tweeting out the matchup yesterday: Jackson Jobe against Jace Young, and the other thing was getting some hype was the automated balls and strike system that they're starting to experiment because they're actually going to use it in Lakeland this year.
Yeah.
There's a number of teams that a number of stadiums are going to be using it, and Joker Marchant in Lakeland is one of those. So they're kind of testing out the system. So there was a sequence where Jace Young is hitting against Jackson Jobe, righty on lefty, and I guess the second pitch, Jace Young questioned. It was called strike. He said, no, that's not. It taps his helmet. Gets reviewed. No, it's a strike. Damn it!
So it's like laser.
Yeah, it's exactly like it's like you see basically during the game when you have that Fox box or whatever they call it. Yep. I know they don't call it the Fox box, though they should. You're welcome.
Marketing genius Scott the Gator.
Yes. Fox box, brilliant. But But with that, it just happens that quickly. They can just reference it right away, and it comes up on the big screen. They'll show it so everyone in the stadium can see it, which is pretty great. But it was called, nope, that's a strike. And then I guess Chase Young, I think after the fifth pitch, was able to get a hit off of Chase Young. But that's the talk is about how Jackson Jobe is throwing near triple digits already. He's got this wicked curveball that he's throwing in with the high revolutions and all that. He's getting a lot of hype right now, and is expected to make this roster and be that fifth starter, and a lot going on before they've played the first game in spring training. But this is what we get.
Well, there's a lot riding on this guy's success and failure, clearly, and short term and long term. I mean, the zoom out is, all right, are we seeing the early stages of the next Skubal, Verlander, dominant Tiger arm? And we can hope that that's the case. The zoom in is, what is he going to do for them this year? Because rookie pitchers tend not to get a ton of innings. You want this guy, if he is all that, how do you milk him through a season and have him at the end if he's all that? I mean, are his starts going to be no more than 5 innings, no more than 75 pitches, no more than, like, how do you want, first of all, he needs to prove that he can do it, but you need him more at the end than you do at the beginning, in theory. So how do you get him to the end? How do you give him enough innings to prove it and then still keep a pitch count on him and an innings restriction on him so that you can use him at the end the way you want to?
Yeah, it's so different now than what it was 5 years ago, and we're not going to go to the 80s and the 70s for all that, but how about we just go back to Justin Verlander's rookie season? JV had 30 starts and threw 186 innings that season. And that's 2006. It doesn't feel like it's that long ago, and yet that's 19 years ago that he did that. And we're so far removed from having, that be the norm. It's disappointing. And, Justin Verlander had some comments recently where he was talking about how he'd like to see the game changed a little bit and give starting pitchers more of a chance and not pull them out after 75 pitches because they've gone 5 innings. Let them have a count where they have to go 100 pitches unless you're just getting shelled and you take them out, but leave them in the game. And the part that I thought that was compelling that he had to say was in reference to the game offensively. He said people want more offense in the game, and they're not getting it because you're getting all these pitchers, getting a parade of pitchers coming out there. All of them can throw 100 miles an hour, and that the teams are using and abusing all these arms because, hey, if we go through these guys and they get tired, it's okay. I got another 3 guys at AAA that are throwing 100 miles an hour, and they just keep bringing them in. He says, if you want more offense, how about leave the starters in there? Have them throw at least 100 pitches before you can take them out. And then if they start to get tired, well, then the offense, it's that third time through the lineup that nobody gets to because the analytics say, don't let the starter pitch to these guys a third time because the hitters will have the advantage.
Yeah, no teams are going to agree to that.
No, I understand it, but it's just the way the game has changed, and maybe not for the better, because it does make it a little more stale. But when you bring up Jackson Jobe and how many games he's going to pitch or how many innings he's going to pitch is more accurate. It feels like, he'll be at a limit of 100 innings.
Do you know, you bring up the offense. Do you know how many qualified hitters, like everyday players, hit 300 or more last year?
There weren't many. I know Guerrero was one of them. I think Bobby Witt Jr. But I would say in all of baseball,
there's been a de-emphasis on batting average, of course. But
in all of baseball,
yes,
12.
Less than that.
Wow, 8.
Less than that.
6.
More than
7.
That. Attaboy. And they say you don't know math. Yes, 7 qualified hitters. Here are the last 5 years. 26, 15, 11, 10, 7.
Wow.
That's 300 hitters, according to ESPN stats, the last 5 years in Major League Baseball.
I'm curious about this, and if you've got the stat page up, maybe you can do this quickly. If not, then we'll move on. But OPS.
Yeah.
How many players with an OPS of, say, 850 or more qualified? last year?
17.
17, because that's the emphasis now. Do you have like the previous year's numbers? Is that something
I can, if you give me a second. More than 850 the year before. In 2023, it was 20. In 2022, it was 17. And so the OPS numbers are staying roughly the same. Batting average is dropping. But, I mean, look, it's also in all these numbers, you get into the weird COVID year, which kind of skews things.
Right,
but,
that's true.
But still, it's just a different game. I mean, for those that still care about batting average, I don't know, is 290 the new 300?
It almost feels like 280.
Maybe
it is, in some respects. But this is why now it's a shift to OPS. If the league average OPS is 723 or whatever it is, if you've got players that have an OPS of above 775, you feel like, yeah, here we go, game on.
Well, 280 is not bad. Remember I said there were 26 players 5 years ago that hit 300 or better?
Mm-hmm.
This past year, there were 26 players that hit 280 or better. So your call of 280. 280 is the new 300. If batting average matters to you, there was news out of Major League Baseball yesterday. It was really, really interesting. And what does it mean? We will get to that today at 11:46. Here on Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, got the winter blues and you need a spark to get you through this? Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need. The deals on the 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. You can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. Taxes and fees included. Now, these are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive. All help your winter drive go smooth. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. And believe me, that these low payments, these Blazer EVs are going to be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
All right, we talked about this a little bit earlier as it pertains to hockey, and we'll get back to the hockey at 12:05. But Major League Baseball, big news yesterday. ESPN and MLB are parting ways. And I remember when ESPN and the NHL parted ways. Do you remember the network the NHL landed on, Scott Anderson?
OLN, the Outdoor Life Network, which was Spike. It became Spike, and then
it became Versus.
It's like TNN and Versus. Yeah, it was all types of things.
A lot of rebranding. But yes, the NHL's first deal after ESPN was on Outdoor Life Network. So how bad for baseball is it that it will no longer be on ESPN? Well, I suspect one of two things will happen. One is they'll just bring it all in-house, and Major League Baseball Network will become their national broadcast, even though they already have tons of games on it anyway. They'll just keep everything in-house. And two is it's going to be MLB. Their new TV deal will be Netflix or Amazon or some streaming service, Hulu, that will jump in there. And I'm not sure if that makes sense with an aging audience and streaming being something that more young people are adept at doing. I don't know if that's a great marriage. I don't know what baseball is going to do. Does this really impact us? No, as long as you have your local network and you get your local team. Now, if you like watching the national games, if you really liked watching Yankees Red Sox and watching the Dodgers late at night, you will miss the ESPN broadcast. But this would have been considered a death blow to a league years ago. I mean, it really hurt the NHL. And what hurt the NHL is they went on strike. I remember talking to some people at ESPN about this on the TV side, and they truly believed that strike, they had all these crews hired, and they went for the first time, they went all in on college baseball and college softball. There are postseasons, and they realized they didn't have to pay rights fees, and they were getting the same ratings. And so when ESPN, when the strike ended and ESPN had to re-up with the NHL, ESPN was like, look, we can basically do this for a quarter of the price and get the same ratings. Why are we messing around with you? And so the NHL ended up having to find OLN at the time, and they've had better TV deals since. But Major League Baseball no longer is going to be on ESPN after this year.
Well, it's after this year. So really what this means, Doug, is they've got a year to negotiate. This doesn't mean that they can't come back to be on ESPN next year. It just means that right now they've terminated the agreement for the following years. So can they reach an agreement with ESPN? Apparently, baseball is not happy with the coverage that they've been given on ESPN. They expected they were going to get more. I'm reading a story from Sports Illustrated that quotes The Athletic, where Rob Manfred, the commissioner, noted that the league has, quote, not been pleased with the minimal coverage that Major League Baseball has received on ESPN's platforms over the past several years outside of actual live game coverage. And then it says, however, a future deal between Major League Baseball and ESPN is not out of the question. So really what this is, it's negotiating. You didn't like the deal. You got out of it. It's probably beneficial to both sides. You get out of it, I guess. But if ESPN's willing to get out of it, my guess is they're not going to go back to ESPN. But if this year ends up being a good year for baseball on TV-wise and ratings-wise, that maybe, okay, ESPN comes back and says, all right, hold on. Let's negotiate and we'll do something better for us. But we'll see where it goes.
So wait a sec. Major League Baseball's not happy because First Take doesn't do more baseball talk?
You could interpret it that way, sure. Too much cowboy coverage?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
we laugh about it, but literally last night I was watching SportsCenter and looking for pregame stuff, and I got cowboy coverage.
Also, part of this, guys, is ESPN wanted to pay less than, they wanted to lower what they're I guess agreed to or whatever.
Yes.
They're supposed to pay them a certain amount, and they went to Major League Baseball and said, hey, we want to lower this, and MLB's like, no. So we're just going to part ways at the end of the year then, because we're not taking less money, because they're supposed to get an estimated $550 million each of the next 3 years. The network was going to pay Major League Baseball. They wanted to lower that, and Manfred was like, no.
Yeah, we're not going to accept lower.
Yeah.
And, baseball has branched out. they branched out with Apple, and Roku has rights fees as well. And you would imagine that those fees are only going to go up. You know,
you mean people who have Roku and Apple are going to have to pay more?
Or that Apple and Roku are going to have to pay more to baseball. Not that
if they want more. I mean, look, how many games were actually on Apple TV? It wasn't a ton.
Well, no, but now if the door is open to negotiate with Apple to say, hey, you want in on this or what?
What do you do though if you're a network and you know that baseball's average fan is older than any other sport? Do you really, especially if you're a streaming service? Because I think my kids,
maybe this is one of the okay, go ahead.
Fully adept at streaming and totally like embrace that as that's their normal. We went to streaming at our house for a minute, and I didn't like it for a variety of reasons. We may sample it again. But what I found out is the money I saved, it quickly added up. Oh wait, I don't have this. I got to add that. Oh wait, I don't have that. I got to add this. And next thing you know, I was paying damn near the same thing, and it wasn't as convenient as cable. I'm warmed up to the streaming world quite a bit, and I feel like more stuff is streamed in 4K than is broadcast over the air in 4K. So I kind of like that.
Okay, so if you're asking, how does baseball get younger? Maybe going streaming is getting younger because now it's available on the stream, and that's where the younger people are watching their entertainment. They're getting it that way, and now maybe they'll stumble across a baseball game and be like, oh, you know what? I'll check this out.
Or does the younger audience not care about the game? You're making it more accessible to them, but now you're taking it away from the older people, and it's a worst case scenario. I don't know.
There's a marketing that they're going to have to do. They're going to have to get better at it because I think, in theory, it's smart if you're going to try to appeal to the younger crowd, and the younger crowd gets their entertainment through streaming. It's smart in theory to go to the streaming. Now it's up to you, baseball, to find a way to better market it because now you're there. Go get the people. It's like you drop this food truck in the middle of a metropolis and you've got this awesome food, but how do you let the people know that it's there? Okay, great, you're there, but come to the food truck for the awesome taco.
But if a food truck serves liver and onions, how many young people are going to...
Well, you got to change the menu.
And don't start dinner at 3:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. So we'll see how it plays itself out. How much does this impact the average guy? Well, in Detroit, if you got the FanDuel package, if you get FanDuel on your Comcast or you're a streamer and you can add it all on Amazon now for $20 a month, it probably doesn't impact you at all. I mean, so we'll see. It's just an overall question about the health of the sport and accessibility to fans. So I don't know. Like my oldest will sit there and watch baseball. My youngest won't. Like they're just
and yet he plays.
He plays. He plays. My oldest will watch, just about anything baseball. But
like I said, they've got a year to negotiate.
Yep.
To get a better deal for baseball. And I don't think, look, there are things Rob Manfred does that I don't agree with. A lot of things I don't like, and there's things he says that I completely disagree with. But I don't think he's a stupid man. So if he's getting out of this contract and because ESPN wanted to drop money on it, he's not going to do it unless he's got an idea that he can make it up somewhere else.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to the Four Nations, which was a great event. Canada winning in overtime last night, 3-2. The real winner in this one's probably NBC and their Olympic coverage 1 year from now because already you know that's going to get marketed like crazy and people are going to be hyped for that.
You think Rob Manfred is wishing that they had the World Baseball Classic right now?
Yep.
To build off of that?
Yep.
Catapult things in spring training?
If you had the World Baseball Classic.
See Hiroki Sasaki and Shohei Ohtani pitching and hitting.
Yeah, I think this point on the calendar, baseball could be doing that. The NBA could be doing something. The NHL could be doing something, all coordinated at the same time to fill an otherwise unsatisfactory all-star or exhibition baseball season void. Opportunities. You're a marketing whiz today. You're really you're dialed in.
At the Fox box.
Your next career is right in front of you, Gator. It's right there.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I do both at the same time? Moonlight?
No.
Oh.
One or the other. Yeah. Nobody's going to hire you as a part-time marketer. They want you full-time.
If I got these brilliant ideas, they'll take what they can
start a
get.
bidding war, man. Better contract here. Make some money out there.
All right.
Yep. Real world stuff.
Nice.
Yep. I'll help you with the math. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to hockey. What a game last night and what a tournament. This caught us by surprise how popular it was. Got some Michigan State talk if you want to continue down that road. What are the keys to the game for your team tonight? Battle for first place in the B1G. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
NFL insider Daniel Jeremiah does not think that the Browns will trade defensive lineman Myles Garrett. Garrett is a player who has been mentioned along with the Lions since he publicly requested a trade. The latest edition of the Michigan State rivalry tonight in Ann Arbor. After the Spartans' big win over Purdue earlier in the week, they're now neck and neck for the top spot in the Big Ten. MSU does have one more loss at this point. Your tip over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8. After a couple of days off to recover from the Four Nations tournament, Lucas Raymond returned to practice today for the Red Wings. Dylan Larkin was still absent. Tyler Mott took his place on the top line. Tigers outfielder Akil Baddoo will not be ready for the start of the baseball season. He suffered an injury sliding in his hamate bone that required surgery. Baddoo is not on the 40-man roster either and was not expected to start in the big leagues. After 8 days without a game, the Pistons are back in action tonight on the road at San Antonio as well. It was breaking yesterday that the Spurs will be without Victor Wembanyama for the rest of the season with blood clots. They're currently 2 spots below. They'll play in cut line and hold a 24-29 record. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip there at 8:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy lunchtime, everybody. Happy weekend, everybody. Almost there. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. And we both spent our Thursday night, along with Kang, our producer behind the glass, watching the Four Nations Cup final. And it did not disappoint. In fact, this tournament far exceeded, I would imagine, just about everybody's expectations. I don't want to speak for everybody, but it certainly exceeded my expectations. Gator, it exceeded your expectations. Kang, it exceeded your expectations. I wonder how much of the players are like, look, I was into it, but I didn't realize how into it I would be. Those were two teams out there playing a hockey game that they cared about the result, and that was never the case in the All-Star game. So this feels like a massive win overall for the sport and a good marketing opportunity. We talked at length about, hockey trying to capitalize off this and carry some momentum into the second half of the season and maybe grab a greater stronghold on a position in American sports. I was talking about my Canadian cousins that were blowing up my phone, but I got a text from cousin Brady out in San Diego who was into it. So, he's, maybe that's the more important target audience than Canada, right? Is did Brady watch? I should see if Scott watched. Brady's dad, my wife's cousin's husband. Not that you really need to know, but I wonder if he watched it at all, because hockey's just not on San Diego's radar.
No, and this would have been a game that starts at 5:15 their time.
Yep.
But it may have been on people's radar because of what happened last Saturday night, and it blew up.
Yeah,
and it was all over the news. It was the number one story going into yesterday, and going the whole week we were talking about it. Yep. We're not unique.
No.
not in that regard. Many other regards, we're very unique. But I mean, this captured not only, of course, our nation, but obviously Canada's as well. And I imagine there were a lot of eyes on this. Hockey fans worldwide were watching this.
Yep. So we did a topic yesterday, and we got some feedback, and it was really cool. It was non-hockey fans that said, yeah, I'll watch this game tonight. This is a topic that I'm asking to non-hockey fans and hockey fans alike. What did you learn? Now, for the non-hockey fan, this is a safe space. You can call up and say, I really didn't know what icing was or whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. Non-hockey fans that sampled it for last night, what did you learn, if anything? Or it might be just a player. You learned how good so-and-so was. And for the Red Wing fan or hockey fan, there are other things that you might have learned. And I don't mind admitting I learned something that I did not know. I knew who this guy was. I had no idea he was that good.
Yeah, there's a guy that I identified watching the game last night that I was like, oh, that's the type of player I want. It's a guy who sacrifices everything out there on the ice. Solid player, position of need, and I think would look fantastic in a Red Wing uniform.
I'm not even whether I don't. Most of these players, there's not accessibility to them for the Red Wings, but
right.
As far as,
but I just love the style of play.
All right, who's your guy?
Jacob Slavin, the defenseman. He was diving all over the place, blocking shot after shot. He had 3 block shots in the game. Part of the offense, getting involved with the offense, had a couple of shots on goal as well. This is just last night, but the whole tournament, you knew where he was. This guy was just making play after play that doesn't show up on a stat sheet. Hey, here's a rebound. Oh, looks like Sidney. No, Sidney Crosby doesn't have it. Why? Slavin.
Yep.
Because Slavin tied up his stick or lifted his stick, knocked the puck away.
I had no idea he was that good.
I had no idea.
No idea. I mean, I knew he was good. The stat about the year he won the Lady Byng as the most gentlemanly player.
He's won, twice, I think?
Back in 2021, he played 22 minutes and 59 seconds on the ice for his team the entire season.
23 minutes.
Yeah. Do you know how many penalty minutes he had that year?
I would have. The Lady Byng winner is usually around like 30 or something like that. It's 23. I don't know.
2.
2?
2.
What a hack.
This guy's Lidstrom. Like, he is the closest thing to Lidstrom that I can remember seeing. So whether you're a non-hockey fan or a hockey fan, what did you learn watching? Because you know what? You watch this thing from a completely different perspective. When guys that play on other teams become guys that you're rooting for or against, I don't see the Red Wings. I don't see a ton of games outside of Red Wing games, honestly. Like, it's just you don't have the time for it. But you look at things through a different perspective when you're watching with the intensity and the interest of a game like that. And Slavin was incredible. The guy leads the NHL in points. Nathan MacKinnon, to me, when he had the puck, I seriously was more concerned than when anybody else on Canada had the puck.
So then you understood why Austin Matthews would go over and pay some more attention to him on the game-winning goal.
Not below the red line. Not below the red line, I don't. But
not out there.
But I didn't think that MacKinnon would be. In my view, he was more dangerous than Connor McDavid when he had the puck. And I didn't expect to have that feeling.
Both of those guys are ridiculously good. With McDavid, what strikes you about him is his speed. He builds up a head of steam, and you're like, how are you supposed to stop that? Mm-hmm. And he looks bigger than he is. He's only 6'1". He looks like he's 6'4" out there once he gets going.
Now, is it that much of a change? No, I knew MacKinnon was really, really good. I just didn't think I would
fear
him.
In the world, yeah.
I didn't think I would fear him more than Connor McDavid when he had the puck on a stick. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, ticket texts. We're looking for what did you learn? Non-hockey fans, I know you haven't watched a ton of hockey, but this is a safe space to go ahead and share what you learned the most about the game. And for the hockey fan, when you look at it through a different perspective, and there are guys you're not used to rooting for, and there are guys you are rooting now against that you haven't seen a ton of, what is it you most learned? Well, let's get to your phone calls. We got a Mike on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate you guys taking my call. I do think that I am a hockey fan. The one thing that I do think that I've noticed is that politics has no room in hockey, and I think a lot of us agree with that. After that game, it kind of cooled down a bit. There wasn't a lot of 51st state talk and all that kind of jazz. But it's just good to see a good hockey game, two nations going at it, and not getting involved in that politics, because I think that has just no room in sports. You're supposed to enjoy the sport for what it is. Regardless of who won yesterday, I think it was just a great game, and USA clearly has stepped up in the last few years, and it's Team 1A and Team 1B. Like, anyone could have won that game, and it was just a beautiful thing to watch. It was just honestly one of the best sports games that I've seen in a long, long time.
It was awesome. And yeah, the 51st state stuff is ludicrous, but and I think most of the nation agrees with that. And obviously all of Canada would agree with that. But the game itself, I think, look, there's this undertone of politics that was there, but I think that disappeared so quickly and just became competition between the two. And this was no different than, what we saw in 96 or what we saw in 2010 when these teams go at it. It's no different than that. It was awesome. That was in 2010. That was the year that Crosby had the goal over
to overtime in the Olympics.
I
feel like
scored on Miller,
this,
and it was but it was like, I remember that's 15 years ago, right?
Yep.
I remember the feeling I had watching that, and it was, again, it's all about national pride, and but at the end of the day, once the you get through the handshake line, it's like, okay, because it's Canada.
I'll just say this. I feel like to say definitively that politics didn't play a role is speaking for other people, and I'm not comfortable doing that. I think for some people it played a huge role.
Yeah, I think for the most part, though, it does.
And in 1980, with the Miracle on Ice, what made it what it was politics place in sports.
Partially,
it was a huge part of that, and so for that listener, it was just about the hockey, which is awesome for him. I think sort of naive to think that didn't play a huge role for a lot of people.
But I also feel like, and you're right, probably shouldn't speak for everybody, but I think that most people want to push that part of it away. They don't want to dwell on that. They want to look at that. What they want to look at is the hockey between these two nations. And, regardless of what's been said the last few weeks, it's still United States versus Canada in hockey. And Canada, it's like they're the Kansas City Chiefs of the NFL. You got to beat the man to be the man. And the United States hasn't done that enough. So they're still on top, and they continue to be on top after last night because, McDavid gets the goal. Great that the United States won the game a week ago on Saturday, but last night was the one for the championship, and they couldn't get it done last night.
All right, one of my favorite people in sports media said something that made me cringe. We will get to that today at 12:32. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, are you staying warm this week? How about some help from Show Some Athletic Apparel, their performance hoodie, or on those cold morning workouts, one of their long sleeve performance shirts. If you're still getting your workout in, even in the super cold weather, you're a Show Some kind of person. Show some respect to your commitment. More and more of you are getting the Show Some gear every day. And if you haven't, what are you waiting for? Michigan-based high-quality shirts, sports bras, leggings, shorts, and more. Say it every day. Treat each other with respect. And Show Some was founded on respect. Use a discount code Doug at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Connor McDavid after the game. You know what's funny? One thing I'm so accustomed to with, our national sport, which is football, is in football, you see something like that and you go, oh, God, is there a flag? In hockey, there's really no flag. There's no.
No, it was video review.
Yeah.
Was he in the crease? Was he not in the crease?
But it doesn't. He was not. He was not in the crease.
No, he was clearly not. That was just a hell of a. That's just Connor McDavid being Connor McDavid.
Yeah. I mean, as a coach of a team at a moment like that, do you just appeal the hell out of everything? I want it reviewed for what? Offsides. When they entered the zone. I got nothing else.
He said he was left-handed.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong.
Check his stick. Is that stick measured correctly? Is it too much of a curve?
Too much of a curve? You go with that?
I mean, look, yeah, it's brutal. Look, that goal was the way that tournament ended is how maybe not how you want it to end with the United States losing, but having overtime for the championship game. There you go.
Yep.
Well done, NHL.
Well, when it went to overtime, I was just like, they couldn't ask for anything more than this.
And the way they played in overtime was great.
What they probably didn't want was for it to go like 4 overtimes.
No, and that's what I mean. Like when the way that the style of play in the overtime was as if both teams were told, don't drag this out. Somebody go and score. Because it was offensive heavy right up until the point where that goal was scored. There were so many opportunities for both sides. Both goaltenders are doing a great job. And unfortunately, in the end, for the United States, McDavid left alone in front, and he made him pay for it.
All right, so we're asking hockey fans from the hardcore to just a Red Wing fan to the casual to the I never watched before last night. What did you learn watching this game and this series and this tournament? Because you just see things through a different prism when suddenly you start to appreciate everything that, Gator, you and I said it, and here's the first text from Jamie. I'm a Red Wing fan, but I don't watch other hockey. I'm a semi-casual. I learned that Jacob Slavin was the greatest defenseman since Lidstrom. He was everywhere. That stood out to me and Gator. Like, heard of him, knew he was good. I mean, he was on the team. He's incredible.
Yeah. And we talk about ways is this going to help grow the game or not? I think it's only positive can come out of this. Another way that you grow the game here in the States is if the United States were to win, like winning is good, right? It gets more people involved with it. Dylan Larkin afterwards, this is a quote that Ryan Clark, who writes for ESPN, has.
Yeah.
It's pretty great. He says, Dylan Larkin said this. He goes, you know what I think it does? I think we've had a tough time with USA Hockey getting guys to play in the World Championships. I think guys are at home watching this, and I hope that they're wanting a piece of this. They got to go to the World Championships and prove themselves and play for their country. We got to start winning that tournament. I think that's where Canada and those guys go out and play. That's where it starts. Pride for your country, pride for your flag. Putting that crest on and going out for games is an unbelievable feeling. This grew the game really well, but I hope this pushes guys to want a piece of this, and then the next generation that get to watch this. They're going to watch the Olympics next year, and hopefully there is a different outcome for our country that I feel we deserve.
Love it.
That's Dylan Larkin talking about this. And if you get people come and play, get the best to play in the World Championships afterwards, and if you win, you start to get more and more interest in the sport and into the game in this country in particular.
Larkin did say before the game that it was the biggest game of his career.
Because it was.
Yeah, I mean, he's played in Stanley Cup playoff games, but he was 19 years old, and the Red Wings lost the series in 5 games. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon and Shelby. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going well.
So they go to the championship game last night, and they go to overtime. I think the last time the professional players were allowed to play was 2010, which they also lost in overtime against Canada. So what if next year the coach talks to them and he says, hey, this is our time. You know, we lost 2 overtime championship games in a row, and then we looked better than we did in 2010. But then next year we take the gold medal. Like, it would have been cool to win the 4, but what's better than the gold medal?
Yeah, I mean, if you give me a choice, I'm going to take the Olympic gold medal over this every single time.
Well, they got medals last night.
They did get medals last night.
And the hardware.
But even Connor McDavid afterwards says, yeah, it's not an Olympic gold medal, but it meant an awful lot to our hockey team. And so look, it's a huge win for the sport. It's a huge win for next year's Winter Olympics. I mean, you got to think that many people are looking forward to that now that weren't beforehand.
And like you said, Larkin said this is the biggest game of his career. Next year's the same. And imagine if Russia's in it. It's going to make it even better. Imagine if we could beat Canada and Russia. It's like the miracle on ice and overcoming Canada at the same time.
I don't know about all that. I don't know if anything will ever be the miracle on ice. But
it's completely different when you have amateurs, literally college kids taking on a professional hockey team from Russia.
Danny's in St. Clair Shores, and he is next. Hi, Danny.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
So you asked what we learned, and I was telling your call screener. I'll be honest, I'm a little hard on Dylan Larkin, right? And I learned that he's elite. I mean, those two games against Canada Saturday and yesterday, in my opinion, I believe he was USA's best forward. He was all over the ice, scoring Saturday, creating scoring chances yesterday. I mean, he showed me. He showed me why he's the captain and why, the Wings are lucky to have him. And I'll be honest, my dad knows, my friends know that, I'm like, Larkin, he's a captain, but I mean, come on, he's not elite. And man, he showed me he's elite, guys.
He earned his playing time to the point where I felt like Mike Sullivan went into this. He was a fourth line player. He came out as a top two-line player. He was on the ice when the puck dropped at the beginning of overtime, which he might not have been had Matthew Tkachuk been healthy. But he was the guy that they chose to put in that role. His ice time was amongst the most on the league and on the team. He had the third most shifts on the team. He was the guy that was out there on the penalty kill for the longest. I mean, there's so many things that Dylan Larkin did where he's not an elite goal scorer, okay? I didn't get the same feeling when he had the puck on his tape like with McKinnon or McDavid. But you know what I did think? I thought he was an elite glue guy. And a lot of what makes a captain is doing everything to help your team win.
You hit the nail on the head. I believe the first game against Finland, he only played 8.5 minutes
Didn't play
or
a ton.
something. And then Sullivan rolled him. And then another real quick comment. Hockey, what a sport. Mitchie Marner didn't recognize him all game. Then he has those two beautiful assists. Just, man, what a game yesterday. I'll let you guys go. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Danny, thank you.
I love the example that Dylan Larkin sets for his teammates here with the Red Wings. Here he is in the first couple games. He's playing on the fourth line, but it's what kind of effort are you going to give? Are you gonna be upset because you're the fourth line guy and you're only getting 10 minutes, 12 minutes of ice time a game, or are you going to make the most out of those 10, 12 minutes? And that's what he did. He made the most out of it. So you get noticed. And when you get noticed, you get opportunities. And I think it's a great example to set for the third and fourth liners on this Red Wing team. Go out there and play, man. You got to give it all every shift.
Jay is in Northville, and he is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I was telling your screener, too, as well, that, listen, it was a great tournament overall. I think people need to realize that this was in place of our All-Star game. There was a stat the other day, 10.3 million, 10.4 million watched the first game of U.S. and Canada, and the whole weekend of the NBA, only 4+ million watched that. It was great for the hockey hockey in general. I loved it. I get it wasn't the Olympics, but it meant a lot to all of us. And I've never been so content with a loss because the game was so good. But it is a fun fact for all those hockey fans out there that really know. Russia would probably be in the finals because they'd have two elite lines that are unbeatable. Malkin would be a third or fourth line guy on Russia. So it's important to note that, too.
Jay, you said something there that begs a follow-up question. You said this was in place of our All-Star game, and then you said it was important to us. Were you using those terms in general, or are you a player?
I was a player back. Yeah, I was a player in college.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
I played in Northern, but I'm just saying in hockey fans is what I was.
Okay. Yeah, I just caught those little cues, and I'm like, is this an NHL player calling us? But
no, it would be cool. Believe me, I'd love to be one. But no, unfortunately, sales and
Did you play? Who's the kid? Dominic Shine. Did you play with him at Northern?
I did. Yeah.
Awesome.
Dommy.
Yeah, Dommy.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Doms.
That's great. Cool.
Dahmer.
Yeah.
Nader.
Yeah, but it's No, I mean, again, I think it needs to be talked about more is PK Subban's rant on, I think it was Get Up. It was one of the ESPN shows, and I loved it. Like, he had so much passion. And in hockey, you got to remember, like, you can't take it. It's not like you can, like, casually coast down a court. No offense to the basketball players, but, like, if you don't give it at least a decent effort, you can get hurt. Like, it's not an easy sport to play. So especially watching your countrymen, I quite frankly, I didn't even like the Tkachuks until I didn't even know how much I liked the Tkachuks until they played in this tournament. And I still can't stand Marchand, but, if he was a Red Wing, I'd probably love him. So it was a great tournament. I'm so happy they did this. I love the World Baseball Classic as well. I was a ball player, but they got to figure something out. I'm not a big basketball guy, so frankly, I don't care if they figure it out ever. But they'll figure something out for maybe baseball and hopefully the NFL. Jesus. But, yeah. Anyways, no, thanks for my call. But, yes, Russia would be an elite team.
Go Wildcats.
Remember.
We'll see you.
Shiner. Shines.
There were the cues there. It was like something to our sport. Meant a lot to us. I'm like, is this guy
as a hockey player? Yeah.
He was. He was.
Very provincial about
it. Well, look, man, I play hockey. Did you
just say that?
I did.
Come on, man. I mean, come on. Come on.
All right, what am I?
Is there anybody on your team that you think you could say that and get away with it?
That could. Do I think there's anybody in our league that could step on the ice with Jay and Shiner and not look like a fool? Do I think there's people in our league that could not look like a fool? Yes. I would look like an absolute fool. I would look like I was standing still. I would look like people. If I touched the puck, people would say, that's really good for him.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. That's good for him. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, look, here's a simple question, right? Is keeping your house warm important to you this winter? You know it is. So do the right thing. If your furnace isn't working right, call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, look, luckily those red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere. They're there for a reason because the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know exactly what they're doing. They know how to keep you and your family warm this winter. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau. How about some of those 5-star reviews they have on Google? Whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, make sure everything is right. Schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right. It is Carson Anderson. 97 won the ticket. If you want to continue with the hockey, I love the stuff. Non-hockey fans, what did you learn? Hockey fans, what did you learn? Red Wing fans, what did you learn watching this team? If you're a hardcore hockey fan, you might have gone into it knowing it all. But maybe not. If you're just a Red Wing fan, you probably, through a different prism, saw some guys a different way, rooting for Americans or rooting against guys you don't see a whole ton that maybe play out west. If you are a non-hockey fan that sampled it, and we had some of you guys call the show yesterday, what did you just learn about the sport of hockey? 248-539-9797. Coming up in a minute. It's Lions related. It's Myles Garrett related. Somebody I really, really like and respect said something that made me cringe, and I don't believe him. But we'll get to that in a minute. Some of the feedback we've gotten from an unnamed texter. Last night I learned Dylan Larkin is the best current American-born player. Matthews is not a captain. Whether he is or he isn't the best, I think Larkin's status in the game was elevated. I don't know if I'd say he all the way to the best current American-born player.
Has a local athlete ever gained this much after like 2 weeks of... Because people were calling saying Larkin sucked before this tournament even happened, right? Like he shouldn't even be on the team. And now 2 weeks later, it's like, this guy's the best American-born player. You know, like what's going on?
Neither of which are true.
Yeah, right? I mean, overreaction, but still, he's gained so much.
He really showed up on the big stage, and proud of the guy, man. That was a really nice effort, and yet that's how he's been playing hockey in a lot of ways as a Red Wing.
We'll get back to your phone calls in a minute. It appears Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network did a conference call regarding the Lions, whether it was yesterday or earlier today or whenever it was. And the topic of Myles Garrett came up, and he said something that makes me cringe, and I don't believe him. I am not a fan of whatever it takes guy. Go get Myles Garrett, whatever it takes. Or really any whatever it takes guy. Because I don't really believe whatever it takes guy really means it. Whatever it takes is where you get to the Mike Tannenbaum 3 first-round picks and Jahmyr Gibbs. And whatever it takes guy is like, I will endorse irresponsible spending. If you have any limit at all, you really don't mean whatever it takes. Whatever it takes means there is literally nothing I will say no to. And who really believes that? Who really believes that? And they all give this pat answer. Well, there's two. There's one is, hey, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. 2 is, well, within reason. Then it's not whatever it takes.
Right. Then don't.
I love Daniel Jeremiah. I think he's one of the best in the business. His quote is that maybe it's out of context or something. I think if I were Brad Holmes on that front, knowing that I could bring a parade to my city, I'd do whatever I had to do to make something like that happen.
Which needs the next 2 words, within reason.
Within reason, yeah. And
it's not there.
Yeah. I can guarantee to whatever it takes guy, I could come up with a trade that you wouldn't do.
The other thing that was interesting with the Daniel Jeremiah stuff is, like, in the next sentence, he's saying he doesn't think Cleveland's going to trade Myles Garrett.
Yes.
Which is also kind of wishy-washy. But
if you don't think, okay, because if a team is willing to do whatever it takes, I suspect that Cleveland could be moved off that position. Right? In fact, that's how you get completely rooked in a trade, is you go in with a whatever it takes attitude to a team that says, now, so maybe I'm being too literal here. I'll admit that. But we get a lot of that to this show.
Yeah.
And so when I see somebody I really respect say the same thing, I'm like, dude.
Because we asked the people that will call in and say the same thing. What did the guy do it? Otherwise, it's malpractice. You have to do whatever it takes. Okay, let me ask you this. Would you do this? And then we propose something.
It's the Tannenbaum
deal.
deal.
That's too much.
It's always
right.
the Tannenbaum deal.
3 first-round picks and Jahmyr Gibbs. Do you do that? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Do you do 2 first-round picks and Jahmyr Gibbs?
Now, would you say I would find a way to outbid the next highest bidder as best I could? I mean, that's one way to put it. I just think whatever it takes guy isn't really thinking it through or doesn't really mean it. Because if they have any limit, that means you have no limits. No limits. Now, maybe being Captain Literal isn't the most. I am being Captain Literal on this one, but 248-539-9797. When I saw that a guy that I love said it, I'm like, do I pay attention? Do I listen to, because Daniel Jeremiah said it? And I thought, no, I just disagree with Daniel, unless there was more to the quote that I didn't see because I wasn't part of that news conference. 248-539-9797. Mike is in Windsor, and he's next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
I'd like to say what I learned last night is that I love hockey again. I'm a diehard Red Wing fan, and the last decade has been a little iffy for us. And the last game I seen that I enjoyed was the Olympic game in 2010. But after Saturday's game, it just woke me up again. And if it was Monday, I'd champ the American team, the Canadian team, and the Boston fans for such a great game. It was like so. I still have goosebumps. But after Saturday's game, I had a plan to bring my dad to Toronto to see a Maple Leaf game because he's a Maple Leaf fan. And then after the game, I got on it, got my tickets, and I realized we have one more game against Toronto, the Red Wings, and I got tickets.
Well, that's awesome. So this series rekindled a little something in you, huh?
Oh, yeah, like I said, because
Mike is young
Detroit,
again.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
That's awesome. Cool. 248-539-9797. FBG25 on Twitch says, what I learned, there's a lot of hockey players named Connor. We joked that every other hockey writer from Canada is named
Gord.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $349 a month with no money down. This zero down deal can be yours with a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details and get there fast because all offers end March 3rd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. So I learned two things last night, but real quick before that, I called in yesterday. I said Larkin was going to have 2 goals, and basically Binnington was a bum. Boy, was I wrong. Binner, man, he's a gamer. I think he's the sole reason that they won that game, to be honest.
He was pretty good. You got to give him a ton of credit. He was pretty damn good.
Yeah. But the two things I learned, one, no matter what, you can't, the jersey switch or whatever, that Toronto Maple Leaf jersey is still probably underneath Austin Matthews' a USA jersey there. Why did he not cover him in the slot? Anybody in the slot, but Connor McDavid in the slot. Why did he?
I don't know. It was a momentary panic. I mean, I don't know a ton about coaching hockey, but I do know that coaches say that area where McKinnon had the puck is not a dangerous area. So you've got Matthews is on Connor McDavid. He's got it below the red line in the corner. There's a defenseman coming out from behind the net that it's got to be his responsibility. But leaving, I mean, it's almost laughable. I thought that faceoff was kind of a draw, but anyway, the bottom line is leaving Connor McDavid open in the slot you can't.
Yeah, well, at the same time, don't miss your opportunities either. And the United States missed a ton of opportunities. They had to put that game away, and they just couldn't get it done. I mean, they were up 2-1 and looked like they had opportunities to score, couldn't do it. And then Sam Bennett scores this amazing goal, an amazing shot where he puts it. I still don't know how he's able to lift it perfectly and place it perfectly in the top shelf just over the shoulder of Hellebuck. And it was amazing, and that ties it up. And that's just a shot right to the schnuts, man. I mean, that hurt. That looked like, damn it.
The second thing I learned was that if you put Beelzebub himself in a winged wheel, I could probably root for him, because I was sitting there just full on rooting for the Tkachuk brothers. Like when they were talking to him in the pregame and they were talking to his dad, I mean, I already cut the onions earlier for tacos, so I had no excuse. I don't know why. I was like welling up, and they're talking about Goudreau and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
And then when then Brady had his goal, it was like, I don't know. I was so excited. I'm looking at his face. I hate that man. I love that man.
I know. It's really funny how this makes for strange bedfellows, because I couldn't conceive rooting for a Tkachuk. Do you remember a couple of years ago when the Red Wings were right there for the playoff chase, and then they had the 2 disastrous games at Ottawa?
Yeah, a few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and I came out of that hating Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, and I came out of that saying that's exactly the player the Red Wings need. Yeah. And I was hoping, you were hoping, the Red Wings had a poor man's version of it. It was Tyler Bertuzzi. But Tyler Bertuzzi is nowhere near on the level of those guys. Those guys are exactly what every team would want to have, particularly when they get into the playoffs. It's all grit. It's all determination. It's all leaving it out there. Now, Matthew Tkachuk, did he end up hurting the team in the end because he was nowhere near 100% to start the game and could have sat out and allowed a healthy player to come in? Maybe. But you can't question the guy's heart because he wants to play and wants to win. And Brady Tkachuk, every shift is accounted for.
I just looked down at Twitch, and Coyboy1 posted, how many Hugheses are there?
There's a lot.
And then said one still on the Michigan team. There is a Hughes.
Are there 3 or 4?
There are 3. TJ Hughes, currently on the Michigan team, is not a Hughes brother. I mean, he might be a Hughes brother, but he's not one of those Hughes brothers. Michigan now contractually is obligated to have a Hughes on their roster. So they went and got TJ Hughes, who's Canadian, but he is not a brother of Quinn and Jack and the Hughes brothers.
It's like the Millers at Michigan State.
Right. 248-539-9797. All right, hockey fans, non-hockey fans, what did you learn watching the Four Nations?
It's funny because I learned that I'm in the minority here, I think. I can't root for the Tkachuk brothers no matter what. I can't. I understand, that last caller flipped, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't get flipped. I was just pass the puck to somebody else or can start cheering.
I
don't like those guys, man. I cannot root for them. And probably because this game isn't a real international competition game. It's made up in place of the All-Star game. So maybe if it was real Olympic hockey, I might have been able to do it, but for this, I couldn't.
I mean, full disclosure for me, I was a huge Keith Tkachuk fan when he played in the NHL. Their father, I love that guy. You know, that's a 50-goal scorer, abrasive as hell. I mean, he's Brendan Shanahan, but he was American.
Right.
Loved him.
248-539-9797. Jake is in Windsor, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. I live in Canada, so happy Victory Friday. Yeah. I just wanted to comment on what you guys were saying earlier about the demographics and the amazing viewership for this tournament. What sport in the world, what team sport in the world can you actually fight in the game and not get ejected? You know, like, it's just so exciting and fast paced. And I think the world seeing this tournament, I think it just open the demographics and just open up people's eyes to the game. Like, I think it's just gonna do good for the NHL and hopefully the Olympics next year.
Look, the term that kept getting used, and I'd never heard this, but it makes sense, is best on best. And it's when the NHL players are included in international play, we do get best on best. We will have best on best next year in the Olympics. We will have, I assume, best on best in hockey's World Cup. Certainly hope, and that's 3 years away. And we will have best on best when this thing gets rekindled.
So I have a question. Going into the Olympics, do you look at the U.S. team similar as to what they put out in this tournament here?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the players?
Yeah, like player-wise.
The roster? I would expect it to be a very similar roster. I mean, but they've got a year to audition for that, and we'll see if other players emerge.
Yeah.
Is there like ESPN put out a story today with the mortal locks to be on next year's roster for the Olympics, and Dylan Larkin was amongst them. I don't know if you're asking about a specific player, or are you just asking, do we think it's really truly going to be?
Well, I mean, obviously the are going to be similar. I'm wondering next year, just for because I live in Canada, obviously. So I'm wondering, like, is Bedard going to make Team Canada next year because he didn't make the team this year? Like, stuff like that, like the Hughes brothers, or
I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel.
You'll see some other like Quinn Hughes is probably going to be on the team next year if he's healthy, right? Because he was a guy who wasn't healthy, and then looked like maybe he was going to get in because it was an injury, and no, he wasn't healthy enough to get in there. So, but there'll be a couple of changes for sure. But
can Bedard make it? I really don't know enough to say whether or not he will make Team Canada.
See if he develops.
248-539-9797. Jeff is in Linden, and he's next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. I've been listening to your thoughts on the game last night and agree with virtually all of them. I think it was a tremendous tournament. It was a great game. But I really think losing that game is a huge setback to U.S. hockey. For a rivalry to last and to really be significant, you've got to win sometimes. And they have not won in a long time, and this was their best shot. And honestly, I think it was a doubly difficult loss because I don't think they've got a serious shot in the Olympics. On the big ice, the Tkachuks are going to have much less impact. The Canadian, especially offensively, that team is quite a bit faster. I think this was their shot, and I think it's really unfortunate that they couldn't get it done.
I thought we had a chance.
Yeah, look, I'd say this, Jeff. We had the Canadian guy call and say it's 1A and 1B now. The United States is right there with them. I think there's some truth to it's going to be harder on the big ice, but maybe we construct the team a little bit differently. I mean,
that's certainly always possible.
Yeah, so I suspect that they would.
Everybody's got speed.
Yeah,
right. Dylan Larkin's one of the fastest players in hockey. Sanderson's got speed. Hughes has speed. I think it'll be fantastic hockey a year from now when you get to the Olympics, because it's not just Canada, USA. Now you've got other nations coming in, and if Russia's allowed to play, obviously they have a very competitive team. You've got other teams from Europe that are going to be very competitive.
It's going to be harder.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder. But as far as your thing about something needs to be a rival, when you keep losing to your rival, it only cranks up your intensity. I think it hurts the intensity from the side that constantly wins. But if you constantly lose, you can't wait for your next shot. And that, unfortunately, like our win over Canada, we beaten Canada, I think it's 2 games since 1960 in Olympic play. 2. So that win Saturday felt significant. Player just released in the NFL. Would he make sense in Detroit? Well, he used to play on a team Dan Campbell coached. We will get to that today at 102. What did you learn watching the Four Nations final? Marlon Wall Lake writes in, and I think this is a great one. What I learned from watching the Four Nations was pride still matters in sports. I love that because part of the reason why All-Star games have started to become lame is because you're not getting paid the way you get paid for your 9 to 5 as a regular player. So the effort isn't there. You're not going to get hurt doing it. In college sports, players that, used to give it the old 110 for tech. Now they're getting paid.
Let's go Tech.
Now they're getting paid. And in this particular instance, the financial versus the effort was a massive difference. The financial, I think they did get a check for this, but it's probably not life-changing money for these guys. And they like that was pride.
That was absolutely right. Yeah, they did get a check, but it wasn't a. I mean, to normal people, yeah, hey, nice.
Yes.
But for the players, it really wasn't a huge check. They play for pride and country.
Yep.
They play for the guys around them.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Red Wings will finally hit the ice again tomorrow against Minnesota at Little Caesars Arena. Larkin was not at practice today, but Coach Tom McClellan said he would still play tomorrow between Detroit's upcoming schedule along with the Four Nations games. It'll mark the beginning of a 5-game and 7-day stretch for him. McClellan admitted they would need to find him some rest during that time. The latest Tiger medical report says that Javier Baez will have another base running test this weekend. He's likely to start playing games by March 1st. Sideline starting pitcher Alex Cobb continues to complete his rehab daily. Manager A.J. Hinch will miss the team's exhibition opener against the Phillies tomorrow as he attends the funeral for ex-MLB player and coach Rick Dower. Dower was an influential figure in Hinch's career. Bench coach George Lombard will manage in his place. The Spurs pushed their chips in before the trade deadline in an effort to make the playoffs by trading for De'Aaron Fox. Right now they sit 2 spots out of the last play-in spot and ruled out star Victor Wembanyama for the rest of the year. Spurs TV voice Jacob Toby weighed in on whether they'll still look for a playoff nod this year. Mark Ryan has the pregame for you right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:05. On the college hardwood, Michigan and Michigan State will clash as well. Hear that game on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sheldon Rankins was just released by the Cincinnati Bengals, aging defensive tackle. Did play in New Orleans when Dan Campbell was part of the New Orleans staff. Is this a player, 30? I believe he's 30 years old. Is this a player that the Lions would have interest in?
He'll be 31 in early April.
Okay.
And I don't think so.
You know what he feels to me like Sheldon Rankins might be? He feels like the perfect fit if they get shredded by injuries again. He seems like a guy that if he were still on the market last year when they were parading through literally like guys off the street, Miles Adams, you know, that whole thing, that they probably would have rather had Sheldon Rankins.
Parading through, huh?
But I don't. He's not like a solution. He's at best a depth guy.
Yeah, and he was put on the non-football injured list last year. He only played 7 games last year.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he started all 7 games. I mean, he's been a starter in his career for the most part. 73 starts in 116 games, but yeah, I don't know if you have to look there. Would I rather have Sheldon Rankins or do I want to see Broderick Martin get some snaps?
Yeah, or supply and demand kind of stuff. He adds the supply. And the one thing I'll say is that if he, you know, at any point, if he's still on the market and they're looking for a depth guy, then I don't see them running out and signing him unless Dan Campbell loved him. Just because he played for a team that Campbell was on the staff doesn't necessarily. Sometimes you see those things that make all the sense. It's like, yeah, let's do it. But this doesn't feel like a must-do thing.
It doesn't feel like a must-do thing. And then at the same time, I always kind of take my default position. If Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell think this guy is a key to them winning, okay. Like if they sign him, I'm like, all right, well, they got him for a reason, I guess.
All right,
I just don't see it.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Skylar in Windsor. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Skylar.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
It's going well.
Good. This is obviously a little more for Rico and Valente, but I love you guys too. But yesterday they were talking a lot of mess about the old Canadian hockey team, so it was nice to see them take them down last night. So I just kind of wanted to rub that in a little bit.
Why didn't you call them?
I I got a little excited, called a little early, but I figured I'd let it out because
why don't you call them? I don't want to sit here and have you talk trash to us because of something somebody else said. What the hell kind of deal you think this is?
Right.
Hey, you didn't talk trash, but I'm going to talk trash back to you because somebody else did. No.
Not up in here?
Not up in here.
Not up in here.
2 o'clock, call back if you so choose. Am I wrong on this? We're supposed to cash a check somebody else wrote?
No, they're big boys. They can handle it.
Well, Mike's out today.
Is he?
Yeah. Jeff Ring is in, buddy.
Has Riga been talking trash? I think Riga's
Dude,
been
oh my
talking trash.
God. Are you kidding me?
Bobby, you've heard some of
Yeah.
it? It's kind of on brand. Yeah,
He's ready.
Was that like it was that guy, hey, guys, I want to set you up and make you the worst deal ever. I'm going to belittle you and rub your nose in it for stuff you didn't say.
Oh, thank you. It's all right. You handled it sufficiently.
Try and give everybody their airtime. Try and be respectful. Not that. Let's go to Chad in Royal Oak. You're next. Hi, Chad.
Hey, boys. They're just throwing you under the bus, eh?
I guess.
Jeez. So, yeah, 2 quick things. The first thing I wanted to mention just after watching the Four Nations is how small the gap is, I think, between, USA hockey and Canada hockey as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
When you single out players, I mean, McJesus is by far the best player in the league, right? But if you look at, Matthews and, Makar, they're pretty close. So, I think it's a big props to the USA developmental hockey system over the last little bit.
Yep.
And the second thing, with that being said, I mean, Larkin is a complete stud. I think the whole world saw it, the goal he had in the first game. I mean, I knew he was a stud ever since watching him back at Michigan and Go Blue beat State. But, I think the whole world really knows that, Larkin is a stud. He's one of the best players on the planet, and I can't wait for the second half of Red Wings hockey, boys. I don't know about you guys.
Look, I mean, certainly with them in their position that they are in, people are concerned that they're going to lose some momentum, coming out of this thing because they were playing so well. As far as Larkin standing in Detroit, you just love to see it because he comes home with more respect than he left with, and I think Larkin's shortcomings are probably, he's not in that elite upper crust tier of goal scorers. He doesn't put the puck in the net the way that, we've seen others do. And, Connor McDavid being, as he brought up the example, Nathan McKinnon. I mean, there are plenty of examples of these guys. But he did so much to help this team. And I don't know, going from a fourth line guy who had the second least amount of ice time in the opener to the role he played last night where he was like top 3 in shifts, top 5 in ice time. When the puck got dropped in overtime, he was on the ice. He was on the penalty kill, although special teams weren't huge in this tournament because there just wasn't a ton of penalties.
And give Coach Mike Sullivan credit. He recognized that this guy's making a difference every shift. I got to get him out for more shifts. Answer Con from MLive was at Red Wings practice, and apparently Coach McClellan confirmed that Larkin will be in the lineup tomorrow and Sunday. Said, quote, he'll be playing 5 games in 7 days, so we'll have to find some rest for him sometime. But that sometime is not coming this week, and he's expected to start in both games, or play in both games.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I hope Larkin gets a standing ovation at the next home game at the Joe Oops Little Caesars.
I think he will. If there's an opportunity, I don't think they announce starting players to start the game, but if they do, he'll get a huge ovation.
Absolute diehard fan here. Watched only the NHL. 10-minute overtime and 3-2-1 point system needs to be implemented in the NHL immediately. I learned that Jack Hughes can be a ghost. The guy was invisible all tournament. That's from Max in Clarkston.
Yeah, Hughes and Eichel, kind of.
Yeah.
They're both great players, though.
It's funny. It's one thing that happens in hockey. You get into huge series and games.
Lots expected of you.
A lot is expected, and if the puck isn't on your stick enough, you just get trashed. People are like, where the hell was? And I remember a time, Gator, when we used to do talk shows during playoff games, and there was invariably where the hell is blank?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes in that sport, it's harder to control your impact on the game.
When is Austin Matthews going to score a goal?
Or cover Connor McDavid in the
slot. Oh, boy.
I'm a fan of all sports, and I think I learned last night that there are too many teams in the league, and the game is watered down. Could you imagine more of these types of games with the caliber of play because there were only 24 teams in the league? I didn't get that call. I got that rant off the air today from morning show producer Tom Milliken. He gave me, Tom can be a tad bit intense at times.
Yeah, a little bit.
He came out of the studio with the Tom walk. Here he comes.
Walking with purpose.
Walking with a purpose. I'm about to get Keg is laughing. You know the walk, right? Here comes Tom. He's got something to say.
Get an earful.
We all know it.
A lot of times he's very respectful and says, "Hey, I hope I'm not intruding on your time."
He does.
And then he's going to let you have it.
And today there's too many teams in the league. That was his theory.
There's too many teams in the NHL?
Yep.
I disagree with that.
We've got some text on that too. I mean, the theory behind that is obviously yesterday we saw the best of the best on all four lines, right?
Yep.
And how many penalties were there?
One.
It was clean hockey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good scoring chances, great goaltending. The theory behind that is if you have more of that throughout the league and less of the grinders or whatever you want to call them, the guys that muck it up, that the game would be more viewable, enjoyable for, the regular sports fan.
Interesting. Well, look,
Still not tough enough.
Here we go.
Kidding. Not enough fighting.
248-539-9797. Hey, when a game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes of a game, want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can combine your bets in a same-game parlay. You know what I do? I find oftentimes with the live betting, a game starts, somebody goes up 4-0, and the point spread changes way too much. So I like to pounce then. New customers, you can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Did I say? I said Dylan Larkin was going to get to 40 goals or Lucas Raymond.
I'll tell you what. I'll make it easy on you and say whoever is closer to it.
I thought I said it was Lucas Raymond.
I can't remember who. It was one of the. Obviously, it was one of the two.
They
was
both,
Lucas Raymond.
Was it? Okay. I thought so. You brought it up earlier, and I'm like, yeah, I did.
That's
say
gonna be
that.
tougher for you.
Oh no.
He's got 2 less than Dylan, and Dylan's got 1 less than Alex DeBrincat.
Are you saying you don't have faith?
I didn't say that. it's gonna be tough to do.
I'm gonna make another prediction.
Yeah. Oh,
I like.
Wow. Here we are.
Another prediction. I'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. First,
Cars Casino.
I gotta tell you, this Yankee thing with the facial hair policy
That they've had forever.
Yeah, they've had forever. You can't have facial hair and be a New York Yankee, and they lifted that archaic policy today.
As long as it's a properly groomed beard, if that's what you're going to do.
I will tell you that might be the most archaic company policy in America in 2025. No facial hair. What are we doing? Does it impact the way you play the game?
Yes.
I
mean, look, that's
you're
a
dirt
company.
Stash. You're not doing as well with the dirt stash.
You're a company. You can put out some rules and policies in place and say, look, this is how we do things here. We expect it to be professional, and part of being professional is that you're well groomed. You get on a plane, you're wearing a suit. You know, these are things that they do.
Well, I guess we'll use this as a window to ask Detroit. Does anybody work at a company, you don't have to say which one, that has an insanely archaic policy?
Yeah, is there a policy within your workplace that you're like, are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
We have to abide by this.
Mm-hmm. Something that you think is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797.
Some people are like, yeah, did I have to come into the office now? Well, 5 years ago you did. So
yeah. Anyway, just thought we'd throw that out there. If anybody's got an archaic company policy, and then look, like we like to say, safe space here. You know, we're not going to make you.
No judgment.
Well, we're not going to make you out your company and get in trouble.
Okay, plenty of judgment. Just don't mention your company.
Yes. If you don't want to. I mean, if you want out, hey, I work for FedEx, and you know.
You get texted too, 248-539-9797. Same number to call.
That's right. FedEx was just a randomly chosen example out of thin air.
Yes.
I don't want to impugn any company.
I work for Guapo International. And at Guapo International, I got to tell you, man, they have a policy that all dress shoes have to have laces. And I think it's ridiculous. I mean, what's wrong with a loafer? And, you know, if you have the proper pant length, it's going to cover the top of the shoe anyway. But at Guapo International, you've got to conform.
I work for USA Hockey, and there's an archaic policy that you have to cover the best player in the world when they're standing in the slot in overtime.
I have a feeling you're going to boo Austin Matthews every time that you see him playing against the Red Wings, let alone every time you see him playing hockey.
No, I'm laying it on a bit thick today. That's
and yet, with 34 takes the ice at LCA, if you're there,
if they're playing him in a postseason game,
we're going to boo him regardless.
Yeah. Guapo International. 248-539-9797. You asked for it in your show sheet, and I will oblige.
Okay.
You asked for a prediction of where the Pistons will end up in the NBA playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, really, really want them to have home court.
What seed are they going to be?
Yep. I'm going to say comfortably that the Detroit Pistons will be in the 4-5 matchup.
Okay.
As the 5 seed.
But it's the 5 seed.
Yeah, I think Indiana's going to keep them at bay. But I really look forward if we get to that, to a Detroit-Indiana series. With Tyrese Halliburton, Miles Turner, some of the bad blood.
Siakam.
I think Siakam, you can easily dislike him.
Mm-hmm.
I think a Detroit-Indiana series in the 4-5, I think it's a winnable series for Detroit. I think Indiana really wants to keep Detroit down. The last 2 games, there's been some bad blood. And I think it's a little bit because Detroit is starting to, become a factor here in the East, and teams want to keep them in their place. So could they catch them? Of course they could. But I have respect for Indiana. I think they're a really good team, and I think they'll keep Detroit at bay. I love is overstatement. Given because I don't love the suspension that a player got busted, and he's one of my favorite non-Detroit players. Bobby Portis getting suspended in Milwaukee is kind of a big thing, and they're ahead of Detroit in the standings. He will miss the next 25 games. So I'm going to put Detroit in the 4-5 series as the 5 seed against Indiana.
I agree with you. I think they end up being a 5 seed.
Yep.
And yet we know it's look, this is tight. In the Eastern Conference, it's tight both conferences, but where the Pistons are at right now, a game and a half behind Milwaukee, 2.5 games behind Indiana, and they are 2 games in front of Orlando and 3 games in front of Miami, 3.5 in front of Atlanta, and that takes you through the 9 seed. There's a lot of competition between 4 and 9. And I like the way the Pistons are playing. I like the addition they got before the trade deadline. I think having this time off is probably good to get, maybe now they get back into having some more practices with new players in the mix, and let's get things going here. And hopefully the time off is going to do this team well, and they get back after it. I do like their chances to overtake Milwaukee. I don't know if they've got enough to overtake Indiana, but if that ends up being the first round matchup, Indiana and Detroit, that's going to be fun.
You take a look at this team, and they're playing, they're on track right now. They're paced to win more than 43 games. And given that their over-under was 7 or whatever it was some paltry amount, they will double. What was their over-under? Do you remember? Was it 23?
For wins, I think it was 23.5.
Okay.
And then it got adjusted again to 28. And obviously they've got 29 right now.
So they have a chance to double what their over-under was.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to John and Macomb here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Gents, love the show. Every day I listen to you coming home from work.
Awesome.
So anyways, so back in 87 when I got out of the Corps, there was really no work out there, and I was trying to get into any police department I could. I had to go through the academy, but I got into a security company. And I'll tell you, the name of it at that time was called Whacking Up Security. And I was working for GM out of their Saturn division at the front desk where all the executives came in. One day, as you guys were saying, I came in and I didn't shave. The guy, my lieutenant comes up and says, you either shave or you're in the plant tomorrow. I was like, I didn't have time today. I got to wear a suit and hat. The next day I was in a plant. The next day.
Wow.
So they made you adhere to a facial hair policy, just like in Yankees.
And I was only 23 years old at the time, so it's not like I had a frickin' a heavy 5 o'clock shadow. I still had the peach fuzz going.
I was gonna say, are you a hairy bastard, or
No, sir. No, sir.
So because you had some peach fuzz, so that's too much.
Well, what I think it was is the guy was a lieutenant and he was a reservist in the Coast Guard, and I was in the Corps, Marine Corps.
Oh, so a little military
I don't
rivalry?
know if there's a little jealousy going on because I was in the infantry. I was a machine gunner, 0331 M60 gunner. And so me and him talked a couple times, and I think the jealousy came up. But I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Facial hair?
Okay, so is it? It sounds like this was a while ago. It's not still your.
Oh, is it late 80s, early 90s?
1987, yeah. Look.
That would be somewhat archaic. 248-539-9797. Does
you have
your
a better
company
beard now?
Does your company have an archaic policy? This with the Yankees finally, after all of these years, dropping the facial hair policy. A lot of them are coming in via ticket text, including a couple people that apparently work at Guapo International. It is Carson Anderson. Hey, just a reminder, Stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for your chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. You can win $20,000 plus you and 3 friends will stay in the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas' premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Then you can watch the show and participate in the streaming app there. So check it all out. Ways to take in all the programming and content here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Detroit, want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th to get 1 free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all part of their promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons back in action tonight, taking on the Wembanyama-less San Antonio Spurs. Game and a half behind Milwaukee in the battle for playoff positioning in the East. Pistons currently in the 6th spot, Milwaukee in the 5th, Indiana in the 4th. Gator and I both think that 4-5 series is a legitimate, realistic goal. And sure, they could get to the 4th spot. I do have respect for Indiana. That would be a fun first-round matchup. Mr. NBA back there, Kang, how would you feel about a Detroit-Indiana first-round matchup?
As long as they avoid that, play-in tournament, I'm good, man. I mean, I think they'll end up getting the 6th seed personally, which would avoid that play-in tournament. But it's going to be a battle no matter who they play, because I feel like they've gotten into it with like all those teams in the middle at some point this year, whether it's Indiana, Milwaukee, the Magic. There's going to be some feistiness, which should be fun. And, I don't want to just go in there, get swept. Like, I feel like the last time the Pistons made the playoffs, that's what happened. This time, they're fighting back. They have
like the last 3 times.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. They make the playoffs, they haven't won a game. Yep. But we got Cade Cunningham rising up in this league, and hopefully with the veterans they sign, with Beasley and Tobias, like they can actually make some noise this time. But it should be fun.
Yeah, has a chance to be. Red Wings back in action tomorrow. Coming out of the break for the very successful Four Nations Cup. A couple of things out of that. One is this have a chance to make hockey bigger? Why hasn't it been bigger? Because the display of what we saw last night was incredibly appealing. Now, given we all know that every NHL game doesn't look like that with elite level talent and Game 7 intensity. In fact, no NHL games have that much talent on the ice at the same time and that kind of intensity. But talk about a win as far as replacing an all-star game. And what did you learn? Non-hockey fans, what did you learn? If you were just sampling it for the first time in a long time, or you're just not a big hockey fan, but you decided to watch this, safe space. It can be anything from I learned, who these players were, or I learned who this guy was or that guy was, or I learned what icing was. We don't... We're perfectly fine. We just want to know, what is it you learned? Hardcore hockey or Red Wing fans that didn't watch the whole league, what did you learn? Because I got to tell you, it's a different watch when you're rooting for guys you're not accustomed to rooting for. Like Gator and I came away with the same thing. Jacob Slavin's Nick Lidstrom. I didn't realize he was
I didn't say it was Nick Lidstrom.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. He is a modern day Nick Lidstrom.
Did not say that at all.
I think he's a modern.
Don't put that on Gator.
Don't put that on me. I because they don't think they play the same game, but he is a guy who sacrifices his body all over the place, dives in front of pucks, and he's a player you would love to have. He's grit and determination, and he was a difference maker.
I think he's about the closest thing, is maybe a better way to put it, that I've ever seen.
Better than Lidstrom?
Wow.
You know the crazy thing about it was when he won the Lady Byng, which goes back to 2021. He averaged 22 minutes and 59 seconds on the ice per game.
You can say 23 minutes.
At 23 minutes.
I'll give it a second.
Thanks. And had 2 penalty minutes all year.
That's unbelievable.
It truly is. Now, believe 2021 was that the COVID year, so they didn't play as many games. 56 games, yeah. So they didn't play as many games, but still, that is incredible. Absolutely incredible. 248-539-9797. All right, here's some feedback coming in. UPS drivers and management weren't allowed to have facial hair less than 10 years ago. That's from Ryan and Ipsy. My company forces every employee. Oh, the reason we're doing this is because the Yankees finally got rid of their no facial hair policy, which feels archaic. Does your company have a archaic policy? My company forces every employee to call their boss and explain their sickness/reason with them to get the day off. 99% sure it's illegal, but that's the rule.
It's a rule.
I used to work for a pest control company, and we had to shave every week. Granted, that company was Mormon-owned.
I don't know what that has to do with it.
I don't either.
Mormons not have facial hair?
Scott writes in, I work at the Death Star. If I disagree with my boss, he chokes me with his mind.
Is that a Darth Vader joke, or does he work for the Department of Justice? Just wondering.
Wow. Let's go to Brian in Shelby Township. Hi, Brian.
Hey guys, this is about Four Nations. I just want to know what you guys think about Coach Sullivan of USA sitting Kyle Connor 15 minutes before game time, when Kyle Connor is one of the best players in the league, one of the best goal scorers at least, and he put him in for Chris Kreider.
Yeah, and then Kreider got limited ice time.
Oh my God, it was incredible.
Yeah.
They had Nelson, Kreider, and Trocheck on a line. Kyle Connor is about to have his best year.
Yeah, and Kreider's not had a good season, but he's a former 50 goal scorer. And then on top of that, when you look at Matthew Tkachuk not even being able to really play in this game,
God, yeah.
maybe it even looks worse. But that's why you trust the guys to make the right decisions. And is that what cost him the game? I don't think that's what cost him the game, but you can argue it could have.
Yeah, I just think we needed more players to show up. I mean, it took them 3 to 4 games to put Larkin with Matthews, and I think that was the best line in yesterday's game. They looked really good together.
It did, and it was. I mean, everything got impacted when Matthew Tkachuk couldn't go, and that's a question of should he have suited up in the first place?
Right, because he was hurt going into it.
Yep.
He did play a somewhat regular shift in the first period, and then was done.
The worst policy is no onions in the office. That's from Scott A.
I agree with that. It's a terrible policy.
Scott A. Or did he write a city or a place he was writing from there, Doug?
From the Jamie Samuelson studio.
Oh, okay.
Someone here's got a policy of no onions.
Well,
in his car.
Yeah, so
when he goes to pick up food, if he's going to go get lunch for somebody.
If he's going to go pick up food, he doesn't mind picking up food for people here, but he will say, as long as your order doesn't have onions in it, because I'm not putting onions in my car.
So if you get let's say a burrito bowl from Chipotle, which has been one of our kind of go-tos back when we used to, somebody would go out and get lunch. Despite the fact that it's completely wrapped up with a bowl that's got a top on it that is sealed up, and then it's in a bag. Despite all that, he still contends that, no, I can smell them.
Yep.
No, you can't. But it's his
He's
policy.
got a very sensitive nose.
He's got a policy.
I think if I pass gas here at work, my wife smells it where she works. Like, she smells everything. So
Jeez.
Not like that. Some people have very sensitive.
Like, you can let one fly in the living room. She could be up in the bedroom, and she'll be like, oh.
No, you know what it is? If I let one fly at like 4:30 and she gets home at 5:15, did you fart? Dude, it was 45 minutes ago.
It's got some staying power. Did you have garlic last night?
I did, but seriously.
Onions?
How many? I don't know if your wife is like this. She'll go, what's that smell? And I'll be like, what?
Head on a swivel.
What smell? So I talk about the video I sent you guys last night. Puck drops and she starts vacuuming. I'm like, honey.
Did you tell her that you were sitting down to watch the game too? Or
she knew, yeah.
She knew, right?
Yeah, of course she knew.
It's ridiculous.
So I sent that out. Then your response was great.
Oh yeah, because I get the same thing, but it's like all of a sudden she wants to ask me like, "What do you want to do with our life insurance policy?" I'm like, "Dude, the game just started right now. I don't have time. What do you think we should do for 4th of July this year?" And I'm like, "What? What are you doing?"
Apparently, my coworkers on the show have a policy where they communicate with each other, but not with me.
Well,
it involved something.
I wasn't on that text thread.
It was the wives.
Yeah.
I wasn't on the text thread.
Does Lois bother you when the game starts?
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Does she start vacuuming as well?
You know how many times I have to get up and let the dog out while I'm trying to watch a game that's only taking up 2.5 hours? Constantly.
The worst policy for me is not allowing PGA players to wear shorts when it's 100 degrees. Kevin in a truck. Discount Tire used to have a no facial hair policy. Well, you could have a porn stash. About 4 years ago, they finally let you have a certain shaven beard, number 2 or less on the trimmer. Wow.
Did it specifically say porn stash or just mustache?
You got to earn it, man. You know?
Yeah. All right, you're going to like this.
Yeah?
Yep. Got Twin Peaks read.
Yeah?
And apparently we have a fight, which is not my jam.
Oh, we got a UFC?
Yep. And I've asked them to spell the names phonetically. They have not.
Oh, they have not. So it's
up to you guys to judge how I do.
Is this the first time you're going through this?
First time I'm going through it.
Okay.
Yep. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. What a weekend Twin Peaks has in store for you this weekend. Hockey and basketball are back in action with both of your local teams playing twice starting tonight. They've also got a big pay-per-view matinee Saturday you're not going to want to miss. Light heavyweight title. It's up for grabs as Artur Beterbiev enters the ring in a rematch against Dmitry Bivol.
I get all right.
Did I mention all the awesome action is accompanied by their beanies and bikinis? Costume party. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience.
Talk about burying the lead.
Beterbiev and Bivol, plus the bikinis and beanies. Hey, this is the ultimate sports bar. And it's also a great restaurant compared to other sports bars. They deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Did you know they've actually got a scratch kitchen? Their team is in there every day at 7 a.m. prepping all the food you're going to enjoy. They smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, hand cut the chicken tenders, boneless wings. You know about all that. Plus, there's their high-end favorites from the bar, Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, Blanton's, even high-end tequilas like Sincoro Anejo and Don Julio 1942. And you should know by now they pour the coldest beer in the state. What more would you want as you watch Beterbiev and Bivol? Twin Peaks, see what a difference they can be when it comes to game watching, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
At least she didn't vacuum right in front of you. Like, did she cross in front of the TV while you were trying to watch it?
No, she didn't.
Yeah, that would be rude.
It was funny because she was literally watching all the pregame stuff. And then, like, the game started. And
the game started. Now it's time for me. Like, not during the pregame stuff.
I was cracking up. Because it wasn't like you wanted to see the puck drop, right?
Well, yeah.
After what happened Saturday night, I felt
course.
puck drop. Here we go. This is going to be a big thing. Vacuum fires up. And I guess I could still see it. I laughed. 248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Joe.
Yeah, my comment is what I took away from that tournament. I did not watch it, just the highlights on PTI, is that the fact that they say there's no more violence in hockey is just a lie, because all the highlights I saw was fighting.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, it was a part of the game Saturday for sure at the beginning. The game that followed it was
amazing.
Pretty amazing. And then the game last night, there was no fighting. No.
In fact, the game Saturday, after the first 9 seconds, when you got rid of those first 3 fights, once that was done, that game Saturday was outstanding hockey. It was just like last night's game. It was outstanding hockey.
Yep.
Wall-to-wall, excitement, scoring opportunities, heavy hitting, clean hockey. Really nothing controversial in either game.
Well,
I loved it.
It's the only game that I know that you can do an attempted murder or assault.
Oh.
Example: Yuri Fisher hitting some guy across the face, or the guy that put his skates up so high that it split another guy's throat. Are any of them in jail for doing that?
Well,
that was a total accident.
Yeah, good luck proving that was intentional to try to slit somebody's throat with your skate. But in the Fisher thing with getting your stick up, you can make a case. I'm not going to make a case it's attempted murder, but is that assault of some kind? Yeah, and players have been in the past. Players have been brought up on charges.
Was Yuri Fisher brought up on charges?
No. Why do you want your what? Why are you bringing that? What do you got against Yuri Fisher? What do you got against hockey?
I thought. I just don't like the violence. It's like the Roman.
All right, then don't watch it.
Yeah, well, he doesn't.
All right then.
I mean, it's a part of the game.
Clutch your pearls and watch it somewhere else. Don't watch it.
I'm sorry about that, but it's not. The players are. It's not life and death. Okay, it's not Roman Coliseum stuff. It's agreed upon. Oftentimes, that, hey, we're going to fight now. It's ice justice, and it kind of takes me back to a time where two people, if they had differences and they ended up fighting, it didn't end up in court.
Right.
Which I'm not sure wasn't a better place. And by the way, they don't bring weapons, but it doesn't.
Oh, but
people
when you play with
would settle it with their hands, and that was it. And now, too frequently, it gets settled with weapons. But
look, I mean, is hockey a violent sport? Yeah.
Yep.
Is it the most violent sport? No.
I mean, boxing.
Well, I mean that's actual combat. But I mean, if you want, is football more violent than hockey?
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
they don't have fighting, but there's more hitting. There's hitting every play. It's like literally.
Well,
I mean,
there's fighting. They don't condone it. I mean, you'll get flagged
much,
for it. But
there's not much.
I mean, you can hit a guy who's not looking.
My man doesn't like it.
No, he doesn't like it. All right, that's it.
I mean, it's
Let's reel it in. Reel it in.
probably
Let's reel it in.
if you don't like any kind of
Sorry,
that, then
Joe,
you're
I
not,
didn't mean to say you were clutching your pearls, even
let's
though
go.
I said it.
Let's go to Avery in Livonia. Hi, Avery.
All due respect.
Hey guys, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
I just had a pointer on that last conversation with hockey being violent. It's the only sport that self-regulates. You can have a fist fight. You're not getting fined or suspended. You get a penalty in the box.
This is true. Yeah, and you can eventually drop the gloves if you want to, and you'll also serve time in the box.
Yeah, they have embellishment penalties. So if you try to flop, you're going to the penalty box.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but you never go by yourself. They'll call both. They'll call the attempted trip, and then they'll call the embellishment, which bothers me. That's something I'd like to see changed in hockey, where if somebody's embellishing the call, then call them for it. don't also throw the other guy off because
it's weird. If it was a penalty,
then it's a penalty.
Then it's a penalty. But if it wasn't a penalty and he embellished, why is he getting the penalty? I've always found that to be rather curious. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but has it happened where somebody just got a straight embellishment penalty and the guy who
I don't think so.
Who was the victim of the embellishment also didn't get sent to the penalty box? Because I feel like if it was a penalty, how do we even know it was embellishment? Whatever. We've gotten down a wormhole here.
We have. I didn't expect that.
It's a great sport. It's too bad that, I mean,
This is the kind of talk we had, though, around the water cooler at Guapo International. On a daily basis, man. After the big game, you'd hang out by the water cooler.
A marketing company you worked for?
Yeah, but you were limited to 45 seconds at the water cooler before you had to get back to your cubicle and get the work done.
Is that what it was?
No.
Guapo International. Gator, you know what tomorrow is?
Well, tomorrow is Saturday. It's the return of Red Wing hockey. They play at 12:30.
And the return of?
Got Reacher Season 3, I think, kicked off last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking of.
Tiger baseball?
There it is.
Spring training, first game for the Tigers?
Yeah, look, these early spring training
The debut
games.
of Kenta Maeda?
New and improved Kenta Maeda.
Yeah. Now with more Kenta.
I hope he's new and improved Kenta Maeda.
22% more Kenta.
Let's hope for less Maeda.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want more Kenta.
Well, more
Less
Kenta?
Kenta. We want less Kenta. But yeah, Tiger baseball's back tomorrow. So we've got that to look forward to. And I believe the first TV broadcast, we'll have the game tomorrow, right? We got the game tomorrow? Has that been confirmed? Yeah. And then the first TV broadcast, I think, is Sunday. So chance to see our Tigers, which there is probably more anticipation for this Tiger season than any in the last 7-8 years.
Well, I don't know if our station's not going to have the game. It'll be on one of the Odyssey stations.
One of our stations.
Yeah, because the Red Wings play at
same time.
The same time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of our stations is carrying it. But either way, it's back. One of the more anticipated Tiger seasons in quite some time.
I like it.
Yep.
Looking forward to it. That's for sure.
Do you guys hear about that parking wars going on with Torres and Baez?
No, what happened? I heard of it, but what exactly happened?
So apparently, Javi Baez has the Lamborghini SUV. Is it the Urus? I think it's called, and had parked it in this. He made his own parking spot.
Yeah,
he just decided he's going to park next to a berm and park
it's
it
like
sideways.
underneath a couple palm trees. It's like this middle island in the middle of the, I don't know where, close to the doors, I guess.
So that's where he's at.
Yep.
And he can't. And people have called him out for it. The media's made note of it, and he's had a couple different cars. One day he had a Porsche there, and then the other day he had the Lamborghini SUV.
Yep.
So when he goes to park yesterday in that spot, and it's already occupied by Gleyber Torres.
He took his fake parking spot?
Right, and Gleyber Torres has parked it with his Lamborghini.
Yeah, you got a nice one. Lambo was Lambo here.
Yeah. So they had to park. So Javi had to park behind it. So now you got Lambo on Lambo crime, both made up parking spots in the stadium lot.
This is my fake parking spot.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Lamborghinis only, apparently.
Well, no, there was a Porsche there. So.
All right. So Jeff Rieger's in studio. What's up, man?
Hi, guys. Yeah, Javi has I saw the Freep article. He's got the Porsche and the Lambo.
Yeah.
He's living all right.
Well, I mean, when you sign that contract, yeah, you're going to be able to afford that.
Must make fans really happy. Open up the Freep. You're like, oh, that's a nice new Porsche. And he hits 185.
Mm-hmm. Probably not. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
A little bit like you guys. We'll talk a little hockey, obviously, right out the gate. Did it live up to the hype? Did you find yourself invested? And then 3 o'clock, Rico has a Michigan State basketball question that I'm dying to know what people feel about.
Okay.
Big game. You going, Doug?
I'm not. My kid's got a game. I will be at that. Okay. So,
Gator, are you going?
No, I'm not going to set foot in that city, but unless it's to see Doug.
You have before.
Yeah, unless it's to see Doug. No, actually, I think I
When's the last time you've been there?
To Chrysler or to Ann Arbor?
You know what? I've never seen a
Chrysler.
basketball game at Chrysler.
Haven't you?
Never. No.
The
only
upgrades
time,
are
in
nice.
fact, I've only been to Chrysler once in my life. That was when you and I did the show there.
Yeah.
The signing day show that they had there
Yeah.
when Harbs was there.
Yeah, the signing with the stars.
Yes, we were backstage.
Brady.
We were on live. Do you are you going tonight?
Yeah.
Are you? Okay. Cool. Well, have fun. I'll be out of town. Road game tonight. So.
I'll be in the upper bowels of Chrysler.
Yeah, where they got the media. sitting
Rico's
there.
going to be in the Maze Rage wearing that Spartan stuff.
Good luck.
Popcorn.
Yeah. Have a great show, guys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan and Michigan State face off for the first time this season in the Hardwood tonight. The game is sold out, but a decent amount of secondhand tickets still remain available. The cheapest get-in price around $180, including fees. If you aren't making your way to Ann Arbor, join coverage on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8. Tigers general manager Jeff Greenberg joined Local 4 and was asked whether the team may take any more moves this offseason. ESPN posted their list of bold moves for every NFL team. You can probably guess what they had for the Lions. Quote, elsewhere in this piece, I argue why the Browns should not trade Myles Garrett, but if Garrett forces his way out of town, the Lions should be the first in line to make a trade offer. He's a perennial Defensive Player of the Year candidate. The Lions are completely in win-now mode. They are the kind of team that should be dealing high future picks for a superstar who will help put their defense over the top.
Isn't everybody actually in win-now mode?
No, not when you're tanking,
I
which
don't
everybody
think the
seems to
Titans are
do.
in win now mode.
NFL insider Daniel Jeremiah thinks that Garrett will not be traded, however. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Spurs, the game being played at the Texas Longhorns Arena tonight. Coverage kicks off at 8:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Saline High School quarterback C.J. Carr, the grandson of former Michigan football coach Lloyd Carr, has committed to play football at Miami of Ohio.
So he's transferred already.
No, this is his brother.
Oh, the brother.
Yeah. His other brother's at Notre Dame.
Not as good. Okay.
At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Jeez, go to 97.1 The Ticket
still at Michigan.
or Odyssey.com. He already says haters.
How many Canadian fans are unclothed right now? All night they were unclothed.
Are you okay?
I'm great. I'm wonderful.
I know how big that game was for you last night.
Sucked.
I wanted to check on you, but then again, I decided to leave you alone.
Yeah, I didn't get a call from you. I could have used a little comfort. I'm just saying. Hi, everybody. Mike gone. I'm Jeff, Rico, David, Jeremy's right there. And Rico, did it live up to the hype? I mean, you're not a huge hockey guy. I know you got caught up into it. I know all of Detroit was watching yesterday. I know all of America was watching yesterday. And at the end of the day, this is why you don't pick the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs to be your captain. I think that's the
and
one
that's
lesson
all you took away from this.
Doug and Scott were asking the question, what'd you learn from yesterday? I learned never trust a Maple Leaf. Austin Matthews, where the hell were you? Where were you?
Yeah. That's just funny. That's you. But that's so on brand for you that, he hasn't been that great for the Maple Leafs. Yeah,
he's 0 for 7 in elimination games.
Connor McDavid open. Yeah.
I'm just saying, the end of it sucked. And it always happens like that in hockey because Matthews and other Americans had chance after chance after chance on Binnington.
I was right. Exactly. I'm like, okay, here's the thing. You see how many shots they're taking, the Americans? This means the Canadians will win.
I agree with you.
Because all of a sudden they're going to break away and bang, you're sitting there like, but we took so many shots on goal. But you didn't make any of them. This game went exactly how I thought it was going to be. Now, these guys said I was the deflator and all of that.
You called them no fights. There was no fights. There was no penalties. With the exception of the one, and they gave a power play to Canada.
In hindsight, Rigger, I think we all should have saw this because I think at this point, Bettman, hey, guys, the world is watching, okay? You had your fun on Saturday when it was kind of a fringe sport, but right now, tonight, everybody's watching. There'll be no fighting. Hey, refs, unless somebody dies on the ice, there are no penalties. Because there was a couple times I was like, oh, that's a pit. Wow.
Well, especially in overtime. That would have actually benefited Team USA. Canada, shocking, I know, didn't get a single penalty called on them all game. The Americans got one called, and they were able to kill off a Canadian power play. But I disagree a little bit about the fighting. I think Bettman and the NHL would have loved more fights. No. Because everybody talks about the fights, and you can't fight in international hockey, so you can fight in NHL hockey.
No, but see, I think because they're showing off it's like the Super Bowl, Rieger. These are people who may never watch this sport, and this is the first time they're watching it. So you got to make sure you almost put it in the purest form.
Yeah, but nobody's turned off by the fighting. I would argue the opposite. People love the fighting.
No, but then they would expect fighting in every game. So if you're new to
like
the
a
sport,
regular season Wild Wings game tomorrow, you mean?
Right. Like, okay, well, you go to the game. Where's the fights? Well, they don't really fight like that. So, yeah, it's what made Saturday such a distinguished game because everybody saw this and was just like, wow, 2 seconds in, fight. Another 2 seconds in, another fight.
Loved it.
5 more seconds later, another fight.
You know what I love the most about Saturday's game? That the Americans won. Here's the deal. We're curious. Did you get wrapped up into it? And did yesterday live up to the hype? Because I know a lot of people on your show. I heard people call your show my show. People are like, dude, I wasn't going to watch. I didn't care. And then it's because they heard people talking about how good it could be and how good it's been that people got wrapped up into it. So when you're watching yesterday, and Rico and I are talking about overtime, and you did get that eerily awful feeling that Team Canada's going to pull it out, I was enraged, absolutely enraged when McJesus, Connor McDavid, scored the goal. I was even more enraged when I watched the play again and I saw that Matthews left him wide open. But more than anything, I was amazed with how angry I was. I wonder if the people watching yesterday, were you wrapped up so much that you were pissed after the loss? Or is it just something like, okay, it was fun while it lasted. We get the regular season starting tomorrow. I go back to my regularly scheduled life. I wonder how many people were actually pissed that Team USA lost. And I would say the game definitely lived up to the hype, despite I thought the Boston fans were a little, what's the word? Soft. Like, they stood in overtime. I know there were a lot of Canadians there.
And I was about to say,
I wanted more rowdiness from that fan base.
That crowd was it looked like about a 60-40 split. There were a lot of Canadian fans there.
60-40 U.S.?
U.S.
Okay.
But about 40% Canadian fans, like at the end, when they all stuck around and you saw all the red, it was like, man, there were a lot of Canadian fans here. So, yeah. I think, to me, it did exactly what I thought. It was fun to watch. It was exciting. It felt like a Game 7 where each goal was like, okay, this you on the edge of your seat. Okay, U.S. goes up 2-1. Oh, damn it. Now it's tied. And in the third period,
back and forth
until you finally get to like 10 seconds left and you're like, okay, this is going to overtime. Great.
Well, the overtime reminded me of, I know it's a foreign concept, from when the Red Wings were actually in the playoffs. Like, watching so many Red Wing playoff games back in the day. Remember the ones you had to stay up late for when they went to Anaheim or they went to San Jose or they went to Edmonton? And it goes to overtime, and the game goes till like 2 a.m, and you go to work the next day and you're bleary-eyed and you're exhausted. Watching yesterday in overtime, I cared so much, made me hearken back to when the Wings were in the playoffs, and I hope they get to the playoffs this year. But I'm curious what people took out of it. Here's the other thing. I was obnoxious towards Canada. I was a jerk towards Canada. I called them arrogant many times over the course of the last 4 days. I went on a Canadian radio station yesterday. I called them arrogant to their face. And you know what? I don't regret any of it.
Not at all.
You know what? I wanted them to lose so bad because it would have been a 4-alarm fire in Canada right now. They would all be freaking out right now. The radios everywhere would be bitching about got to make a line change. The cost of ice time is too high. The average kid in Canada and Saskatoon can't play hockey. Rico, we were so close to catching them, and then they win, and then those damn Canadians always say the same thing. Well, you Americans know when the game means something, we're going to kick your ass. And so far, they've been right about everything.
I was just funny. I was just wondering if Marchand would have ended that game, what would the reaction would have been in overtime? Like,
considering he was a Bruin or is a Bruin,
right? Like, what would yeah? Oh no, you just won the game for us. So no, that was the only one that I was curious to see what would the reaction be had he actually scored that goal. But I think that for most people, you're probably just going to be like, okay, it was a fun run,
it's over.
And you just move on.
It was
an event. It's like a fight night. It's like you get hyped for a fight, and then when the fight is over, you don't care about it anymore. You just move on. Now, Canada, needed it because at that point, it's their sport. So like I said yesterday, their sport. You never want to get embarrassed with your sport, was apparently your all-star, and you couldn't beat the U.S. If they would have lost to somebody else, I think it would have been okay, but it's the fact that we're the annoying neighbor to them, and it's just like,
it would have killed them. It would have killed them.
This SOB. Okay.
It would have killed them. Like, they don't want to admit it. The Americans won the juniors. The American are catching them. The Americans, like other countries, are developing players just as good as Canada. We had a dude call in yesterday when I was on, and he got upset because I called Canadian hockey arrogant. And he's like, I'm a coach, and we're stealing things from the Americans on how to coach our kids. So we're coming, Canada. Not to mention Crosby's 37. Marchand might have played his last Canadian hockey game. We're coming for you. It just would have been so sweet to pop you last night. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. So where are you? 248-539-9797. It's now over. We go back to our regularly scheduled life. Did you wake up a little angry? Did the game affect you to the point that, like, it felt like a loss like you normally feel with Detroit losses? Or did you just get over it rather easily? And did the game live up to the hype? It went to overtime. And by the way, I think we realized that this thing wasn't going 7 overtimes. It's almost like both teams got the message. Go out and try to score now, because there were so many great chances in the extra session. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. We'll get to the calls. 3 o'clock, Rico has a theory on Michigan State and Michigan that I'm not quite sure I agree with. We'll get into that. Big game tonight.
You will.
97 win the ticket.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that supports anybody's fitness journey. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Planet Fitness has it all. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and Supine benches. Also includes free weights, cable towers, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. Planet Fitness has what you're looking for, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. That means no excuses. You can go early in the morning. You can go late at night. Planet Fitness is there for you. And you can have free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. And you get all of this for just $15 a month. That's it, people. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. There's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area, or you can join online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
97 won the ticket. The Valenti and Rico show. Talking about the game yesterday, did it leave you feeling angry, like Detroit sports losing angry? Did the loss affect you? And did the game live up to the hype? 248-539-9797. Before the calls, before the ticket text, David, you watched. You claimed to me today you were angry.
I was angry.
Did
Because
the kids watch?
They did not.
Oh, come on.
They did not watch. But I was angry because there were opportunities for America in overtime by one Austin Matthews, and he failed every single time. And then juxtaposing that with who hit the game winner for them, Connor McDavid, it was like, why can't our guy come through? It has to be their guy. And it was upsetting. And I thought I was going to watch the medal ceremony and all of this stuff, but the minute I saw Crosby get ready to line his team up to shake our hands, I said, I can't watch this. It was sickening.
I watched the ceremony afterwards because I was just wondering how this would go. And it was funny because it felt like a marriage between the Stanley Cup and the Olympics.
It really did. You're right.
Well, okay, everybody's going to get their individual medal, and then we're going to get the cup. And then they were looking like, so do we skate around with this?
They looked
unnamed
awkward.
Cup? It was very awkward.
It would have looked less awkward if the Americans won. The Americans would have made it look cool. I'm just saying. But David, you're absolutely right. Like, there was that flurry by Austin Matthews on Jordan Binnington. Binnington, the goalie that nobody wanted in Canada. Dude literally took so much grief. Everybody talked so much crap. People are begging John Cooper to bench him. And at the end of the day, he stoned Matthews while our guy couldn't get the job done. Yeah, he was unbelievable. And it's not a great omen because before the game, you're reminded that he won a cup in 19. He won a Game 7 to win a Stanley Cup at
in
Boston.
that building.
Yes.
And
so
he
it's like
looked
history repeating.
He looked like that goalie all over again night.
But he sucks this year.
I know.
The Blues stink. He stinks. And, of course, he's the one that beat the freaking Americans. It kills me. It just kills me.
And then the beauty of hockey.
Then you have the Tkachuk brother who says he's ready to play. He can play, and then he doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. Matthew Tkachuk didn't play the third period, and he didn't play about 14 minutes of the second period.
It just reminded me, and I know Kenny's not here, but he agrees with me, I'm sure. It just reminds you why you hate the Tkachuk brothers. Because they sat there and he lied to us.
You know what? I don't think he lied, David. He probably shouldn't have been playing, okay? But hockey players just go out there. Like, I'll never bash a hockey player because if they say I can't go, they can't go. This ain't the NBA where
that's fair, but he shouldn't have gone.
I know, but a hockey player is never going to sit out. And if they look, hey, coach, I'm done. It sucks. You don't like it. You got to respect it though, because they just don't opt out, especially in a game like that for no reason. Because if you're not 100% and you go out on that ice, you could be the reason why you lose.
So hold on, Jeff. Sorry. Is it wrong, though, that now I need him to be out for the rest of the season?
Wow, that's
in my
vindictive.
mind, I'm like, you know what? Now you got to be out the rest of the season because you didn't help me here.
Very vindictive.
Wow.
I mean, listen, do Florida Panther fans actually exist? So maybe they don't care either. I will say this, though. Give some love to his brother. Brady Tkachuk was all over the place. He was killing people out there. He was killing Canadians. He had 5 hits. And some of them were like bone-rattling hits. And he was a +1.
Let's see. He got the first goal. So
he had 4 shots on net. There you go. So one of the Tkachuk brothers came to play. All right, you want some ticket text, and we'll get to some calls. Did the game live up to the hype, and were you actually hurt by the outcome?
Ticket text says, the difference to me was puck luck. The teams were even, and neither could separate themselves. And yes, we got stoned so many times. Those shots should have gone in. It was all puck luck.
The puck luck.
Yes, Jeff, I
Whatever.
was pissed. I love USA International Hockey. Just glad Crosby was a non-factor. Well,
Yeah,
he's
so
old.
I looked this up. Sidney Crosby for the tournament against the United States, he had 1 shot on net, bunch of giveaways, and was a -2. So you know what? At least that feels good. Dude's old now. Take that, Sid.
So between that and Matthews, you kind of feel...
No, I feel like crap.
Okay.
But listen, the only worst outcome that yesterday could have had is if Sidney Crosby repeated 2010. And by the way, holy cow, American broadcast, McDonough's great and all, but how many times? Maybe Sidney Crosby's going to repeat what he did 15 years ago. Stop it, okay? There's other players out there that are better than Sidney Crosby.
No, well, trust me. After the game, they then compared. Well, this is what Crosby did. This is what McDavid did. And, oh, look at it was this guy. It was 87, and it was 97, and it was this, and it was that. Trust me when I say, if you didn't stick around, they let you know what he did.
See, and that's why I hated the fact that McDavid got the shot. And I hear you, Jeff. I get it. On the international side, a lot of the Canadians are getting old. They're getting long in the tooth. And it doesn't look like they have much after that. But as long as they have McDavid, it may not matter. And that's why I hated that he made the shot. Because now Canadians are going to be like, oh, it doesn't. We're good. We're good. We're all set. We still got McJesus.
Listen, as long as the Americans win the gold medal next year.
But are we?
Probably not.
They're going to break down the Olympics today.
More countries.
Let's get some fun.
All right. Andrew in Commerce, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going?
Hey. Fantastic.
So I think there's two ways to look at it. First, selfishly as a Red Wings fan, you look at what Dylan Larkin did throughout this tournament on a huge stage against the best players from these other three countries. He was on a line with Matthews and Brady Tkachuk for kind of the last half of the game in overtime there. He was making plays. He was killing penalties. Like, as the leader of the Wings, that's something hopefully he can bring back to the locker room. And I don't know how much of that can translate, obviously, to the team, but I think that's a huge plus for him to have hopefully momentum and a big confidence boost. And then secondly, seeing all the injuries that it seemed like players were toughing out across all teams, as a Wings fan, if those players have to sit out some time for their NHL teams and it costs them and potentially helps the Wings, I think that's a plus. Now, from the international perspective of watching that game as a USA Hockey fan, I was pretty frustrated. I think scouting report tip number one is don't leave Connor McDavid wide open in the slot in overtime. So we couldn't do that.
Hold on. There you go.
Yeah, that should have been checkbox number one. But after that, Jack Hughes, I was texting my buddies last night while we watched the game. He was atrocious the entire tournament.
Yeah,
He was getting thrown around in the corners. He was getting bounced off every single puck. He couldn't make a play. And he was a top six forward for them. So you lose Jack Hughes. Austin Matthews, who was actually really contributing on the defensive end as the two-way forward, was nice, but couldn't score to save his life. Matthew Tkachuk set out the last 60% of the game at the end of it. So to not have that top-end talent against McDavid, McKinnon, Makar, Crosby, you name it. You're going best on best, and to not have some of those guys, it is what it is. And you have
Andrew, you're living a dangerous game, though, because the Canadians listening right now are literally yelling at their radio saying, stop making excuses. They're going to say, hey, we didn't have Makar in game one against you guys, and we still won. Now, you're talking three guys compared to one. I hear what you're saying, and you're right about Larkin, too. Larkin made a name for himself in this tournament. That first game against Finland, he got 11 minutes of ice time. Next game, he got the game winner against the United States. He got 16 minutes. And then last night, he starts overtime. So I think, I don't know what people, can we somehow get a captain replacement? Can we bench Austin Matthews, rip the C right off his freaking chest, and put it on Dylan Larkin? Give him 71 for the Olympics next year.
I mean, I think he deserves it. He played tremendously, and he said all the right things after the first game.
Oh, he had a great quote after the game about playing in Worlds.
And he said, this is the biggest stage I've played in, in 10 years, and I haven't won anything in 10 years, and I'll do whatever the team needs me to do, which is exactly what you want to hear and shows you the type of guy he is. But he got slotted right up. But what I was saying was less about excuses. I think Jack Hughes was a zero the entire tournament. I think Matthews offensively was a zero. So it's not an excuse as much as they just didn't convert when we needed them to.
No, and Andrew, I hear you, man.
Our best got outmanned by their best.
Which hurts. It hurts because I thought this was the year. All right, 248-539-9797. A lot of people want to talk. Did the game live up to the hype? And did you find yourself getting hurt by the loss? 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Jeff in for Mike. Rico and I talking about the Four Nations Face-Offs championship game, and what'd you take out of it? Was the loss like a Detroit sports loss to you? Was it heartbreaking, or you moved on? And did the game live up to the hype? A lot of people want to talk. You want to go to the phones there, Rico?
Let's go to the phones.
Oh, here we go. Tony in Windsor. He's very happy, I would assume. He's on the ticket. Hello, Tony. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. How's it going?
Good, man.
Hey, Tony.
Just in some input. It's just kind of ironic. Yeah, we booed you guys in our barn. We lost. Then you guys booed us in your barn. And then you guys lost.
It's almost like karma. But, Tony, listen, I was
They
on the
booed
air
for
yesterday.
like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I was on the air yesterday. Like, did they really boo the Canadian national anthem?
They booed like the first line or two, and then after that, it was almost like other Americans was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing this.
It doesn't matter if you do it for the full national anthem. You're still booing the national anthem.
You know
the
what?
Booing gods are like, you booed, you lose.
One note equals booing. Gotcha.
Yeah, and then just another thing, too. If you guys want to win that gold medal next year, maybe you got to become the 11th province. I don't know.
Oh, you knew that was coming. Tony, you have every right, my friend. You have every right. Now, Tony, maybe win a Stanley Cup this year and end that drought?
Hey, another thing, too. Yeah, Canadian team hasn't won a Stanley Cup in a bit, but take a look at the players on the teams that won the Stanley Cups. How many Canadian players are on those teams?
A lot of them. But why can't they do it in Canada? Why do they got to come?
We only have, 6 teams?
Well, we know,
I don't even know how many
we know
teams.
Toronto's not going to do it because Matthews chokes in big moments.
That is true.
Yeah.
Are you a Maple Leafs fan, Tony?
Yeah, Wings fan.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. Good for you. All right. Glad to hear it.
Good man. Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
Hey, give him his victory lap.
Enjoy.
They won.
So he doesn't even care that a Canadian team can't win a cup. He's a Wings fan.
Because he's living in the moment right now.
I get it. Dude, a fan in Windsor like Tony, that's a Wings fan and a Canadian fan, best of both worlds.
And it's, you want to be the 11th province.
That was good. That was good.
That was.
We deserve that. That's fine. We'll take it. Ned in Oxford, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Ned? Wait, there's 11 provinces in Canada?
Hey.
10.
Oh,
Hey, Rico, Jeff.
Hey, Ned.
Ned, how are you?
Hey, good guys. Hey, listen. I was a little disappointed there that we couldn't pull out the win. It's not the Olympics. It's not the end of the world. You saw Canada's speed kind of take over, maybe replacing Makar being in the lineup and McAvoy being out of the lineup. Maybe that was a difference maker. I'm not sure. But also the McDavid, leaving him open in the slot. If you watch that whole play run through, he was Makar made a great play keeping that wrap in to make that play to McDavid, which is kind of the reason why he was wide open in the slot. But
Ned, Ned,
they're the best players in the world. You got to have them accounted for on the ice. I'm with you.
You watch that play, just if you ISO 34, Matthews got stuck in the middle. He was going to, I don't know what he was doing, but it's almost like, I'm going to go behind the net instead of go towards Connor McDavid. And by the time he realized what he probably should have done, it was too late.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I think, and being a Red Wing guy and not a Toronto guy, I think Austin Matthews thought he was in, probably Game 6 of first round of the playoffs there, Stanley Cup playoffs, the way he was playing. But yeah, it's a little disappointing, and I would have liked to seen some other guys, and I would have liked to see Tage Thompson. I'm interested to see who they pull from this lineup to the Olympic team. If they leave people off, like people are dogging Jack Hughes, and he was bad, but he's still a top player. He's still a top U.S. player in the country. So I'm interested to see how the Olympics roster shapes up, and today I got my USA sweater on still. I'm feeling good. I'm not. Last night the disappointment was short, but I'm excited for the second half, of the season. And also I'd like to say kudos to the NHL because that whole tournament was so much better than any All-Star game in the last 15 years. So kudos to the NHL for pulling that together.
Yeah, Ned, it's funny because they literally, I feel like they stumbled into this. I don't think that they thought that this was going to be as big as it was. And now they're sitting around patting each other on the back saying, maybe we need to run this back a lot sooner.
So they're not going to do it for the next couple years. They got the Olympics, then they got the World. I might disagree with you a little bit. I think it just took them a while. I think they realized once you get the Canadians and the Americans and the Swedes and the Finns all together, and it's hockey, it's not basketball. When these guys can play best on best, see, I think that's the intoxicating thing for these guys, knowing that it's the best in the world and the best on the other side, and you want to kick their ass.
See, but I think Saturday, you went from fringe to all of a sudden it became what everybody wanted to see.
So let me ask you this. If the United States lose last Saturday, do we all care as much as we did for yesterday?
I don't think so. I think everything fell in line perfectly. I mean, you know how we always talk about the NFL script? If there was an NHL script, it would be, okay, fight, let people talk about it, USA wins. You got an entire nation of people are now feeling pride, and now we'll play this thing again, and it's going to be watched. It's going to get watched like the Super Bowl. I don't think they planned this unless there's some evil geniuses.
Quick ticket text. I agree. I'm a little tired of the Canadian fan acting like they're God's gift to hockey. Why do they only have 6 teams then? From Coop. That's a great point. Just a great point.
Well, technically, there's more. They just have a different name now.
Let's go to Stefan. You're on the ticket. What's going on, man?
Good afternoon, guys. Just a little insight for people that should really take a look in your own backyard. You have the national development team in Plymouth. You have Michigan. You have Michigan State, who has possibly the Hobie Baker in Augustine this year. You have Copy, where a young Eric Lindros used to play. You have the Little Caesars U14 national champions. The U.S. is developing great hockey, both in the men and in the women. 10, 15 years ago, women's national team in Canada, they were the best in the world. The national team for the juniors, world champs. The developmental programs here in the local area are phenomenal. I love how all these people are like, well, where did the U.S. come from? Automatically thinking that hockey is not really up to pace. The local area's got great kids on both sides of the ice playing. Windsor, Memorial Cup champs. Jason Spezza used to play there. You've got Taylor Hall used to play in Windsor. There's great hockey in your own backyard, not just what you saw in the Four Nations or at Joe Louis. Support your local minor junior hockey programs, and you guys will be surprised at how good the product is.
No, Stephen, you're right about all the things you said.
I'm wondering how the Southern Territories are feeling after last night. But you guys are great, but just even your station should mention and support the local hockey programs in this area.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it. No, he mentioned the developmental program in Plymouth. I mean, they get studs. Adam Fox, Charlie McAvoy, Jack Hughes, JT Miller, Brady Tkachuk. They all played there. Jason Robertson plays for the Dallas Stars. He played there. So I would agree. But Rico, he wants us to learn more.
Okay. Well, it's why we hired Kenny.
Mike in West Bloomfield, you're on the ticket. What's up, Mikey? How are you? Mike, you there? One more time for Mike in the WB.
All right, Mike, fast-moving show.
That hurts. James in Tecumseh, you're on the ticket. What's going on, James?
Nothing. I thoroughly enjoyed watching this hockey because it was high-quality hockey. But in reality, this tournament fell short.
Why is that?
Because you don't have the best players, all the best players there. You don't have Russia, who to me is just as a big rival to the U.S. as Canada. You didn't have the Czech Republic there, who's a phenomenal system. So if you're going to do this, get the best teams. You know, there should be at least 8 teams there. So in my opinion, this was a great thing that happened. Phenomenal hockey. But I could care less right now.
Okay, so James, it's interesting, and I agree with you, and they're going to tweak it, and the Worlds will have more. But you're right. I mean, Russia would have been sick with Kucherov and Ovechkin and the breadman Panarin. Like, I agree with you. Their top two lines might have been unstoppable.
Yeah, and you know what? Whenever you talk U.S. hockey, you talk about us beating Russia back in 1980. We're not talking about when we beat Canada. Everybody talks about how we beat Russia. So that's just as big rivalry as Canada is. But again, it was great hockey. I loved watching it. I would love to see more of it, but they just need to add more teams.
Thank you,
was
James.
it crushing that we lost? Yeah, but I'm over it.
You sound like you're over it. Seems like in good spirits. Good. I'm over it too, I think.
See, could it be that we don't talk about beating Canada because we don't beat Canada?
That's exactly why. You're
I mean,
right.
come on now.
Well, that's why I wanted to beat Canada so desperately.
Well, here's the way to beat Canada. Here's what we do. We have to get Bennington away from TD Garden. We have to move the site of the final, and it will be just fine.
If they do this again, how great would Detroit and Toronto be? Come on.
Yeah, you could do Detroit, Toronto. You could do Vancouver, Seattle.
How about Detroit, Toronto?
Okay, Detroit,
Let's
Toronto.
do Detroit, Toronto. All right, you want one more?
One more.
Jim in Washington Township. You get the last word, my man. What's going on?
Hey, what a great tournament, man. I loved it. It's just, I wish they would have had two more guys on there, Tage Thompson and Robertson from Dallas.
Yeah, Jason
and you
Robertson.
could take Trocheck and Kreider and put them off.
Yeah, listen, I
Trocheck, every
don't
time he got
disagree.
on the ice, he fell down. And Kreider kept giving the puck away.
Yeah, I don't disagree there, Jim. I mean, I think, too, you look at why didn't Kyle Connor play? Was it sickness? Did we ever get an answer on that? And I think Rico's point,
I have no idea.
Matthew Tkachuk, like, it didn't seem like he could play. Now, I understand he is amazing when he can, but you wonder if they should have even allowed him to play. He sat out the other game against Sweden.
Right. What I don't understand is they brought Tage there, dress him, and let him play.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have even took Kreider's spot. But, I'm looking forward to next year in the Olympics for sure because you know they're going to fine-tune that team. And some of them guys you're not going to see on USA.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see some of those guys on the Canadian side either. Some just played their last tournament. But, Jim, good call,
Right.
man.
I think you're right. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Like I said, I think the NHL had something just they thought was going to be a little bit of interest turned into something that the world wanted to see, or at least here in the United States and Canada. It just took over. Without any Russia, it was the best that you were going to get.
248-539-9797. A little football next. 97 won the ticket. Rolling along on a Friday. How about a little football? Hatchet.
Guys, let's do it. We are about to hit the meat of the offseason. Free agency starts in a couple weeks. Next week is actually the NFL Combine, so this should be fun. So let's do this because ESPN did it. I love it. Projecting bold moves in free agency and the draft for every team in the NFL. We're going to start in the AFC here with the Buffalo Bills. Their bold move is to blow the Bengals out of the water with a T. Higgins trade offer. Will this happen? Probably not, but wow.
You know what? If you're the Bills, you don't get it unless you place the order. I mean, who would have thought this time last year we would be saying, well, the Philadelphia Eagles went out and got Saquon Barkley from the Giants, but they did. Now, if they pull this off, genius. I would like to know how much they gave up. Because if you're Cincinnati, that's one of your main rivals, and both teams are good. So I probably wouldn't do it if I'm Cincinnati, but if Buffalo pulls this thing, yeah, kudos.
So what is blowing them out of the water? What do you think that kind of offer
You're gonna
looks
overpay.
like?
You're gonna overpay with a lot of draft picks.
3 first-round picks?
3.
I'm saying blow them out the water.
You're probably coming off of at least 2 and a player.
If I'm Cincinnati, there's no way in hell I'm doing this move unless I guess I get blown out of the water. But could you imagine you had a disappointing season this year? Next year, you're expected to go right back to being one of the elites in the AFC, and you're going to give somebody else a key piece? No, I can't do it.
But see, but you can't
It would
afford
be bold, though.
You can't afford him. You don't want to lose him, so you got to get something for him.
I'm just not giving him the Buffalo to Buffalo.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But now, if they offer you a bunch of some type of an elite package, you and it's the best, yeah, you got to take it.
Next bold move here. Miami Dolphins signed Chiefs guard Trey Smith. Now, Trey Smith is coming off a Pro Bowl season. He's a 2-time Super Bowl champ. Do the Dolphins, that sound bold to you, signing that guard?
I mean, investing in your offensive line is always good, especially when you have a quarterback with concussion problems. I don't think it's going to help. I just have no respect for Miami. Miami, you know what Miami is? I equate it in college football. It's Northwestern. Looks good in September and October, and then that's it. They fall off the face of the earth. That's Miami. As soon as the weather gets cold, they're done. If the NFL only played a 10-game season, the Dolphins would be one of the best teams. But in the back half of the year, they do nothing but just self-destruct.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How is it a bold move if you're going to go out and get an offensive lineman?
Well, it's because they have
very bold.
Every guard on their roster is a free agent right now. And they don't have a lot of money.
But Rieger, come on, let's not be short-sighted. You invest in your offensive line. I mean, it's been the Lions' success.
That's something you should do regardless.
Yeah, but this
I don't think it's that. Yeah, I get it.
He's predicted to go to the Bears or the Bengals.
If you get one of a top O lineman, that's a little game-changing.
Tua was sacked 10 times last year. I get it. I just don't think it's great.
All right, let's move on
lineman. Sweet.
To another team in the AFC East, New York Jets. Bold move. Trade away wide receiver Garrett Wilson.
Trade away Garrett Wilson?
Trade away.
You know what? Yes, I think that would be a bold move. Because let's face it, Aaron Glenn is hitting the reset button. You don't know who your quarterback is. There's a little bit of a mess. I look at the Jets the same way Dan Campbell came into the Detroit Lions. There's some fluid pieces there, but you got to clean some house, maybe get rid of a few players and collect some draft picks, collect something. You probably could, and Garrett Wilson is probably one of your better assets that you can actually, flip and get picks for. It's a bold move, and if you're going to do this, I've often said it, if you're a new coach, you got 1 year for a honeymoon period to kind of tank. So, yeah, that would be bold. I would do that.
Do you have a year in New York? The answer is probably not, but you're right. I mean, they have to. They have a quarterback last time I checked. Oh, yeah, they don't have a quarterback, right? So if you trade away a guy that you just signed to a contract, good receiver for sure, that allows you to sell the fact that you get draft picks coming back. It allows you to give you some time to build up a team. They stink. So I wouldn't think he'd be the only guy that gets traded away. So I don't know if it's bold. I think it's needed.
Next two, I'm going to place them together. They're in the same division. It's the Cincinnati Bengals and the Cleveland Browns. For the Bengals, it says trade defensive end Trey Hendrickson. For the Browns, it says do not trade Myles Garrett. Now, it's saying that because of the salary cap ramifications that will come with trading him.
Wait, say that again.
Bengals say trade Trey Hendrickson. Browns do not trade Myles Garrett.
You know, there's a lot of smoke just coming out that the Browns may not. Because remember, they really didn't want to do this. This is all Myles Garrett
It's
saying,
his request.
I want out. And the Browns were like, well, we're going to work on this. We're going to go through counseling. We're not going to give up on this marriage. The Trey Hendrickson, you got me tongue-tied.
Trey Hendrickson.
The Bengals aren't going to be able to keep everybody. I know they would like to. I know Joe Burrow came out and said, hey, take as much as you need from me to keep everybody here. I think that they'd rather keep Joe happy with offense, and Trey may be one that they let go. I don't think it's going to happen because I think if you're the Bengals and Burrow is willing to take pay cuts, I think you try to keep everybody.
All right, so this is titled Bold Moves. That would
Correct.
truly be bold because why in God's name? I understand it's a one-year contract, but if you're the Bengals, you want to keep Hendrickson. He's a stud. And if you're the Browns, you should trade Myles Garrett, considering you're looking at a rebuild right in the face, and you would get a ton for the guy. So I guess it's bold to go the complete and utter opposite way. If you're Cleveland, why are you keeping Myles Garrett? Why are you working so hard? You got no quarterback. You're a total dumpster fire. You're up against the cap with awful contracts. Why are you fighting so hard to keep a guy that doesn't want to be there?
Well, you bring up the salary cap. If they do trade him before June 1st, then that means $36 million in dead money. So that may be why they say no.
But you're not going to win regardless,
True.
right?
That's
like
true.
2025 for the Cleveland Browns is like every other year for the Cleveland Browns. Poop.
Or do you just wait until after and then trade him during the summer?
Yeah, but then
After
you're
June 1st? Yeah.
So, but then
you're going to miss out on this year's draft. Yes. But let's face it, Cleveland is not going anywhere. They have a top pick anyway. So how about we just trade him and look forward to our future if and build starting next season.
Tank for Manning.
I just think it's hard to sell to your fans. Like, hey, you know what?
David may have hit upon it. Better quarterbacks coming out next year that maybe along with your pick and somebody else's first round pick, if you don't get the number one pick, you have enough to package to move up to number one.
But we all agree a 29-year-old defensive end that could get you a ton in return, whether you trade him before or after, he needs to be traded.
No, but I'm saying the trade may come this summer where we're going to be having shows here saying, okay, now they don't have the dead cap hit. Now do you go after?
But they still have some dead cap hit, right? It's not just that much. They're going to save some money.
Not a lot, though. $36 million in dead cap for trading before June 1st is a lot.
Along with
you
a team
already have Deshaun Watson.
Right there, David. You already got Deshaun Watson, so you can't go broke with two players who really can't do anything for you.
So let's close out the AFC here. In the AFC West, Denver Broncos, their bold move is to trade up to draft running back Ashton Genty.
It'd be a great fit for them. The top running backs have been productive in the league from Jahmyr Gibbs to Bijan. You're seeing that. I'm looking at what the Broncos have with that offense. Yes, I think that could be a difference maker. That would be a bold move. I guess how high up do you have to go and get him?
Probably jump ahead. It says jump ahead of the Cowboys at number 12.
And I was about to say, really, the only thing that your competition is the Dallas Cowboys. And now you're playing a game of chicken because now does this mean Dallas moves up to maybe the 8th spot? So How bad do you want him? You may have to go up to the 6 or 7 spot just to get him to keep him away from Dallas, because Dallas being stupid, Dallas is going to take him. They need so much more than a running back. But to me, they have tunnel vision on this kid.
Backfield duo of him and Javonte Williams is pretty good. You add Jaleel McLaughlin. I like that idea. I think Sean Payton would like it too.
But see, if I can get the Penn State tight end,
Tyler Warren,
I would pass on the running back and go with Tyler Warren.
I agree with you here, and this is a bold move, right? So Kansas City, to close this out, their bold move, cut tight end Travis Kelce. Here's what it would do. Cutting him would cost them only $2.5 million in dead money, but save them $17 million on the cap.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bold move, but guys, I don't think he loves the game anymore. I think he is in love, but he doesn't love the game anymore. I think this is a guy who flies around the country and he's trying to keep his girlfriend happy and not his teammates happy. He wasn't the same person this year.
He still had 97 receptions. I just pulled it up, 823 yards. His touchdown production went from 12 to 5 to just 3 this year. And they already gave him a deadline, and it's in March. Like, you got to tell us before the season starts if you want to be here. I think that's the right move. Let him decide. If he wants to come back one more year, I'm totally with it. But if he wants to retire, sweet.
See, I don't think he retire. I think this is one where he would just leave and go to another team.
Oh, really? I think he'd be done.
Who will gladly put up with the shenanigans and know that a marketing genius, Taylor Swift's going to be in our suites. She's going to be wearing our team's colors. We're going to get millions of new fans. That would be worth it, especially if you're a fringe playoff team. I mean, imagine
35 years old, though.
Imagine if he came here and now Taylor Swift's in the Lions in the suites every game.
I think the Lions got a pretty good tight end. Yeah.
I'm just saying, now you can go. You know what? You don't have to have Dan Skipper being eligible. You'd have a real tight end out there.
Well, that would be bold, and that is in football today.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch will miss his first non-split squad game of his Tiger career tomorrow as he attends the funeral for ex-MLB player and coach Rick Dower. Topps recently released a Tarek Skubal 1-of-1 card. We spoke with the Maryland card collector that pulled it. That's Maryland resident Colby Duval. The Tigers tweeted a video of Skubal unpacking it today as he gave it back. Duval gets a signed jersey and a trip to the Orioles-Tigers game, plus some BP passes. I think it's still kind of up in the air what else he gets as well.
What's the card worth? Do we know?
Not sure. It's
so
too
the
early.
fan just gave it back to Scoobs.
He did, yeah. Michigan star Danny, I know you will be a fan of that probably. Michigan star Danny Wolf is looking forward to his first battle with the green and white tonight as well. Hear the game between Michigan and Michigan State over on WWJ, News Radio 950 at 8. Tiger announcer Jason Benetti also has the call on TV for Fox as well. The Yankees have lifted their long-standing no facial hair policy when new Tiger and former Yankee Gleyber Torres was told today he thought it was a joke. The policy was put into place in 1976. The NFL officially under investigation for the sexual misconduct allegations against Ravens kicker Justin Tucker per ESPN. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, Jeff in from Mike, Rico right there. Anything you want to hit on we hit on the United States and Canada game, hit the Odyssey Rewind if you missed any of that. Lived up to the hype. I'm still a little devastated. I'm going to get over it. And something that would help me get over it is a big win by Michigan tonight. Rico, tonight, you're going to be there. I'm not.
True.
Tickets are going to be super expensive. Places are going to be off the chain. We get to see a matchup of two top 13 teams, Michigan and Michigan State. Depending on where you look in the sports books, it's either Michigan -3.5 or Michigan -2.5. And you have a question for the people. Go ahead.
Well, Rick, see, I'm going to eliminate you from this because you're the unicorn.
Why?
You would watch this game if both teams right now were sitting at 0-23.
I have watched the game with both. Well, maybe not 0-23, but yes.
You would watch this game.
Last year was very difficult.
But I do have a question for some Michigan fans out there, Michigan Hoop fans. If the Michigan Hoop fans are really there, or are you just a
What do you
Michigan?
mean with this? Are they really there?
Or are you just a Michigan football fan? But do Michigan fans really care about tonight's game? Is this a game that kind of like the hockey game last night where, you know what, if you win, you care about it because you get to talk smack to the MSU people. But if you lose,
that's enjoyable.
You shrug your shoulders and say, oh, well, no big deal. We're not really a basketball school. I don't know when that became a derogatory term. Do you really care about tonight's game? And is this really more enjoyable to beat MSU than rather a chance at winning the Big Ten? Is tonight's game really just about beating Michigan State rather than everything else on the line? You win this game, you pretty much cement at least a share of the Big Ten title, or is this just about beating Michigan State? 248-539-9797. For the Michigan fans out there, is there a care factor? Because I'm looking at the tickets that are up for sale.
Yes.
And it tells me it's a high-priced ticket. That tells me Michigan fans are selling their seats. This is almost like the Lion takeover when the Lions fans go on the road and buy up all the seats and you hear the Jared Goff chants. Well, maybe not anymore, but you hear the Jared Goff chants. You see the Honolulu Blue all throughout the stadium, even though it's not Ford Field. Is that what we should expect tonight? Because I don't know if this game means a lot for Michigan fans. This is probably, when the next rankings come out, probably should be two top 10 teams. First place, whoever wins this game, you're in sole possession of first place in the Big Ten. coming down the home stretch. Are you excited for this game, or is this game simply, I'll get excited if we beat Michigan State. If we don't, I don't care.
Why don't you just come out and say it? You don't think there's a lot of Michigan basketball fans. You only think there's Michigan basketball fans when the team's good.
That's it. Yeah.
It's not true, though. It's not true. Like, listen.
I said you're the unicorn, Rigger.
Okay.
Take yourself out of the equation. Most Michigan fans, the last time you cared about basketball was 2020 when Juwan came in.
Well, to be fair, it's hard to care about Michigan basketball the last couple years because they've sucked. Now, you haven't had to experience it because Izzo's made the tournament for how many straight years? 28? 27?
Congratulations.
Dude's 70 years
it's like
old.
the Wings playoff streak.
No, but what I'm saying is take the last couple years out of it. They didn't make the tournament. Nobody cared because Juwan was a bad coach and the program was obviously in shambles. But now that Dusty comes in, he built this team from scratch, and they're currently leading the Big Ten. I think Michigan fans absolutely care, and I think they want to kick your ass too.
Okay, but if they absolutely care, why are you selling your seats?
Are they? Rigger. Are they selling the state fans? So what do you predict the crowd's going to be like tonight?
60-40?
60-40 Michigan fans.
Yeah.
You think there's going to be 40% Michigan State fans?
Yes, absolutely.
You think Sparty fans are paying $150 to get into the stadium today?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Well, I mean, listen, I would sell my seats regardless, considering you can watch the game on TV. It's one game of a college basketball season. Same thing I told Lions fans if they wanted to sell their tickets to Vikings fans for that last game, and you got 500 at 600, 1,000. I think, why not? You've been to a Lions game before. So I don't know if that determines what kind of fan you are. What I'll tell you is I can't speak for Michigan Nation. I want them to speak for themselves. I think people are fired up because not only can they beat you, which is always huge, I don't think Michigan fans hide from this being a rivalry. In football, of course, they try to. In basketball, this is the rivalry.
Yeah,
but
I'm
also
not
to win
doing
the Big
that,
Ten.
yes.
To win the Big Ten. In Dusty's first year, 18 teams. To win the Big Ten is pretty special.
If Michigan wins this game, they got a 2-game lead, which means you allow yourself a clunker, a stinker of a game, because you finish out at Nebraska, at home with Rutgers, at home with Illinois, at home with Maryland, and then at MSU. You can lose one of those games. You're still winning the Big Ten by winning this game tonight.
Yeah,
because you knocked off Purdue, because you knocked off Michigan State, if you win tonight, you're sitting in the catbird seat.
And you guys have a tough schedule, although it looks like you were right, or at least you're playing better after losing to Indiana. I wanted to throw something on you, though. Now, you're asking towards Michigan fans, do you care about the game? Do you just care about beating old Sparty? What about you? And not specifically you, but your people, Michigan State people. They got to hate the fact that Michigan hires a coach and in 1 year, they might win the Big Ten. When's the last time you won the Big Ten?
It was what, 19?
19. It's been a while. When's the last time you've been to a Final Four? 19.
19.
So, hold on.
And I'll still say 20, but we didn't have that season.
That's fair. The season was canceled due to COVID. But while you're curious about if Michigan fans even care, I'm curious if Michigan State fans are wondering if all the shimmer is off Izzo, and maybe we are looking at a changing of the guard. Because let's be honest, if Michigan wins the Big Ten, if Michigan goes further than Michigan State does in the Big Dance, you can easily say Izzo's been there forever, unless Dusty leaves for Indiana. We got a changing of the guard. What we saw last night was Crosby to McDavid. We might see Izzo. We might see January, February, Izzo, April, May.
Or may not. Didn't we already?
I like what you did there.
Didn't we already experience this in 2021? The changing of the guard. Guy comes in, wins the Big Ten in the first year from the hardcore streets of Chicago.
But that wasn't his team. Everyone knew that.
Doesn't
was
mind if he has to
Beeline's
knock
players.
somebody down if he has to, because he's from Chicago.
Well, listen, Juwan got within a Franz Wagner 3-point shot from a Final Four. So I'm not going to trash him totally. It wasn't great to see him slap a coach's face.
He walked right in and won.
Yeah, but that was Beeline's
With
team.
Beeline's
to David's point.
players. These are May's players.
His son was on that team.
Doesn't matter.
But when Beeline was here, they were just as good as you. And Beeline beats you the majority of the time, if I'm not mistaken. What was the head-to-head record? Izzo and Beeline.
Look that up. I have to look that up.
I mean, there were some bad, thin years for Beeline early on. But 248-539-9797. Rico's asking, Michigan fans. Do you give a damn tonight? And what's more important? Is more important winning the Big Ten or beating Michigan State? I tell you, I want to beat you. I want to beat you bad. But I'll ask you. I mean, if Michigan does win the Big Ten, and I just got a text from a friend of ours who's a Michigan State fan saying I sound dumb. But if Michigan wins the Big Ten in Dusty's first year, I wonder what that does for Michigan State people who haven't won the Big Ten in 7 years.
You know, I think that it will set up for an awesome rematch, kind of like the Canada-USA in a few weeks at the Breslin Center. Final game of the year.
On senior night. Who you with? 248-539-9797. Get to the calls. Get to the text. 97 the ticket.
Hey, the final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up, and get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. The new ESPN Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bet. Unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus too. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started. You got to be 21 or older. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, big game tonight. Second day, massive game. Michigan State at Chrysler. Michigan, a 3.5-point favorite Rico asking Michigan fans how much you care. How much do Michigan fans care? I mean, I think the answer is a lot. And what would you rather do, win the Big Ten or beat old Sparty? 248-539-9797. I threw it back in Rico's face. I'm very proud of myself, if I do say so myself. If Dusty does win the Big Ten, if they go further in the NCAA tournament, Izzo's going to turn 71. At what point do you wonder about a potential changing of the guard if Dusty stays, which I think he's going to stay here?
Yeah, the way it's going more and more, I think Chris Beard's going to end up with that Indiana job because that's what we're talking about. Would he leave for that? That's another topic for another day. I've seen the changing of the guard. I've heard this story before. New Michigan coach comes in and, oh, look, watch out. Even Beeline was probably the closest.
It was.
And then he opted out to the NBA, and then Juwan came in and immediately won. You know, I'm sure Amaker had some years in there that he did anything.
He did not. No, absolutely not. Amaker had like Lavelle Blanchard. Oh, no, he definitely did.
Well, he actually beat them in that first tournament.
No, Evan Jenkins, of course, who works here at the Ticket, does a great job. He sent me the record. And Izzo's 14-9 against Beeline. He started 0-4. Beeline started 0-4 because those first 4 teams or 2 teams were really bad. But what I'm saying is if Michigan does win the Big Ten and they go further than you in the NCAA tournament, and Tom's another year older at age 71, if it's still the same old, unless you do something special this year, I do think that people might start to wonder, maybe the tide is changing.
You know what? No, I would need to see another year. And this is not to take away from Dusty May, because I think Dusty May is an awesome coach. You know, going to the Final Four last year, he went to the portal and he hit on all of his players and they won. I need to see what Michigan will look like next year with the people that they coming in. I know they got the Mr. Basketball candidate here that plays for Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and Trey McKinney. I need to see what he does next season. Can you go back to the portal and bring in more people and keep this thing going? Or do you swing and miss? Because here's what happens when you swing and miss in the portal. You're Arkansas. They went out and got a ton of people. Calipari took everybody from Kentucky with him, and they may not make the tournament. So if you're relying on portal guys and not development, I need to wait and see. I'll give you this year because you did a great job. Look, Vlad Golden, my opinion, should probably be player of the year or at least on first team. He's unstoppable. He's like your version of Zach Edey. He's like 7 feet tall, but he never fouls out. He doesn't get in foul trouble, and he just makes big-time baskets at the end of the game. Wolf, 7-foot guard, he's like your 7-foot point guard, can score any type of way. He's a mismatch. Those two together, great. 3 through 8, I don't know about. I don't know what Michigan's going to bring players 3 through 8. So that's how I see the Wolverine team.
David, your thoughts, ticket text, get to the calls?
I've been looking forward to this game for a month. I've kind of seen where it was headed.
It's going to be good son versus bad son tonight in the Battle Royal.
They don't care about basketball at all. I've tried.
Wow.
Not because it's Michigan
job.
State. They just don't like basketball. And I know they're black. I know. Tell me about it. But I'm looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this. I've kind of seen the pathway leading in this direction over a month now. And I'm like, yes, I can't wait for this game. But I think there are other Michigan fans that are excited about this game as well. We do have basketball fans.
I can tell.
We do. Well, they're working. You know, they're working. They're busy.
Yeah, people are sleeping.
I do believe, yes, we do have a fan base here that loves the Michigan Wolverines. I think you're wrong on the percentage of what the arena will look like. I think it's going to be more 80-20 Michigan fans. I truly believe that. 80-20, not 40% Spartan fans. You all can stay away.
David, I say 60-40 because I've been there when both teams are good. And I mean, it was Michigan State was the reason why Michigan came up with a new ticket policy. Like, because Spartan fans took over their arena once and it was like, it held up a sign saying, "Welcome to Breslin Center East." And that didn't get taken well with the Michigan administration. So they came up with a new ticket policy. I do think that you're going to hear a lot of go green, go whites,
And you
especially.
might. You might. But to be honest, to be fair, the majority of times that we've watched Michigan State basketball, you guys have been the predominant program. Michigan, for the most part, with the exception of 5 years with Beeline and maybe a couple years with Jawan, has been a joke.
No,
They have been a
Rigo,
joke.
it's been a competitive game because Michigan State hasn't been any good.
I understand
It's been a
that.
fun game that you and I cared about.
Of course.
But people didn't care about it.
I think Michigan fans care. Maybe you're right. Maybe they only care if they win, and then they're going to get on the socials and talk smack to people.
No, I think it's the same as had the United States won last night. It wasn't about the United States winning. It was about Canada losing. And you would have called up all your Canadian friends and just rubbed it into them.
No, you're right about that. I care more about Michigan State losing tonight. That's it. That's
David, at
all
least you're
I
honest.
want to see tonight. I want to see you all go home crying, go home. I that's what I want to see tonight.
At least you're honest, David.
Got some ticket text?
Yeah, sure do. Tonight's game is huge for in-state bragging rights. With rivalries almost gone, though, this means a lot. That is from Matthew. Another person says, we've been the more successful program for the last 20 years. Not sure how Sparty could even speak like that at this point.
Who has? Michigan
Saying
State?
Michigan has been the most successful.
Yeah, that's a little delusional.
Did last year not count?
What about the year before?
And now here's the other thing. Now go back to the first, go back to that other text. You're right. But see, I wonder if there's back in the day when you had the two teams who actually hated each other, and you had Trey Burke, and you had like guys locally who understood this thing. When you really look at it, I'm like, you look at Michigan's roster and like what Will Cheddar's been through these wars. Yeah, okay. For Michigan State, they got 3 players actually from the state of Michigan, and it's Jay Nakins and Cooper and Nick Sanders, a walk-on. Like, other than that, there's a lot of outsiders who are kind of going to get new to. Now, State has more players who played in it, but I guess maybe it meant more back in the day when you actually had players from the state or close by in Ohio battling each other.
I will count Jace. I'll count him because he knows the rivalry, right?
Is he still there?
No, I'm talking about Richardson.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant Chase.
No. I'm talking about Richardson. I will count him because he understands it because of his father.
Yes, only because of his father, though, because he's coming from Florida.
Yes.
So he didn't really know too much
But
about
hold on
this.
a second, because this game is not about the players, it's about the fans, at least I think so. And we know that Michigan fans want to kick your ass. I mean, I think that's fair. Like, does the average Michigan fan right now that loves to say this is not a rivalry for football, you are frothing at the mouth to kick Sparty's ass, correct? I mean, I would hope so. Please tell me, 248-539-9797. The question from your side is, you want to kick Michigan's ass too, because of course it's a rivalry, and you guys despise Michigan. So tonight, I think, should spark the rivalry back up that's been dead basketball-wise for the last 3 years because Michigan stunk.
Yeah. No, this is what you want to see because, Rieger, I'm going to go on record and say, just like during the NFL season, I'm like, look, I think that Lions-Vikings game is going to come. That's the division game. The final game that these two play for the senior night at the Breslin Center, that's first place will be on the line. Winner gets first place. Loser may end up in second. That's how big I think these two programs are. The respect that I have for both programs. But, yeah, just tonight, it doesn't have that feel of like, yeah, these are the two top teams in the Big Ten. They're battle-tested, battle of styles. As they say, styles make the fight. Michigan, you got 2 7-footers. Michigan State, you like to run and press. I mean, you like to run, the fast break and get the points off the turnovers. Michigan turns the ball over a lot. State can't hit threes to save their life. Like, what's going to happen in this game? How much is the crowd going to influence this game? So 248-539-9797.
97 won the ticket.
You know what? One day, somebody asked me, hey, you know how many connected devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi? And then I said, well, I don't know. But then I went home and I checked and I counted my connected devices I own. It was more than a dozen. Hey, guys, it's way more than I thought. And it's all to keep me connected to the good stuff like streaming and gaming and internet and you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. Yes, Hundreds for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Michigan is a 2.5-point favorite in tonight's battle for first place with the Spartans. Here if they can pull it off over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8. Tigers catcher Jake Rogers has called a lot of games for ace Tarek Skubal, but he got to hit against him today in Lakeland. As Rogers stepped up to the plate, he proclaimed, quote, "Hit me, I'll kill you," unquote. He followed that up with a tapper back to the mound on the first pitch, and then he said, "Okay, thank God," unquote. The Four Nations tournament was fun, but also had to make a lot of NHL franchises cringe at times. Add the Rangers to that list because, according to The Athletic, Vincent Trocheck broke his finger against Sweden on Monday. Trocheck not expected to miss any game action with New York, although he did sit out practice today. Catch the Pistons tonight as they play in Austin against the Spurs right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jaden Ivey, the only player out for Detroit. Ivey was seen at practice yesterday without a boot. That's progress. Tip at 8:30. The White Sox are offering season ticket holders a free 30-day trial for their television coverage as well. With sports at the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4. I haven't done it in weeks and months. Or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, talking Michigan and Michigan State. Rico asking the question, do Michigan fans even care? And by the way, I was pissed at Rico today when I heard he was going to ask this question. But then I look at the feedback, and maybe he's right. People don't seem all that fired up for what should be a very entertaining basketball game and has some stake to it, man. You're talking about 11 versus 12 or 12 versus 13, 248-539-9797. The other question David asked was, would you rather beat Michigan State or would you rather win the Big Ten? I'd rather beat you guys, but could I do both?
I guess the answer should be you want to win the Big Ten.
That
should be the answer.
I want to beat you. I wonder, do Michigan fans share the hatred for Michigan State at their own sport? It's a lot like the United States and Canada. Like, you get a chance to knock off Izzo and Sparty tonight and talk a little smack. I would assume you'd be all for it. The other question is, what do you think the audience or the crowd looks like? Because if it was all Michigan fans, I feel people might be a little more excited, but Rico's saying the ticket prices are so high because Michigan fans are selling them to Spartan fans.
I mean, they realize this is a hot-selling ticket, so you know what? We might as well go. You see the same with the Lions. When they go on the road, people know, you know what? They're going to show up anyway. Why not make a little money? And I'm okay with people making money off their tickets. I'm not that guy saying you're a bad fan, okay? Please don't get it twisted. You're not a bad fan if you can make some money off of your tickets. That's on you. I do not know your financial situation. Good for you, okay? It's funny because when you put them out there, it's like, who's going to buy those tickets? I don't think other Michigan fans are going to buy those tickets. I think it's going to be MSU fans. But I'm looking at the mental gymnastics that you're doing.
Well, what am I doing? What am I doing?
The Izzo Beeline.
Yeah.
Izzo's up 14-9.
It was a rivalry. It was a rivalry.
But you're like, well, take away the first 4 games.
Well, I think you're
and
allowed
it's a lot
to.
closer. Like,
no.
You
what
cannot
I said,
do that, Rieger. That's like saying, well, take away the last 2 goals from last night and the United States win.
No, what I said was, if Dusty wins tonight, if Dusty wins the Big Ten, something Michigan State hasn't done since 2019, if Dusty goes further in the NCAA tournament, the big dance, I wonder if you start to wonder about maybe a changing of the guard from legendary Izzo at age 71, who hasn't had much success in the last 6 years, to a guy that just comes in his 30s and wins the Big Ten.
He actually won in 2020. He won the Big Ten in 2020. And then they canceled the season.
Well, you know what? I can't tell you what would have happened because
ironically
we don't know.
Ironically
you won
enough,
7 games in a row, and then COVID hit.
Right. Ironically, right. Say, like a week later, we're told stay away from each other. But I remember that night we're all huddled up and taking photos and just like, okay, the players are there, and it's just
I
like,
remember.
And then COVID happens. Stay away, social distance.
And they canceled the tournament. I will get to the calls, but no, my whole point was, could there be a changing of the guard soon? And I brought up Beeline and Izzo, and I simply said Beeline was right there with Tom if you erase the first 2 years, which was awful.
You can't do that, Rieger. You can't rewrite history.
Please, when you take over.
You know what, David? If that Titanic had not hit that iceberg, they would have all made it to the United States safely.
You're not being rational or fair because you understood the garbage team that Beeline took over. Come on.
I'm sorry. Whose fault is that?
It's just like Izzo. Izzo, when he took over, he didn't make the Big Ten or the Big Dance. He
and
made
that
the
still
NIT.
counts against his record.
I understand
if you only take away those years where he didn't.
Right. No, you understand that you're building a program. It's not like it is now with the transfer portal.
You know what, David? If the second half last year in San Francisco didn't happen, the Lions were going to win the Super Bowl.
And you know what? You know what? You just see your program slipping away. You see it
Only
slipping
George
away.
Pickens showed up to games on time.
Right, Rieger, you can't rewrite history like that. Well, if you take away these 2 years, you can't do that. You know what?
Eric,
that's just
in Grand Blanc. You're on the ticket. What's up, Eric?
Hey, can we just take the time to appreciate Rico painting the picture of Dusty May falling off after getting a good transfer portal class? And
I like that, yeah.
Scooby-Doo mask, and it's Mel Tucker standing there.
Oh, come on,
Eric,
come
that's
on,
what Rico's hoping
Eric,
for.
I said I need to see him do it again. He did a great job. Go do it again.
It's fair. It's fair. But
and I'm not Mel Tucker. I'm not in the hotel room.
Right,
Thank
from
God.
a cell phone. No, seriously though. I mean, we've suffered through Tommy Amaker. We've suffered through the playoff ban, the 2 national championship losses. We suffered through Juwan Howard having 2 lottery picks and Hunter Dickinson and not even making the tournament. And then the savior shows up with all these kids. And from the beginning, looking at this team, like if they can just limit the turnovers and come together, I look at tonight as a test that really makes me excited to go against Michigan State. We're talking like number 4 in the country and assists. I think top 20 in rebounds. They're really good at the stripe. And we just need to get ready and get battle tested, in my opinion. So I'm super excited for tonight.
Eric, I agree with you. I really do. I would disagree with the battle tested at the stripe. They miss way too many free throws for my liking. And the turnovers seem like they have gotten a little better. But I think you hit the nail on the head. If you're a Michigan basketball fan, and Rico likes to say, who are you people? You don't exist. But, dude, Michigan basketball fans have lived through torture with some of the god-awful coaches and some of the bad teams. And they haven't made the big dance in the last 3 years. So I agree with you, man. Michigan fans should be pumped up.
And I meant Michigan State from the stripe, not Michigan.
Oh, gotcha.
We're losing you, Eric. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're losing your phone, Eric. Sorry about that.
I thought he said Michigan was very good for the charity stripe. He says you guys are. You guys aren't very good from the 3-ball. I can tell you that much.
No, but you know what? The good news is they realize they're bad from 3, and they don't shoot that many. Like unless it was the Indiana game and they shot way too many, and
that was just a weird game.
If Michigan doesn't zone them, then I question Dusty May.
I would zone the crap out of you. The funny thing is, Indiana had 2 bigs that dominated you guys. I would hope the same thing happens tonight. Mike in St. Clair Shores, you're on the ticket. What's up, Mikey?
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank you.
So I went back and looked at some history since 2017, and we talked about Izzo kind of slipping a little bit. Since 2017, Michigan has made 5 Sweet 16s. Michigan State 2, Elite 8s. Michigan 2, Michigan State 1. Same amount of Final Fours. Yeah, Michigan State has more Big Ten championships in the regular season, but it's about what you do in March. And Izzo's Mr. March, but since 2017, not really. So is he slipping a little bit? I say yeah, and I think Dusty May could be the changing of the guards a little bit. I mean, the writing's kind of on the wall a little bit. I mean, you're seeing Izzo slip for sure. Dusty May obviously has some stuff to prove, but I think Izzo is slipping a bit.
And Mike, and that's why I said next year will be the key year for me to see what he can do, because I've seen this before. Izzo's falling off. Heck, I remember there was an article going all the way back to, I think, 2002.
Yeah.
When somebody said, well, Izzo's slipping and he's falling
That's when
off.
He was going to take the Cleveland job,
Right.
right?
It's
Or the
just like,
Atlanta job.
Okay. Yeah, his teams, dude, I am not apologizing for these teams. They have been awful the last couple of years, including a playing game loss against UCLA.
Oh, I remember.
Where they gave the game away at the end and they had to lead. So he struggled. And getting out the problem I have with Michigan State right now, the goal shouldn't be getting out the first weekend. The goal should be, it used to be,
Final
okay,
Four.
when are you going to win your second title? Then they go, okay, well, let's make the Final Four. Okay, Elite 8, Sweet 16.
Dude, he used to have that record where if you stayed 4 years,
Right.
you went to the Final Four. That has since been dissipated, but the caller's right, and I'm not sticking up for Michigan basketball because the end of Juwan Howard was a total bleep show. However, Izzo has not been vintage Mr. March, January, February. Izzo! Sorry, I got carried away. He's not been that Izzo for
Rieger,
damn near half a decade.
Let me ask you this question.
I'm not sticking up for Michigan. I'm just saying Michigan State is slipping.
But for those saying he's slipping, is he slipping because so far he's endured Beeline, he's endured Juwan, and now he's got Dusty May? Which is slipping? I think the Michigan program is the one that's slipping.
To be fair, Beeline just left. Beeline left because he was sick of it.
But I'm with Rico here because, yes, okay, you can say Izzo may be slipping, but I also can't tell you what Dusty May's going to do because it's 1 year. That last caller, we haven't even gotten to the first postseason in Dusty May's era. And yet he's saying, changing of the guard. How can we say that yet?
No. Eventual changing of the guard.
Eventual. I cannot predict that right now.
And I understand that.
Let me see what he does in his first postseason.
But that's why we're talking about tonight, and tonight could be an indicator.
But
that's
beating
all.
him, I get it, and I want to beat Michigan State so bad. But if he wins tonight, I still can't say changing of the guard. It's one game.
All right, little football next.
No. How about we're going to finish this conversation.
Gotcha.
We'll get some football at the top of the hour.
All right.
Michigan
State. I agree.
Let's listen to what they have to say.
I love the topic.
And listen to Rieger math.
Well, Rieger math.
What was that?
Oh, Jeremy Otto. Wow. He's a very threatening man.
Wow.
He looks good today, too, all dressed up. All right, more Michigan State. Big game tonight. Tip at Chrysler at 8:05, 97 won the ticket. Sparing the discussion, Rico and I are we're reminiscing about great Michigan State moments at the break.
Rieger was talking about the 3 times that I remember they played Michigan 2019. They played 3 times, I think, in the final 18 days of the season, including the Big Ten championship game. But Rieger hit me with a fun fact. I did not remember.
I believe it was this year. I'm not especially sure, but I do believe that season Michigan started 17-0, and then Iggy Brasdeikis to the media said, "I want Duke." And they went on the road to Wisconsin and lost by 100.
See,
and then they were
thought
500 after that.
I think that was the 21 year.
Oh, was that more? Okay, well,
no,
maybe
but
I'm
the
wrong
year
then.
I didn't realize that they had a double-digit lead in all 3 of those games.
That year they did. Michigan did. Yes. All right, 248-539-9797. How geeked is Michigan fans for this game tonight? Could there be a changing of the guard, people? If Michigan wins the Big Ten, they're pretty close to it, goes further in the NCAA tournament, and Tom Izzo just does what he's done for the last half decade, which is not much. Let's go to Tony on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Tony?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on, Tony?
And Rico, I hate to piggyback off some of the previous callers, but I guess they kind of sum up how some of the Michigan fans feel as far as basketball concerned. I think this thing for Izzo is a big factor. 2 points. I think Michigan has had the better program than Michigan State over the last 10 years as far as talent and as far as the NCAA tournament. That's one. When I say talent, I mean talent that's went to the pros, first-round draft choices, things like that.
Okay, I'm going to let you get to 2. You know what, Tony?
Okay.
I agree with that. They've sent more pros, except for the irony was the year he had the 3 lottery picks, and they didn't make the tournament. But they had 3 lottery picks.
Well, they made the NIT and lost in the NIT.
That.
No, I hear you, but they lost in the first game of the NIT to Notre Dame, I believe. But
because nobody wants to be there. Go ahead, Tony.
Go ahead.
And I agree with that, Rico. I'm mainly talking about, when we talk about the talent going to the pros, I'm mainly talking about numbers, first-round draft choices.
Yeah.
But point number 2, and this is really directed to Rico. Do you get the feeling that sometimes Michigan State fans kind of get Izzo a pass? He really hasn't done nothing as far as the tournament-wise championships since the first one. It's kind of Jim Boeheim 2.0. He got a lifetime contract based off of one NCAA championship.
Tony, and no, that's actually a fair question, because when he won the title and then he started making Final Fours, and that was enough. All of a sudden, Michigan State fans started questioning him in like 2010, and then he went back to more Final Fours with Denzel and those guys. But it does feel like, especially with the last few years struggling to get out the first weekend, he's hit Lifetime Achievement Award, where you base him based off of all the years instead of what he's done recently. That's why, to me, with this team, it's critical that they actually do something, like at least an Elite 8, and you could say, okay, there's something there. If this team gets upset in the first weekend, then it's going to be like, okay, Tom, what are we doing here? Is this program going backwards? Because State fans shouldn't have to cross their fingers and hope just to make the Sweet 16. The Sweet 16 used to be a given.
I think you guys are right. I really do. I think people give Izzo a pass, the majority of them, because they remember so many Final Fours, 9 of them, right?
You do. You remember all the fun times. And
I hated every second of it.
Brandon Dawson
dunk,
and there's Kalen Lucas, and there's all of the Cassius Winston,
and Matt McQuaid, and blah, blah,
there's
blah.
Jaron Jackson, there's Miles Bridges.
But here's the great thing. Over the last 5 years, Izzo has won 6 tournament games.
Yeah.
So that's not good enough. And to your point,
it's very problematic. Rieger, when you can sit there, it used to be if you were a State fan, man, you didn't really plan much in March, or you were planning to go on different trips. Now it's, all right, you seriously are hoping that they can make it to the second weekend.
But you're proving my point. So many people that laughed at me when I said if Dusty has success and Izzo doesn't, we could be seeing a changing of the guard. That's all. Now, you want to see Dusty do it again? Totally fair.
No.
But Izzo over the last half decade has not been Izzo. He's not been Mr. March.
And it's not that I need to see Dusty do it again. I need to see what the foundation is, because his foundation right now are a bunch of transfer guys who I don't think are going to be sticking around after this year. So that's why it could fall off if they're not there. I don't know. Like, there's no star freshman that you're like, hey, okay, he's going to be there for a while.
Right.
You don't have that.
Well,
so that's what I'm
that
saying.
Anymore.
You know what, Brieger? Fair.
Thank you. Darren in Clinton Township, you're on the ticket. What's the word, Darren?
What's up, boys? I'll be as distinct as possible. I'm not approaching this game just because it's against Michigan State. I'm approaching this game because I need answers, okay? I've been watching this team. I can't believe they're grinding out. Yeah, they're battle-tested. I'm approaching it as they're playing another Big Ten good school on the way to the Big Ten title. I want to know I want to know the rotation. I want to know who's the man going to be. I want to know what Danny Wolf does with 10 seconds left and he's got the ball. I need him to be more aggressive. I need Trey to be good. I need a lot of things. Not only turnovers, I need to know what kind of turnovers. I need to know if I can raise my expectations to a third level.
So,
now,
Darren,
I'm 59 years old. I'm 1-5 or 1-6 in my lifetime in championship games. Thanks for bringing up that UCLA game, Rico. I will never, ever get past that game. So I need a lot of answers tonight. That's what I need.
Okay, fair enough. He needs answers.
I
get that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
He was talking about Michigan State, right? What he needs answers for? Or was he talking about Michigan?
I think he was talking about. Yeah, that's
okay,
a
well, he
great
brought
question.
up the UCLA game.
But
Michigan,
they both lost to
UCLA. Yes.
But he was saying I think it was Michigan because he needs to know what Wolf is going to do in the final 10 seconds.
You brought up the UCLA playing game. I brought up, I guess, the UCLA game where they lost to UCLA.
We sounded like maybe I think he meant Michigan. Because he was talking about Wolf. Because if not, because if not, he would have said, I need to see what Jay Nakins does in the final 10 seconds. So, yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll continue talking about this. Plus, we got Who Said It coming up in the next hour. And we're going to touch the table with a little bit of football. We got plenty of show available. But right now, Michigan State fans, where are you? How big is this game tonight? 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. It's the matchup everyone circles here in the Mitten, Michigan and Michigan State, and both teams are back with high March Madness expectations for the first time in a few years. Hear the game over on WWJ at 8. Jeff Bringberg, the Tigers GM, was asked yesterday by Local 4 if the team planned to make any more moves before the start of the regular season. Outfielder Akil Baddoo will miss the rest of spring training after a surgery on his hand. Baddoo was lifted from the 40-man roster to make room for Alex Cobb this offseason. He's not expected to make the team at the end of spring. Per Tony Paul, the Ally Challenge has announced a one-year extension with Warwick Hills and Grand Blanc through 2026. And for the first time in over a week, the Pistons are back in action. You can hear that action right here on 97.1 The Ticket against the Spurs. Of course, no Victor Wembanyama. He's out for the year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock hour, getting you to your weekend. Jeff in for Mike, Rico right there, talking about Michigan basketball. Michigan fans, you fired up about tonight. I guess it's Michigan State, too.
That is true, Jeff. But you know what? How about we do this? Let's touch the table. Let's talk a little football. David, hit it.
Yes, let's talk football here. And I gave you the AFC bold predictions, bold moves, rather. So let's get to some NFC bold moves here. And I'm going to tie this first NFC one with one of the AFC bold moves. So the Giants' bold move is don't trade for quarterback Matthew Stafford. And that ties in with the Steelers' bold move of trading for Matthew Stafford.
Wait, say that again.
So the Giants' bold move is to do not trade for Matthew Stafford. But the bold move for the Pittsburgh Steelers is to trade for Matthew Stafford. A lot of Matthew Stafford this offseason.
You know what it is? And I guess because the Steelers are technically a playoff team, yes, it would be more beneficial for Stafford to go there, and maybe you could be the piece that gets them out of the first weekend, rather than the Giants are a total rebuild. Like they got Malik Neighbors and Kayvon Thibodeau and not much after that. So, yes, it's actually smart if you're the Giants. Just hit the reset button, draft a rookie, and take it from there. Save yourself some money because you're going to have to pay Stafford and you're going to have to give up something in order to get Stafford.
And that's exactly, before you get to it, Jeff, that's exactly what it says here. Are the Giants a veteran quarterback away from winning? It says no. So Stafford's best bet is to not get traded there.
Well, not to mention the Rams, if you read pieces from their media, they're looking for a first-round pick for Matthew Stafford. So if you're the Giants, why are you going to give up a first-round pick? To your point, you're not ready to win. If you're the Steelers, you might because you think you're the quarterback away. But I heard you guys talking yesterday, and I talked about it a little on my show too. Stafford to the Vikings makes so much sense. It really does. Like, that would be such a good football team. He truly could be the missing piece for Minnesota. The only reason it makes sense for Stafford to go to New York is that Kelly can do her podcast from New York City and gain a bigger following. That's
New York City would eat her alive.
Oh,
She'd be better off going to the Panini Brothers and getting a sandwich.
Oh, God. Could you imagine the New York City media with Kelly Stafford?
That's why Pittsburgh's perfect for them. Pittsburgh is beautiful. Come on over.
Could they do Sleep Number commercials in the Steel City?
They sure could.
Oh, good.
They sure could. So the next bold move is from the Washington Commanders, the team that beat the Lions. And it is trade for Cooper Kupp. They are looking for a number 2 wide receiver. It's trading for Cooper Kupp bold.
It is bold, especially because I don't think Cooper Kupp is going to cost you anything. Cooper Kupp may cost you seriously, and I'm not trying. He's getting up there in age. He might be a 6th or 7th round pick. That's it. So if I'm the Commanders, to go with Scary Terry, Cooper Kupp, you're building some pieces around him, and then you can still go out and draft another wide receiver. That's actually a very smart move. if I'm the Commanders.
Yeah, a lot of these I feel are not bold. They're just common sense. Like, yes, of course you could trade for him. I'll tell you this, though. I think Cooper's washed up. I really do. Cooper's all upset. He didn't get enough touches from his boy Matthew in L.A. I would not trade for Cooper Kupp. I hear people saying the Lions should trade. I think he is.
No, Rieger.
I think he's not the same dude that he was 2 years ago.
He's not a number one, but if you get him and use him right, he could be like a DeAndre Hopkins. He could be like an Amari Cooper, where he can give you big catches on third down. He's not the person he used to be, but you don't need that. You just need somebody to help extend the play and get the first down.
Wildly ineffective last year. And I know we had Puka Nacua, who was the other receiver. I wouldn't touch him. I think he's washed up. That's me.
Well, you don't think that's bold. This may be. For the Chicago Bears, build a pass rush.
Oh.
Instead of an offensive line?
Yes, that is bold because where the defense does win you games and keeps you close, you have an investment in Caleb Williams, and you need to be able to keep him upright. You can't have him injured, and you allow him time for plays to develop. I would invest in an offensive line. I would go out there and I would go get a tackle. I may get bookend tackles, my first and second pick. I would try to get some of the best tackles to protect this young man, and then go in free agency and pick up some guards. But I can't focus on the defensive line, especially you got Ben Johnson there, offensive genius. You got to go offense.
See, that is bold. Nicely done. That's definitely bold because they got to get Montez Sweat going. They need somebody other than Austin Booker for that other defensive end. I think absolutely very bold for the Bears to focus on the D-line and try to kill some quarterbacks.
Next on the list, in the Lions division, Minnesota Vikings. Now, this may be bold. Sign quarterback Sam Darnold long-term and trade J.J. McCarthy.
Well, that's not bold. That's stupid.
Actually, that is bold because that's actually smart. If you had to choose between the two, you go with the devil that you know. I know with Sam Darnold, this team can win double-digit games, 14 wins. I don't know what JJ is going to bring. I know I'm in a win it right now window. If you bring in JJ, it's growing pains. Like, I don't know if he's going to be more Jaden Daniels or is he going to be more quarterback that takes a little bit longer to progress to get to that level. But you got all the toys right here, right now. Darnold, and not long to it depends. I would franchise Darnold, not go long term.
See, that's different from what they're saying. They're saying long term.
So that is bold because that means you're hitching your wagon to Sam Darnold.
You guys are crazy. That is bold. That is bold. And it's stupid, though. It's so stupid. You are currently in a win-now mentality. They've never won a Super Bowl. They got a team that's really capable of doing great things, and you're going to go back to war with Sam Darnold as what was your co-host call him? The filthy ginger?
A soulless ginger.
Soulless, filthy ginger. You're going to go back to that dude who proved in the last two games, the biggest games of his career, that he stinks?
Rieger.
No way.
You won 14 games with him.
Okay, but it's not just Darnold or JJ. Go out and get a different quarterback. Go out and trade for a Matthew Stafford. I don't know how you sell that to your fan base. The people in the Twin Cities would riot.
They're too nice. They wouldn't riot.
No,
okay, maybe you're right. They're like Canadians.
I don't think you're going to riot because – yes, he lost the last two games, but that doesn't throw away everything that he did. Because if that's the case, are you throwing out the last game of what happened here?
Rico.
He's just not a redhead, but didn't finish the season the way you thought.
I'm not saying Goff is perfect, but if it's Goff or Darnold, you take Goff in a heartbeat. My point is you can't trust Sam Darnold. There's no way I'm bringing him back. There's no way. And to your point about franchising him, maybe, but still, this is a big year for them. It's a win now mode.
It's a win now, and I don't know what JJ is going to be. That's the only thing is.
That's why I get a different quarterback.
We have no, but that wasn't the option.
It wasn't.
It was
either it's this or that. I'm not allowed to go outside, color outside the lines.
Long-term deal for Sam Darnold
or
and
JJ.
Trade JJ.
No. Absurd.
Okay.
All right, then. Which leads me to this one for the Arizona Cardinals. Raid the San Francisco defense. Here's what they mean by that. Defensive tackle Hargrave, free agent. Greenlaw, free agent. Travarius Ward, free agent. They're saying go out and get all of them and bring them to Arizona.
I mean, that's bold. It's in the division. It would help you out. But then again, are you really upgrading or are you getting somebody's leftovers? I mean, because if they're that good, you don't let them walk away. I mean, weather's nicer in Phoenix.
Greenlaw's coming off that injury. While he did return, he's not the same probably, right?
Don't say that, David, because when you get injured, you come back the same way you left. You know that.
Whatever do you mean?
There's no fall off. There's no drop off.
Is there somebody specific you're referring to?
No.
I think you're lying to me. I think it'd be pretty funny if Arizona just goes to San Francisco and John Lynch and say, like, hey, listen, how much for all three of them? Okay, we'll take a package deal. That would be very bold. Didn't work in San Francisco, but it could work in Arizona. Now, to be fair, obviously San Francisco was very injured. But I don't hate the fact to bolster their defense. Just all three seems a little ridiculous.
And then let's close it out with this one. I lied. One more AFC one.
The Lions.
Okay, I'll give you that one. The Lions, bold move. Trade for Myles Garrett.
Is that bold? That's not bold. That's what they should do.
It's what they should do, but it's bold because it's not what I think they're going to do. And to trade, and the trade for Myles Garrett means you are giving up a lot. This isn't going to be one of those. We'll give you, the corpse of Corleone Young for LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. This is you're going to come off of some first round selections. It's going to hurt Detroit, but it's going to pay off in the end. It is bold.
Wasn't Corleone Young the one that had narcolepsy?
No,
that was Walter Sharp.
Yeah, Corleone Young was the guy they took straight from high school.
Right, yes.
And he probably should have stayed.
All right.
For his 13th year.
Yeah, I don't think it's bold. I think it's common sense. Do whatever it takes. Now, people might think it's bold because they don't believe that Brad's going to do it, right? But I tend to believe if you have a legitimate chance at Myles Garrett, that Brad understands how transcendent that dude can be.
But are you going to make the move?
I would. And I think Brad would.
You
too.
would. I don't
Brad
think
would.
Okay.
I think he would.
Yeah. Maybe that's why it's bold.
I enjoyed this.
That is your NFC bold
Sam
predictions.
Darnold. Come on.
97-1.
Specs at LTU can help you get your career started in radio, TV, or graphics design. Heck, Specs at LTU helped out Jeff Rieger, my co-host for today. He's a Specs grad, so can you. So what are you waiting for? You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You will learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn from instructors like myself who actually work in the business. You may even have Jeff Rieger come in and give you a pep talk on how to really be better than him. It'll take like 15 seconds. Specs at LTU.
Wait a second. You're not allowed to rip on me in your live reads.
I'm saying you could be better than Jeff at Specs at LTU. Because I'm going to help you get there.
Do I get paid for this?
The instructors will help you get there. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be
curious.
Has that ever been
done before?
Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Who Said It coming your way next segment. I love that game. But, Rico, let's finish up the Michigan basketball chatter. They get Michigan State tonight at the Chrysler. Asking Michigan fans, how geeked are you? Asking Michigan State fans, are you worried at all? People think this is asinine, but think about it. Are you worried at all that the gap could be closing? There could be a changing of the guard? If Dusty wins the Big Ten and has success in the Big Dance, while Izzo once again doesn't, you do wonder if maybe we're seeing from Izzo to Dusty and a power exchange. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Rico, you want to go to the calls?
Let's go to the calls.
Kevin and Troy, you're on the ticket. What's up, Kev? How are you, bud? Oh, no.
Okay.
That was unfortunate.
That was very
Let's
unfortunate.
go to Tay in Detroit. You're on the ticket. Hey, Tay, how are you? What do you think this is? Kenny Loggins?
Are you kidding me? Okay.
You want to listen a little longer?
No, I do
you're
not.
done? Okay.
I do not. Let's go to some ticket.
Here are the factors for this game tonight, in my opinion. MSU can win this game if they can out-rebound the Michigan Bigs. MSU has to turn them over. That is one thing that Michigan does, is turn the ball over.
They have gotten better at that, but you're right. You know, it's weird because Michigan blew out everybody and then blew that lead within the same game. Like they go up 16 or 17, then they blow the lead, and then they would hang on to win. That's pretty much how they've won every game. Recently, though, they're not blowing anybody out, but they're turning over the ball less.
Sure, Dusty needs to show continued success, but he has a great resume so far. He has shown he knows how to coach and assemble a team. Someone else says, big Michigan fan here, and I unfortunately think MSU is going to win tonight. I think this is a bad matchup for Michigan as they turn the ball over, and MSU loves to create turnovers and run the fast break. Michigan wins if they shoot close to 50% from the field, which I don't think happens.
That is the whole styles make the fight, and that is true. If Michigan goes in there and they've been very liberal with the turnovers, and they turn the ball over 14, 15 times, MSU doesn't have to shoot a ton of threes because if they get the easy transition baskets, that's as good as a three or even better than a three because it ends up being Lob City, ends up being Cohen Carr with a dunk. Yes. On the flip side, if Michigan can turn this into a half-court game and force MSU to hit outside shots, the Wolverines got this thing.
This is a ticket text based off the bold predictions that we talked about. Someone says, I love how all of a sudden the Vikings are win now because they got super lucky and somehow won 14 games against a cakewalk of a schedule. They're still not the best team of the division. They're not ready to win a Super Bowl this year, and if they think they are nuts.
Okay.
Okay, is this a serious ticket text?
It is.
Because they finished one game behind the Lions.
And they won the same amount of playoff games.
And their
0.
postseason was the same. So and they played relatively the same teams. That can't be real. Or you know what? Guys, it's okay to sometimes just give your opponent some credit and not call them lucky. Because if you're calling the Vikings lucky, take a look in the mirror.
Very similar schedule.
Well, the Lions did not beat a single elite quarterback. They lost to the one they played in Josh Allen. The Minnesota Vikings had a little tougher of a schedule, but, dude, they made the playoffs. They won 14 games. They seem like they're a quarterback away from having tremendous amounts of success. How is it not win now? Like, what should they do? Take a step back? How do you sell that to the fan base? You know what? We're going to rebuild? Like, how is it not win now for a 14-win football team?
Rieger, it is win now. It is, and yeah, one team won 14, the other one 15. And then both got booted out the playoffs in the first round.
Well, not to steal David's gig, but I'm sorry, David.
Go ahead.
I just happened to pop on the ticket text machine, and somebody just said 100% agree with that ticket text. The Vikings are frauds.
Okay.
You're perplexed.
Because I'm not even going to say that's the majority. That's in the minority of Lions fans, because if the Vikings are frauds, what does that say about your season?
Well, I'll tell you, because the ticket text just came in. Someone says Minnesota was a fraud all year. At the end of the year, Detroit was a fraud.
Yeah.
That's it, just the end of the year.
Well, I mean, obviously Detroit had the injuries, but I think it's about next year, okay? If you look at the schedules, Minnesota has the easier schedule than Detroit does. I've been saying this for like 3 weeks, I feel. But Detroit next year, they have 8 outdoor games. This year they had 3. They got 9 road games against 5 elite quarterbacks. This year they played 1 elite quarterback. And next year you got 7 new coaches, a new OC, a new DC. I do think it's not out of the realm of possibility for the Lions to take a step back. The Vikings have more consistency and continuity than the Lions do. So if you think the Vikings are a fraud, you might want to think the same thing about your team.
This is funny. This is just, wow. I don't even know how we got here. I honestly don't know how we got here because, yeah, they kind of finished the same. The NFC North was a fraud.
Oh, well, you're
Let's
right.
just call it what it is.
None of them won a playoff game.
They were the Big 12 in college football. Put up a ton of points, a lot of wins, and in the end, nothing.
Let's go to Al in Sterling Heights. You're on the ticket. What's the word, Al?
What's going on, Joe, man? So I don't know if it's the fact that they're calling them fraud versus our team having so many injuries on defense, and I think we would have, again, it's what if, could have, should have, fact that we don't know what would have happened with our team had we not had so many injuries versus the Vikings were healthy. Yes, we both played kind of a cupcake schedule, if you will, looking back at it after the season is over. And I think next year our team would, are we going to win 15 games? I don't think so. But I think we'll be better than what people think that they're going to be versus I think Minnesota is going to come down to earth. Playing a tougher schedule.
Al, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, and I got to look at their schedule for next year. But I think what Rico and I and Hatchet are kind of perplexed about is simply the fact that people are taking their pot shots at Minnesota when next year the outlook for the Lions is sketchy, I think.
Both teams are, yeah. But I think I'm not going to say they're going to win 3 or 4 games. No, they'll be better. They'll win 8, 9 games. But I think our team is still going to be one of the favorite teams versus where Minnesota might come down to earth and see what happens.
Oh, okay. I mean, I understand.
Rico is mystified right now. I'm just looking at him. He is totally.
Because it's so dismissive of they're lucky, they're this, they're that. Lions had injuries. Okay, guys, newsflash. At the end of the season, everybody had injuries. And you know what good teams do? They don't bring it up. They just play the games, okay? Nobody had all 53 people from the opening roster playing for them in the final week or in the playoffs. Everyone had injuries. You move on, you adapt, and you do. Maybe had you not taken your last year's draft and took a bunch of project players, you would have had some depth, but you didn't. So this whole, I don't know how we got here. I'm just amazed.
It's David's fault. He did the bold takes.
I'm just amazed that people think, well, the Vikings at 14 wins were lucky. Lions, they were good. Okay, well, how did your season end? Well, it doesn't matter.
All right.
They're frauds.
Are you done?
Huh?
You done? All right, 248-539-9797.
I'm going to use that for who said it right now. Huh? Who said it?
Rico Beard. Speaking of who said it, coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, we do it every week. Staple of the show. Guest host today, Jeff Rieger sits in. Rieger always says, I get it while I'm driving in my car. Let's see if he can get it live. David, if you would, who said it? And on top of that, Bobby is joining us as well. Rieger and Bobby, you guys think you can handle this? Let's go.
Let's go, Bob.
Just do better than Kenny. Do better than Kenny, okay?
Kenny, by the way, is sick for the 15th day, right?
I bet he enjoyed that game last night. Let's get to number one here. The best players are on the best teams, and those teams aren't going to trade those guys. So you have to look at the lesser teams and see what their pain threshold is. I'll read that again. I stumbled at the end. The best players are on the best teams, and those teams aren't going to trade those guys. So you have to look at the lesser teams and see what their pain threshold is.
What are they even talking about?
Myles Garrett, I think.
Myles Garrett?
Yeah, that's got to be the Garrett trade.
Okay, I know a big topic this week was Vladdy or Miles. Which one would be more beneficial to Detroit? I'm going to start. There's a word that sticks out to me. Pain threshold. That has Jansen all over it to me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with Rieger here. I heard the same thing. It sounded like a good breakdown. I felt Jansen from this.
Using big words, pain threshold. Oh, he's got that Michigan education.
Forgot to tell you. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. is available. 6 a.m.
That means we got to listen
p.m.
to that evening show. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great evening show. So much better without Wojo. It's great.
You know what? I'm going to go with the morning show, but I'm going to go with Stoney, who filled in for Costa. I'm going to say Stoney.
All right. I think everybody's locked in. David looks really happy, actually. Here we go.
Gator. Does it count that I said Gator?
He did get it in. It's like a buzzer beater.
He locked in his answer before
he
that.
He did lock in, but that was great. That was amazing.
Wow. Well, David looked really happy. You need more of a poker face, dude. When I look over and I see you gleeful, I know we all failed.
It's tough, man. It's really tough to hide it. All right, number 2.
All right.
All it takes is one guy to go out there, and all of a sudden, that bench comes alive, and it go lickety-split. Flip the switch.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. He's talking about starting fights in hockey.
Say that again.
All it takes is one guy to go out there, and all of a sudden that bench comes alive, and it goes lickety-split, flip the switch.
Can I say Ned Flanders?
Heidi-ho, neighbor.
Lickety-split.
Lickety-split. Who uses lickety-split?
I mean, Wojo wasn't in this week, was he?
Wojo, no, he's in Florida. I tried to get him on the show. He was drunk, though. Lickety-split. Flip the switch. Okay, I'm going to wager a guess. This has Tom Tecumseh written all over it. Talking about, there you go. Talking about fighting and how one fight could change the outcome of a hockey game. I'm going Tom the Gov Milliken. Lickety-split.
Lickety-split. I'll stick with the morning show as well, but I think I'm going to go with cookies on this one. I'm not sure.
He wasn't in this week.
He wasn't in this week.
He was
helping you out.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you
like
all just helped him out.
Draft.
You threw him a bone there.
I know.
Yeah.
You don't want to waste your pick.
Good thing I didn't lock it in.
Are we all locked in?
Tom, I guess I got to go Tom then. Tom sounds like a good vote, but
split.
I don't want to keep riding Rieger's coattails. But
I haven't been right yet. Rico, what do you got? Oh, you're going Tom too? It's a clean sweep of lickety-split. Tom Milliken, what do we got?
Yeah! Hold on, let's hear that again.
I like Jansen in the background. Oh.
Well, that was good. All right.
Wow. Great job, guys.
Lickety-split. Okay.
Lickety-split, flip the switch.
Number 3.
Here we go.
Of course he would do it. Yes, I know the man likes to draft and he's rather good at it, but it's not like he hasn't taken any chances already.
Okay, so are the rules if you know you got to jank yourself?
Yes.
I think I know. I don't know for a fact because I'm almost certain that's me. Talking about Brad Holmes, talking about Myles Garrett. I stuck up for Brad Holmes. In one of the shows I did this week, so many people are saying, oh, it's not a Holmes move. I'm like, dude, if Garrett is out there, Holmes will get him because he knows it will help. If it's a possibility. Remember the audio came out where Aiden was talking to Garrett at the honors.
And
last
Wojo
week?
said that basically Aiden was speaking through.
Yes. But the new audio came out where he talked about how great it would be for those two to play together. So I think that's me.
One more time, David.
Lickety split.
Lickety split. Can we get that as a drop?
I will get that for you. Of course he would do it. Yes, I know the man likes to draft and he's rather good at it, but it's not like he hasn't taken any chances already.
Impressive use of the word rather, too, I must say.
Okay, if Rieger thinks it's him.
I think it's me.
Rieger, I think it might be you, but I'm going to actually go with Doug on this one.
Oh, okay.
Let's go with Rieger.
Okay, here we go. That's 2 or 3. That's 2 and 3.
When somebody thinks it's them, always go
I'll
with
take
that.
the hint.
That is a 666 batting average. Let's go, bitches. What else you got, David? You ain't so tough.
Whatever. All right, next.
Oh, don't get him upset because now next week's is going to be
it's going to be all Heather.
Lions.
Tigers. All right. Number 4. Rookie pitchers tend to not get a ton of innings. If he has all that, how do you milk him through a season and have him at the end?
Why do I always have to talk crap? Talking about Jackson Jobe.
One more time, please.
Rookie pitchers tend to not get a ton of innings. If he has all that, let me do it again. Rookie pitchers tend to not get a ton of innings. If he is all that, how do you milk him through a season and have him at the end?
I got an idea, but go ahead, Rieger. I don't want to poison the jury.
I have no idea. I want to say it could be Valeni, potentially.
You're 666. Come on.
I know. I talk smack too. I mean, I'll be batting 500 regardless. Rookie pitchers.
I love how he makes everything about him.
How will you have him at the end? I'll go Stoney.
Don't sound too confident.
I'm not confident at all.
I'm going to unconfidently say Rieger.
Back-to-back
the double
Rieger.
dip. You know
Wow.
what?
A rare double dip.
I heard this in this voice. Where is it? I'm going with Doug. Positive. How can we milk this for the entire season? I'm going to go with Doug.
Are we all locked in?
It seems like a weird Stoney gripe. I want to see Jackson Joe, but is he going to be able to pitch the whole year?
So we're all locked in.
We're all locked in.
All right. Who said it?
Oh, wow. Dude, you're 3 of 4. That's 750. You are my God.
Well, technically, it could be 4 of 4.
Oh, that's true.
We're gonna do the NBA replay.
Has anybody ever gone undefeated?
Yeah, they have.
Oh, by the way, quick
in the
ticket
break.
text.
Yeah, in the break, we're gonna go. Yeah.
Quick ticket text. Next time I play basketball, instead of shouting Jordan or Kobe, I'm gonna shout Gator. It's from Mike. It worked. All right, we got one more.
I do. I'll give you one more.
All right.
Let's make it quick.
There is something inside of us. Maybe it's just here in the U.S. of A., but we love the gladiator version of every sport. Nobody wants to celebrate it when somebody charges the mound in baseball, but it's awesome.
I go Jansen.
I was about to say, yeah, Jansen, gladiator sport.
Sure.
Stoney.
Okay.
We're all locked in?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Yes. There it is. Dude, Rico went 5 for 5 if you're counting the Gator. That is greatness. You just never know what happens on a given day.
I want that on my board, David.
Michigan State has not knocked down 5 3-pointers all year long
Over
in one
under.
game. Rico just got 5.
Over under this or Michigan State threes tonight.
This
what I just did.
for you.
Okay.
It's 5 in a row.
Maybe they hit 6.
Does the Gator count?
We're going to review it in the timeout. It's like the NBA.
I mean, it was real close. It was real close.
97 won the ticket. Lickety split. All right. Mark Ryan, by the way, comes your way at 6 o'clock, 1 hour from now. It's hour number 4. Mike not here. I'm Jeff. Rico there. Bobby David right there. And that was Tom the Gov Milliken. So, Rico, get it together. Pull it together.
Who says that as an adult?
I've known Rico for 20 years. I've never seen him laugh like this. Lickety split.
Oh, man.
You good? How about one more
David
time?
just added it
Get
to
it
my
out of your
board.
system. There we go. All right, 5 o'clock. We got Michigan State just around the corner. If you want to hear about U.S.-Canada hockey, we talked about that. We talked about Izzo. Is Dusty May catching Izzo? Is there going to be a changing of the guard? We talked about that. Anything you want to hear, check out the Odyssey Rewind function on the Odyssey app. But Rico, all this week, all anybody wanted to talk about was national anthems, right? And the Canadians booing the U.S. national anthem. And then you heard a smattering of boos yesterday, the Boston fans booing the Canadian national anthem. You have an aggressive idea of how this all stops.
Well, this all started because the Yankees, to go full circle, New York Yankees finally, after 49 years, changed their policy. Because I used to ask Mike all the time, what is the big deal about facial hair? Well, we're an upstanding organization, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, it's a beard. Like, it's no big deal. It doesn't affect how you hit a ball, how you throw a pitch. But the Yankees, you were not allowed. You had to be clean shaven, no facial hair whatsoever. Today, they rescinded that and said, you know what? You can have a well-groomed beard.
Yes.
But it's like they talked to former players, and I guess they all were like, this was ridiculous. We hated this rule. Can we just do away with it? So Hal is like, it's gone. Change the rule just like that. And because it's like, honestly, if I'm a ball player, that would have been a deal breaker for me. Like, I'll just go play for the Mets because I'm not shaving to go play for
Every
this team.
day.
Right, to go play for this team. So then it got to the point where, what's something else that it's a rule for it, but there's really no sense to do this. Like, why do we do this? We only do it because of tradition. And tradition, and I'll give him full credit, is Jim Costa. Tradition is just being held hostage by dead people. That's what tradition is, okay? And it got to the point where everybody's booing the national anthems, the Canadian anthem. Can we just do away with national anthems before games? It's not to say that you're un-American or you're not patriotic. It's like, it's the only time that we do this. I go see Captain America before the movie. We're not sitting up singing the national anthem. And that's Captain America. Okay? Not before a concert.
Dylan Larkin?
No, oh, sorry. Do we need to? And I'll even compromise. Okay, you do it once opening weekend for opening day or for NFL, wherever, and then let's just play the game. I don't understand why we have to do this all the time, especially now with everybody booing it. How about we just go away with it? Because this is the only time. You go to church, David, do you guys start off with the national anthem at church?
Not at all.
Okay, you don't. You go to your favorite restaurant. You don't have to sing.
But you're
the
not going to
national
ask
anthem.
about Temple?
I'm going to try to change that this Sunday and see what they do to me.
Right. You sit down before the wait. Hey, before we take your order, we need you to stand up and sing the anthem. Like, why can't we just get rid of it?
Well, they do the Pledge of Allegiance in school still, right? Do they? Do they
They
not?
don't do that everywhere.
Oh, they don't?
No.
I think they do it at my kid's school. I could totally
They
be
do
wrong.
it in mine. Well, we same district. So
All
yeah.
right. So there could be two different ways you want to go here, though. You can comment on Rico's national anthem thought, right? Get rid of it, keep it.
Or is it just something else?
Right, but the other thing with the Yankees getting rid of the whole facial hair policy, what else in sports needs the change? What else in sports do you need to get rid of? But I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, we do it just because we've done it. And that to me was the Yankees policy. They did it just because that's why we always have done it. Didn't make any sense. They just did it for 49 years.
So I've always wondered why the national anthem at the start of sporting events. I always wondered it. And, whether it's Colin Kaepernick and the kneeling or whether it's booing the national anthem, the Canadians to the American national anthem, I've always thought the same thing. You know how many games I've gone to? You know how many games you've gone to? And you'll look around when the national anthem is being played. You know what people are doing? They're looking on their phone, or they're going to the bathroom, or they're buying a hot dog. That's what people are doing. So if you got rid of it, I would have no issue. Now, I have no issue with booing the national anthem either. You can do what you got to do.
Right, but
I got no issue with that.
It wouldn't affect the game one bit,
Not at
one
all.
iota.
Do people look forward to the national anthem? Now, in a tournament like we just saw, when you got 4 countries, the national anthems are a nice touch for sure. And the players, I think, like it because they're patriotic.
Okay, but here's the thing. The winner at the end, that's what they're playing. As they're going out to get the trophy and the medals and all of that, you play your national anthem of whatever country you're from.
And they did that.
See, that it's a purpose. It's a point to that. But just every single time, because that's just how we've done things, that's just something that, to me, it's kind of like that Yankees rule. I don't know why we do it, and we could probably do without it.
And they finally got rid of it. And again, if you have a different thing about sports that you think should just change because there's no reason to do it anymore, 248-539-9797. However, I'm stealing David's job one more time. I'm sorry, David, because I got the ticket text screen up and it pops up. And it says the following. Wrong. It's to honor those that serve and those that have served. Why at a sporting event?
Right. And why is just that? Why not? If you're going to do that, then tell me why don't you honor them at a Broadway show?
Right. You don't
why
do
don't
it in
you
a play?
honor them at a movie? Why don't you honor them wherever, at a restaurant? Why don't you honor them wherever? It's like, why just a sporting event? And no one can ever answer that. Oh, you just do it. Okay, but why?
People talk about the national anthems like they're special, and they truly are, obviously. And by the way, when you see a great rendition of a national anthem, like if you go to a Bruins game when they sing the national anthem, it's really good, right? "Oh Canada" is a very beautiful song. When done right, it's an enjoyable experience. But if they get rid of the anthems, I don't think the majority of people would care.
Or even if you just did it for a big event like the Super Bowl. Okay, I get it. But do you really need it for a Titans-Saints game? Huh?
I don't. As far as other things to get rid of in sports, what else you got?
Well, what do you got?
I got something.
Okay.
I'll tell you next. How about that?
Oh.
That's right. 97 won the ticket. All righty, 97.1 The Ticket. Rico sparking controversy. The Yankees got rid of their facial hair policy, right? So now you can have a beard as long as it's well groomed. Rico said, what else in sports does need to be changed? You want to get rid of the national anthem.
Yeah, and it's not to say that you're not patriotic. It's just, why do we have to do it before every single game? If you did it at the beginning of the season, I'm okay with that. If you did it for the Super Bowl, national championship game, okay, I'm okay. But like every game, because we only do it for sporting events. You don't do it for concerts. You don't do it for shows, plays, movies, anything like that. You don't go to a restaurant and you have to do the Star Spangled Banner before you eat. Only before games.
All right, my thing to get rid of is simple. NBA All-Star Weekend. Nobody cares. Just wipe it all out, okay? Wipe it all, unless they want to take a page out of the NHL's book and do a little USA versus everybody else.
I was thinking that as well, and then Skinny Vinny Goodwill tipped me onto something. That's like the second most profitable thing that the NBA has.
Okay.
So,
well, doesn't help me out.
It's not competitive.
Yeah. It's lost its luster.
But, yeah.
The 3-ball contest is still sort of interesting. It was this year because of Cade, but
the 3-ball contest, the 3-point contest, maybe
3-point, 3-ball. What's the difference?
Just how about you just make the players play in the games?
Okay,
that would be the change, but I don't know how you would mandate that. You know what? There it is. Load. I do have one.
Oh, that's good. Yes, load management.
Load management in the NBA is limited to 5 games.
And then what happens if they have to get a 6?
No. We're going to treat this like a job. You get 5 days off. Now, if, like what happened with Victor Wembanyama, you got blood clots. Okay, you're exempt from that. That's life or death. We see somebody break a leg or an ankle or a wrist or something like that, you're exempt from that.
Jaden Ivey's injury.
Yeah, Jaden Ivey, you're exempt. You know what? Fine. Because all you got to, a league doctor comes in and says, yep, he's done for 2 months.
So what's the punishment?
Saying, like Paul George and all, I just don't feel like playing.
You're just going to dock my pay?
Yes. Where contracts are now based on, if you don't play, you don't get paid for this game. So guess what? Teams would love to do this. Now the players
the CBA
wouldn't.
Would hate it, but yes.
And I think you would improve the league dramatically because now you don't get to sit out because you stubbed your toe this morning on a table.
You know what's interesting? And we'll get to the calls momentarily. But you know what's interesting? Like, people aren't asking for much. When everybody wants to do the biggest difference between the NBA and the NHL All-Star break and what we saw, people are just asking for effort. That's it. That's all. Just try. That's all I'm asking.
Right. So I treat it like you get 5 days where you could just kind of take the day off. All right. PTO, there you have it.
Snow days.
But just, okay. And here's the thing. You start taking too many days off, your salary comes down. You take half the season off, I pay you half your salary.
All right, the Yankees said no longer have to be clean-shaven. You can have a little facial here now as long as you keep it up. What's the one thing in sports you want to get rid of next? Enrico says national anthems, one of his ideas. So how do you feel about a possibility of no more anthems at games? Joe's in Windsor. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, guys. First thing I want to say is you could never do what the NHL did with the 4 nations in any other sport, because there's no sports that mean that much to the players playing them. You would never see basketball players going 100% against people from other countries because it just doesn't matter. Hockey players are different.
Well, Joe, I'll say this. I think just the space between the U.S. and like the Olympic basketball games, they're competitive, but they're just so much better than the other countries. But the other countries are getting closer, where I think the talent in hockey, it is pretty even.
Joe, I agree with you. I think what you've seen over the last week or 2 weeks, best on best international play, guys want to kill each other because they grew up playing each other. I agree. It's hard to replicate. However, Rico's idea, our idea, if you tried it in the NBA, all it would take is the Americans getting their asses kicked once before I do believe he'd come back the next year and there'd be a hell of a lot more hunger.
Rieger, how do you think the Dream Team came about?
There you go.
In '88, the U.S. lost the Olympics, and in typical U.S. went overkill. Let's get Jordan. Let's get Bird. Let's get Magic. Let's get Malone. Let's get Barkley. Let's get them all. We're never losing again.
No, Isaiah.
Well, he ticked off Jordan. That's a whole different story.
No, but Joe, we get what you're saying. And
the one thing that I'd like to get rid of though in baseball though is we either get rid of the DH or the DH is in the National League.
It is in the National League. They changed it, Joe. It's now in both leagues, but I hear you. And thank God they made that change, by the way, because I hated the pitchers hitting. It was usually an awful at-bat.
You know what? Joe just brought up something else that I would change.
What, him being up to date on sports?
No, and this probably won't be. Every ballpark in Major League Baseball.
No. Shut up.
Fences are the same.
No. Oh, Bobby agrees with you.
Yes.
David agrees. No.
Okay, because here's the thing. Let's put it like this.
You're going to say Bregman didn't want to go to the Dimensions at Comerica?
No.
So we lost Bregman?
No, it's just different parks, and it's like, how about we just make it an even playing field? Yes, like tonight, the three-point line at Chrysler is the same at Breslin Center. It's the same at Duke. It's the same at Kentucky. It's the same at UCLA. It's the same.
Yeah, but the bases are the same. The mound is the same.
Yeah, you know what, Rieger, guess what? You don't have to run 85 yards to score a touchdown in Green Bay and 115 yards at Ford Field.
Oh, we're talking about the distance to hit a home run, and I like it. Don't screw with the thing about baseball that separates itself from the other sports.
It's the only sport where it's just arbitrary. I'm going to put a palm tree in the middle of center field.
Listen, I don't care about your national anthem thing. That is true, by the way.
This is where you draw the line.
Yes. I'm not going to let you take away this, okay?
I can't wait for the Pistons to put a dip in the court at the three-point line just so they can have
you guys are
the
being
advantage.
Unfair.
No,
the mound is the same
not.
distance. The bases are the same distance. The plate is the same distance.
Houston had a hill that
the foul territory is different.
They
The
got rid of
home
it,
run, the wall is different. Everything's different except for the pitching mound.
But
and
why
home
do you
plate.
guys hate variety?
No, Houston.
What do you want to eat, a turkey sandwich every day?
Houston had a hill that you ran up. And it's like,
I'm well aware.
Like, why are we doing this?
Boy.
Like, seriously? Just make it that, you know what, the dimensions of the parks are all the same. So therefore, records would actually mean something instead of, well, you know
They
what?
still mean something. I'm going
to go to Colorado to hit more home runs, but I'm not really that good of a hitter, but I am in Colorado.
Okay, then what, are you going to change the altitude next? You're going to find a way to do that? You're going to build a dome or
Just
something?
saying, but the dimensions of the parks should be the same.
I got a new name for you. Bland Beard.
It's not
That's
bland.
Your name. Or that. Let's go to Mark and Troy. You're on the ticket. What's up, Mark? How are you?
How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
So, hey, you guys are in the media, so you see this more firsthand than I do. But, like, NBA players are giant human beings, okay? Like, they're giant. Like, when you see an NBA player in person, they're giant. And then they squeeze them on these benches to where it's like economy plus, where their knees are in their chin and they're squeezing in between people on the bench. Like, they can't give up one or two seats on the end to, like, let these guys spread
They're
out.
not benches.
at
They're
all.
chairs. They're folding chairs.
They're regular for like a 5'10" guy, not for like a 6'7"
Hey, Mark,
or
hold
6'9"
on.
or 6'11" guy.
Mark, I had to be honest with you. I've never thought of it like this. I was about to fire Bobby when I saw the call screen, like, Bobby, what the heck does Mark want to talk about? But then he explained to me. I guess I never thought about it. Now, as far as expanding it, they are starting to put people on courtside, so you're limited with space.
I know, and so you can't give up one seat. Like,
No,
you
those
can't
are
give up
expensive,
one or
Mark.
two seats to like spread those guys
Got
out.
to pay the players.
I mean, like they're making $20 million a year. You're flying them around on like private planes, but when they get on the bench, you can't give them like an extra 6 inches on the other side.
I
of
would
each
love
other.
to do an NBA like satisfaction survey and ask the players if this is a problem. Mark, I love it.
You know what this reminds me of is the Seinfeld episode with when Kramer made the wider lanes.
Right, exactly.
And you're like, well, I never really thought of it like that.
This is like my grandfather always came up to me and he's like, Jeffrey, do you know how to make basketball better? And I'm like, how, Grandpa? Make the rims higher, he used to always say. But that would get rid of people dunking. Let's not get carried away, okay?
See, I don't know. This guy has a point here.
Wait a second. My grandfather was black, okay?
That's it.
Think about the guy that's in a suit, not playing, that's behind the first row. Now there's 16 squished between the row and the fan.
Guys, because that's the problem with the NBA. That's the problem with the league. They won't make the benches bigger. That's the problem. They should get some bar stools out there.
The only way you would, I guess the only way you could do that is if you kind of like Minnesota, where all of a sudden it's recessed down, but then you got to worry about running off the court. I never really thought of that, but the ballpark thing in baseball.
Stop.
I know the purists are like, no, you need to have it. It's one thing. It's the same. It's why baseball is going to the automatic strike thing. They're trying it out.
That's understandable
because it's just arbitrary balls and strikes, and the umpire can just however you feel that day. Well, that's a strike today, but not tomorrow.
I'm disgusted by that suggestion. How about one more? Ken and Howell, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Kenny?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
The one thing I would get rid of in sports is the spiking of the ball to stop the clock. Why they're inside the tackles? Why isn't that considered intentional grounding with a penalty?
No, you're right. I mean,
because there is a receiver inches from you.
No, it's not. It's a center and your offensive lineman. Technically, Ken's right.
Can I give a shout out to my cousin Brad in Holly?
Absolutely. Brad Holly, shout out. Thank you, Ken. All right, there you go. This has been really interesting, informative.
And what you draw the line, the hill that you die on is you're okay with everything. Just don't change the ballpark dimensions.
I am against bigger benches from NBA players, and I'm against dimensions.
Why are you against changing dimensions of the ballpark?
Because I like it. It offers different perspective. I like that every stadium is different. I like for instance, you go to Fenway and if you hit a ball straight down right field, it's like 302, but then it shoots out to 390. I like the intricacies in every ballpark. Don't take it away from me.
But once again, if the field was 85 yards in Green Bay and 115 at Ford Field, you're playing two different games.
No, you're not, though, because the bases are the same dimensions. You're not running more.
Right, but in order to hit a home run,
you might be running more in the outfield.
In order to score a touchdown, you have to go 25 extra yards in one ballpark other than another one.
Baseball, every sport doesn't have to be the same. You don't have to compare it like
it's the only sport that's not the same.
Hold on. Baseball is different in time, too. It goes in innings. The game could last 7 hours or it could last 2 hours. With basketball and football and hockey, you go with an hour game. You know what I mean? Or 48 minutes, I guess, in basketball. My point is, you don't have to make every sport the same. That's boring.
I'm saying the dimensions, Rieger. All right.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah, whatever. Thanks, Tom. 97 on the ticket.
Hi, I'm Jeff Rieger. I like to change the dimensions of ballparks, and here's something for X Golf.
All right, if you're a crappy golfer like Rico, you wouldn't be interested. No, I'm kidding. Listen, it's cold outside, but it's getting nicer, and I know all you want to do is golf. So I got the perfect place. Check out X Golf. Whether you're a scratch player or just starting out, X Golf is the ultimate destination for fun and practice and competition. With state-of-the-art simulators and an automatic ball tee system, you don't have to chase your golf ball around. You don't even have to bend over to tee it up. Focus on your swing, people. Enjoy the game. Also, enjoy delicious food and drinks and a lively atmosphere with friends and family. Swing by X Golf to book your next party, or join a league at X Golf, or do what I do. Go there often. I've been to X Golf over the last 2 weeks, maybe 4 times, and I play iconic courses. I go there, I practice, then I play Pebble Beach, or I'll play Augusta, and I play Big Hill, and it's fantastic. It's a total blast, and it's a great way to keep your game in form. X Golf, a hole-in-one experience you don't want to miss. Find your nearest location at playxgolf.com. X Golf, your ultimate indoor golf experience. All right. 97 won the ticket. Mark Ryan in the house. We'll get to him momentarily. However, we got big-time news. Michigan and Michigan State is 2 hours away. Tips at Chrysler. Rico's going to be in the house. I unfortunately will not. But, David, go ahead.
Oh, Pete Thamel is reporting that Michigan is working on a new multi-year contract with Dusty May. May is a former Indiana basketball manager, and his name has been at the forefront of that job.
That's
this
so
is
dumb.
First reported by
What do
Pete
you mean
Thamel.
it's so dumb? Why? You want to chant? You want to chance it and have him go to Indiana?
How about achieve something and then earn your raise? Really?
I like it. My man.
For once in your life, achieve something?
Well, I agree with you, Mark.
Okay, so
the Dayquil has kicked in.
Listen, there is a miracle. David and I agree.
Mark Ryan is coming in here on fire.
No,
Mark, you said everything I don't need to say.
See, Mark has no idea about Michigan basketball and what it would mean for Dusty May to be there. Rico, on the other hand, Mark
I have no
is
idea.
scared.
They won 8 games last year. He's doing a lot better this year.
Yes.
Tomorrow's for first place.
No, tonight. Tonight is, here's the thing, Mark. The reason why they're doing that is because they know what I told David months ago, and David's like, I rebuke you, devil. Indiana was circling the wagons. Indiana wanted Dusty May, but they figured they would wait to get him this year because nobody wanted him.
But
Michigan took him.
the culture that you have to raise people who just started is
but what's
ridiculous.
the alternative, though, Mark?
No,
what's the
because they
alternative?
know.
You wanna
Honor
lose
the
him?
contract that you signed.
Okay,
No.
or go to Bloomington and lose out on a really
Here's
good
the thing.
coach.
Michigan signed him to a really cheap contract that after I think it's April 1st or May 1st, ironically enough, he's got a $4 million buyout. Mark Cuban can scratch a check for he can get that out of his change in his car.